Section 19 of the Book of ℌ𝔞𝔫𝔫𝔞𝔥, Volume 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Book of ℌ𝔞𝔫𝔫𝔞𝔥, Volume 6, by Anonymous. Translated by Richard Francis Burton. Section 19. When it was the 585th night, she said, "It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that the old trot related to the young lady the tale of the bitch, and recounted the case in her cunning and deceit, with the view to gain her consent, and said to her, When the enchanted beast came to me and wept, I reminded her, how often did I not warn thee? But my advice profited thee naught. However, O my daughter, seeing her misery, I had compassion on her case, and kept her by me. And as often as she bethinketh herself of her former estate, she weepeth thus in pity for herself. When the lady heard this, she was taken with great alarm, and said, O my mother, by Allah, thou affrightest me with this thy story. Why so? asked the old woman. Answered the lady, Because a certain handsome young man fell in love with me, and hath sent many times to me, but hitherto I have repelled him, and now I fear lest there befall me the like of what befell this bitch. O my daughter, rejoined the old woman, look thou to what I counsel thee, and beware of crossing me, for I am in great fear for thee. If thou know not his abiding place, describe his semblance to me, that I may fetch him to thee, and let not any one's heart be angered against thee. So the lady described him to her, and she showed not to know him, and said, When I go out I will ask after him. But when she left the lady, she went straight to the young man, and said to him, Be of good cheer, for I have played with the girl's wits. So tomorrow at noon wait thou at the head of the street, till I come and carry thee to her house, where thou shalt take thine ease with her the rest of the day and all night long. At this the young man rejoiced with exceeding joy, and gave her 2 dinars, saying, When I have won my wish of her, I will give thee 10 gold pieces. Then she returned to the lady, and said to her, I have seen him and spoken with him on this matter. I found him exceeding wroth with thee, and minded to do thee a harm. But I plied him with fair words till he agreed to come tomorrow at the time of the call to noon prayer. When the lady heard this, she rejoiced exceedingly, and said, O my mother, if he keeps his promise, I will give thee 10 dinars. Quoth the old woman, Look to his coming from none but from me. When the next morn morrowed, she said to the lady, Make ready the early meal, and forget not the wine, and adorn thyself, and don thy richest dress and decoration, whilst I go and fetch him to thee. So she clad herself in her finest finery, and prepared food, whilst the old woman went out to look for the young man, who came not. So she went around searching for him, but could come by no news of him. And she said to herself, What is to be done? Shall the food and drink she hath gotten ready be wasted, and I lose the gold pieces she promised me? Indeed, I will not allow my cunning contrivance to come to naught, but will look her out another man, and carry him to her. So she walked about the highways till her eyes fell on a pretty fellow, young and distinguished looking, to whom the folk bowed, and who bore in his face the traces of travel. She went up to him, and saluting him, asked, Hast thou a mind to meat and drink, and a girl adorned and ready? Answered he, Where is this to be had? At home in my house, rejoined she, and carrying him to his own house, knocked at the door. The lady opened to them, and ran in again, to make an end of her dressing and perfuming, whilst the wicked old woman brought the man, who was the husband and housemaster, into the saloon, and made him sit down, congratulating herself on her cunning contrivance. Presently in walked the lady, who no sooner set eyes on her husband sitting by the old trot than she knew him, and guessed how the case stood. Nevertheless, she was not taken aback, and without stay or delay bethought her of a device to hoodwink him. So she pulled off her outer boot and cried at her husband, "Is this how thou keepest the contract between us? How canst thou betray me and deal thus with me? Know that when I heard of thy coming I sent this old woman to try thee, and she hath made thee fall into that against which I warned thee. So now I am certified of thine affair, and that thou hast broken faith with me. I thought thee chaste and pure till I saw thee, with my own eyes, in this old woman's company, and knew that thou didst frequent loose baggages." So saying, she fell to beating him with her slipper about the head, and crying out, "Divorce me, divorce me!" whilst he excused himself and swore to her by Allah the Most High that he had never in his life been untrue to her, nor had done aught of that whereof she suspected him. But she stinted not to weep and scream and bash him, crying out, and saying, "Come to my help, O Moslems!" till he laid hold of her mouth with his hand, and she bit it. Moreover, he humbled himself to her, and kissed her hands and feet, whilst she would not be appeased, and continued to cuff him. At last she winked at the old woman to come and hold her hand from him. So she came up to her, and kissed her hands and feet, till she made peace between them, and they sat down together, whereupon the husband began to kiss her hands, saying, "Allah Almighty requite thee with all good, for that thou hast delivered me from her." And the old woman marveled at the wife's cunning and ready wit. "This then, O king," said the wazir, "is one of the many instances of the craft and malice and perfidy of women." When the king heard this story, he was persuaded by it, and turned from his purpose to slay his son. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day, and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 586th night, she said, "It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that when the fourth wazir had told his tale, the king turned from his purpose to slay his son. But on the fifth day the damsel came into him hending a bowl of poison in hand, calling on heaven for help, and buffeting her cheeks and face, and said to him, "O king, either thou shalt do me justice and avenge me on thy son, or I will drink up this poison cup and die, and the sin of my blood shall be on thy head at the day of doom. These thy ministers accuse me of malice and perfidy, but there be none in the world more perfidious than men. Hast thou not heard the story of the goldsmith and the cashmere singing girl?" "What befell the twain, O damsel?" asked the king. And she answered, saying, "There hath come to my knowledge, O august king, a tale of the goldsmith and the cashmere singing girl. There lived once in a city of Persia a goldsmith who delighted in women and in drinking wine. One day, being in the house of one of his intimates, he saw painted on the wall the figure of a lutanist, a beautiful damsel. Beholder never beheld a fairer or a more pleasant. He looked at the picture again and again, marveling at its beauty, and fell so desperately in love with it that he sickened for passion and came near to die. It chanced that one of his friends came to visit him, and sitting down by his side, asked how he did and what ailed him. Whereto the goldsmith answered, "O my brother, that which ails me is love. And it befell on this wise. I saw a figure of a woman painted on the house wall of my brother, such an one, and became enamored of it." Hereupon the other fell to blaming him, and said, "This was of thy lack of wit. How couldst thou fall in love with a painted figure on a wall, that can neither harm nor profit, that seeth not, neither heareth, that neither taketh nor withholdeth?" Said the sick man, "He who painted yonder picture never could have limned it save after the likeness of some beautiful woman." "Haply," rejoined his friend, "he painted it from imagination." "In any case," replied the goldsmith, Here am I dying for love of the picture, and if there live the original thereof in the world, I pray Allah Most High to protect my life till I see her." When those who were present went out, they asked for the painter of the picture, and, finding that he had travelled to another town, wrote him a letter, complaining of their comrade's case, and inquiring whether he had drawn the figure of his own inventive talents, or copied it from a living model. To which he replied, "I painted it after a certain singing girl belonging to one of the wazirs in the city of Cashmere, in the land of Hind." When the goldsmith heard this, he left Persia for Cashmere city, where he arrived after much travail. He tarried a while there, till one day he went and clapped up an acquaintance with a certain of the citizens who was a druggist, a fellow of a sharp wit, keen, crafty, and being one eventide in company with him, asked him of their king and his polity, to which the other answered, saying, "Well, our king is just and righteous in his governance, equitable to his lieges, and beneficent to his commons, and abhorreth nothing in the world save sorcerers. But whenever a sorcerer or sorceress falls into his hands, he casteth them into a pit without the city, and there leaveth them in hunger to die." Then he questioned him of the king's wazirs, and the druggist told him of each minister, his fashion and condition, till the talk came round to the singing girl, and he told him, "She belongeth to such a wazir." The goldsmith took note of the minister's abiding place, and waited some days, till he had devised a device to his desire. And one night of rain and thunder and stormy winds, he provided himself with thieves' tackle and repaired to the house of the wazir who owned the damsel. Here he hanged a rope ladder with grappling irons to the battlements, and climbed up to the terrace roof of the palace. Thence he descended to the inner court, and making his way into the harem, found all the slave girls lying asleep, each on her own couch, and amongst them reclining on a couch of alabaster, and covered with a coverlet of cloth of gold, a damsel, as she were the moon rising on a 14th night. At her head stood a candle of ambergris, and at her feet another, each in a candlestick of glittering gold, her brilliancy dimming them both. And under her pillow lay a casket of silver, wherein were her jewels. He raised the coverlet, and drawing near her, considered her straitly, and behold, it was the lutanist whom he desired, and of whom he was come in quest. So he took out a knife and wounded her in the back parts, a palpable outer wound, whereupon she awoke in terror. But when she saw him she was afraid to cry out, thinking he came to steal her goods. So she said to him, "Take the box and what is therein, but slay me not, for I am in thy protection and under thy safeguard, and my death will profit thee nothing." Accordingly he took the box and went away. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day, and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 587th night, she said, "It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that when the goldsmith had entered the wazir's palace, he wounded the damsel slightly in the back parts, and taking the box which contained her jewels, wended his way. And when morning morrowed, he donned clothes after the fashion of men of learning and doctors of the law, and taking the jewel case went in therewith to the king of the city, before whom he kissed the ground, and said to him, "O king, I am a devout man, with all a loyal well-wisher to thee, and come hither a pilgrim to thy court, from the land of Khorasan, attracted by the report of thy just governance and righteous dealings with thy subjects, and minded to be under thy standard. I reached this city at the last of the day, and finding the gate locked and barred, threw me down to sleep without the walls. But as I lay betwixt sleep and wake, behold, I saw 4 women come up, one riding on a broomstick, another on a wine jar, a third on an oven peel, and a fourth on a black bitch, and I knew that they were witches making for thy city. One of them came up to me and kicked me with her foot, and beat me with a fox's tail she had in her hand, hurting me grievously. Whereat I was wroth, and smote her with a knife I had with me, wounding her in the back parts, as she turned to flee from me. When she felt the wound she fled before me, and in her flight let drop this casket, which I picked up, and opening, found these costly jewels therein. So do thou take it, for I have no need thereof, being a wanderer in the mountains, who hath rejected the world from my heart, and renounced it and all that is in it, seeking only the face of Allah the Most High." Then he set the casket before the king, and fared forth. The king opened the box, and emptying out all the trinkets it contained, fell to turning them over with his hand, till he chanced upon a necklace whereof he had made a gift to the wazir to whom the girl belonged. Seeing this, he called the minister in question, and said to him, "This is the necklace I gave thee?" He knew it at first sight, and answered, "It is, and I gave it to a singing girl of mine." Quoth the king, "Fetch that girl to me forthwith." So he fetched her to him, and he said, "Uncover her back parts, and see if there be a wound therein or no." The wazir accordingly bared her backside, and finding a knife wound there, said, "Yes, O my lord, there is a wound." Then said the king, "This is the witch of whom the devotee told me, and there can be no doubt of it," and bade cast her into the witch's well. So they carried her thither at once. As soon as it was night, and the goldsmith knew that his plot had succeeded, he repaired to the pit, taking with him a purse of 1,000 dinars, and entering into converse with the warder, sat talking with him till a third part of the night was past, when he broached the matter to him, saying, "Know, O my brother, that this girl is innocent of that they lay to her charge, and that it was I brought this calamity upon her." Then he told him the whole story, first and last, adding, "Take, O my brother, this purse of 1,000 dinars, and give me the damsel, that I may carry her to my own land, for these gold pieces will profit thee more than keeping her in prison. Moreover, Allah will requite thee for us, and we two will both offer up prayers for thy prosperity and safety." When the warder heard this story, he marveled with exceeding marvel at the device and its success. Then taking the money, he delivered the girl to the goldsmith, conditioning that he should not abide 1 hour with her in the city. Thereupon the goldsmith took the girl, and fared on with her, without ceasing till he reached his own country, and so he won his wish. "See then, O king," said the damsel, "the malice of men and their wiles. Now thy wazirs hinder thee from doing me justice on thy son, but tomorrow we shall stand, both thou and I, before the just judge, and he shall do me justice on thee, O king." When the king heard this, he commanded to put his son to death. But the 5th wazir came in to him, and kissing the ground before him, said, "O mighty king, delay and hasten not to slay thy son. Speed will oftentimes repentance breed, and I fear for thee lest thou repent, even as did the man who never laughed for the rest of his days." "And how was that, O wazir?" asked the king. Quoth he, "I have heard tell, O king, this tale concerning the man who never laughed during the rest of his days. There was once a man who was rich in lands and houses and moneys and goods, eunuchs and slaves, and he died and went to the mercy of Allah the Most High, leaving a young son who, when he grew up, gave himself to feasting and carousing and hearing music and singing and the loud laughter of parasites, and he wasted his substance in gifts and prodigality till he had squandered all the money his father left him." And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day, and ceased to say her permitted say. End of Section 19. Recording by Rhonda Fetterman. Section 20 of the Book of 1,000 Nights and a Night, Volume 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 6, by Anonymous. Translated by Richard Francis Burton. Section 20. When it was the 588th night, she said, "It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that the young man, when he had squandered all the money his father had left him, and naught thereof remained to him, betook himself to selling his slaves and handmaids, lands and houses, and spent the proceeds on likewise, till he was reduced to beggary and must needs labor for his living. He abode thus a year's space, at the end of which time he was sitting one day under a wall, awaiting who should hire him, when, behold, there came up to him an old man of comely aspect and apparel, and saluted him. The young man asked, "O uncle, hast thou known me aforetime?" And the other answered, "Not so, O my son. I know thee not at all, but I see the trace of gentle breeding on thee despite thy present case." "O uncle," rejoined the poor man, "needs must fate and fortune be accomplished. But, O uncle, O bright of blee, hast thou any occasion wherein thou wouldst employ me?" Said the other, "I wish, O my son, to employ thee in a slight manner." "What is it?" quoth the young man, and quoth the stranger, "We are 11 old men in one house, but we have none to serve us. So an thou wilt stay and take service with us, thou shalt have food and clothing to thy heart's content, besides what cometh to thee of coin and other good. And haply Allah will restore thee thy fortune by our means." Replied the youth, "Hearkening and obedience! But I have a condition to impose on thee." "What is that?" "O my son, it is that thou keep our secret in what thou seest us do, and if thou see us weep, that thou question us not of the cause of our weeping." "It is well, O uncle." "Come with me, O my son, with the blessing of Allah Almighty." So he followed him to the bath, where the old man caused cleanse his body of the crusted dirt, after which he sent one to fetch a handsome garment of linen and clad him therein. Then he carried him to his company, which was in his domicile, and the youth found a house lofty and spacious and strongly builded, wherein were sitting chambers facing one another, and saloons, in each one a fountain of water, with the birds warbling over it, and windows on every side, giving upon a fair garden within the house. The old man brought him into one of the parlors, which was variegated with many colored marbles, the ceiling thereof being decorated with ultramarine and glowing gold, and the floor bespread with silken carpets. Here he found 10 sheikhs in mourning apparel, seated one opposite other, weeping and wailing. He marveled at their case, and purposed to ask the reason, when he remembered the condition and held his peace. Then he who had brought him delivered to him a chest containing 30,000 dinars, and said to him, "O my son, spend freely from this chest what is fitting for our entertainment and thine own, and be thou faithful, and remember that wherewith I charge thee." "I hear and I obey," answered he, and served them days and nights, till one of them died, whereupon his fellows washed him and shrouded him, and buried him in a garden behind the house. Nor did death cease to take them, one after other, till there remained but the sheikh who had hired the youth for service. Then the 2 men, old and young, dwelt together in that house alone for years and years, nor was there with them a third save Allah the Most High, till the elder fell sick, and when the younger despaired of his life, he went up to him, and condoling with him, said, "O uncle mine, I have waited upon you 12 years, and have not failed of my duties a single hour, but have been loyal and faithful to you, and served you with my might and main." "Yes, O my son," answered the old man, "thou hast served us well until all my comrades are gone to the mercy of Allah, to whom belong honor and glory, and needs must I die also." "O my lord," said the other, Thou art in danger of death, and I would fain have thee acquaint me with the cause of your weeping and wailing, and of your unceasing mourning and lamentation and regrets." "O my son," answered the old man, "it concerns thee not to know this. So importune me not of what I may not do. For I have vowed to Almighty Allah that I would acquaint none of His creatures with this, lest He be afflicted with what befell me and my comrades. If then thou desire to be delivered from that into which we fell, look thou open not yonder door," and pointed to a certain part of the house. "But if thou have a mind to suffer what we have suffered, then open it, and thou shalt learn the cause of that thou hast seen us do. And whenas thou knowest it, thou shalt repent what time repentance will avail thee not." And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day, and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 589th Night, She said, It hath reached me, O auspicious King, that the surviving Shaykh of the Ten said to the youth, "Beware how thou open yonder door, or thou shalt repent what time repentance will avail thee not." Then his sickness grew on him, and he accomplished his term, and departed life to the presence of his Lord. And the young man washed him with his own hands, and shrouded him, and buried him by the side of his comrades. After which he abode alone in the place, and took possession of whatsoever was therein. Withal he was uneasy and troubled concerning the case of the old men, till one day as he sat pondering the words of his dead master, and his injunction not to open the door, he suddenly bethought himself to go and look for it. So he rose up, and repaired to the part whither the dead man had pointed, and sought till, in a dark unfrequented corner, he found a little door, over which the spider had spun her webs, and which was fastened with 4 padlocks of steel. Seeing this, he recalled the old man's warning, and restrained himself, and went away. And he held aloof from it 7 days, whilst all the time his heart prompted him to open it. On the 8th day his curiosity got the better of him, and he said, "Come what will, needs must I open the door, and see what will happen to me therefrom. Nothing can avert what is fated and foreordained of Allah the Most High, nor doth aught befall but by His will." So saying, he rose and broke the padlocks, and opening the door saw a narrow passage, which he followed for some 3 hours, when lo! he came out on the shore of a vast ocean, and fared on along the beach, marvelling at this main, whereof he had no knowledge, and turning right and left. Presently a great eagle swooped down upon him from the lift, and seizing him in its talons, flew away with him betwixt heaven and earth, till it came to an island in the midst of the sea, where it cast him down and flew away. The youth was dazed, and knew not whither he should wend. But after a few days, as he sat pondering his case, he caught sight of the sails of a ship in the middlemost of the main, as it were a star in the sky. And his heart clave to it, so haply his deliverance might be therein. He continued gazing at the ship until it drew nigh, when he saw that it was a foist builded all of ivory and ebony, inlaid with glistening gold made fast by nails of steel, with oars of sandal and line aloes. In it were 10 damsels, high-bosom maids, as they were moons. And when they saw him, they came ashore to him, and kissed his hands, saying, "Thou art the king, the bridegroom." Then there accosted him a young lady, as she were the sun shining in sky serene, bearing in hand a silken napkin, wherein were a royal robe and a crown of gold set with all manner rubies and pearls. She threw the robe over him, and set the crown upon his head, after which the damsels bore him on their arms to the foist, where he found all kinds of silken carpets and hangings of various colors. Then they spread the sails and stretched out into mid ocean. Quoth the young man, Indeed, when they put to sea with me, meseemed it was a dream, and I knew not whither they were wending with me. Presently we drew near to land, and I saw the shore full of troops none knoweth their number save Allah (extolled and exalted be He!), and all were magnificently arrayed and clad in complete steel. As soon as the vessel had made fast to the land, they brought me 5 marked horses of noble breeds, housed and saddled with gold, inlaid with all manner pearls and high-priced bezel stones. I chose out one of them and mounted it, whilst they led the 4 others before me. Then they raised the banners and the standards over my head, whilst the troops ranged themselves right and left, and we set out with drums beating and cymbals clashing, and rode on. Whilst I debated in myself whether I were in sleep or on wake, and we never ceased faring, I believing not in that my estate, but taking all this for the imbroglio of a dream, till we drew near to the green mead, full of palaces and gardens and trees and streams and blooms and birds chanting the praises of Allah the One, the Victorious. Hereupon, behold, an army sallied out from amid the palaces and gardens, as it were the torrent when it poureth down, and the host overflowed the mead. These troops halted at a little distance from me, and presently there rode forth from amongst them a king, preceded by some of his chief officers on foot. When he came up to the young man, saith the tale-teller, he dismounted also, and the 2 saluted each other after the goodliest fashion. Then said the king, "Come with us, for thou art my guest." So they took horse again, and rode on stirrup touching stirrup in great and stately procession, conversing as they went till they came to the royal palace, where they alighted together. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day, and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 590th night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that the 2 rode together in stately procession till they entered the palace, when the king, taking the young man by the hand, led him into a domed room, followed by his suite, and making him sit down on a throne of gold, seated himself beside him. Then he unbound the swath from his lower face, and behold, the king was a young lady, like the splendid sun shining in the sheeny sky, perfect in beauty and loveliness, brilliancy and grace, arrogance and all perfection. The youth looked upon this singular blessing and embodied boon, and was lost in wonder at her charms and comeliness and seemlihead, and at the splendor and affluence he saw about him, when she said, Know, O king, that I am the queen of this land, and that all the troops thou hast seen, whether horse or foot, are women. There is no man amongst them. For in this our state the men delve and sow, and ear and occupy themselves with the tillage of the earth, and the building of towns and other mechanical crafts and useful arts, whilst the women govern and fill the great offices of state and bear arms. At this the youth marvelled with exceeding marvel, and as they were in discourse, behold, in came the wazir, who was a tall, gray-haired old woman of venerable semblance and majestic aspect, and it was told him that this was the minister. Quoth the queen to her, Bring us the Kazi and witnesses. So she went out to do this, and the queen, turning to him, conversed with him in friendly fashion, and enforced herself to reassure his awe of her, and do away his shame with speech blander than the zephyr, saying, Art thou content to be to me barren, and I to thee femme? Thereupon he arose, and would have kissed ground between her hands, but she forbade him, and he replied, saying, O my lady, I am the least of thy slaves who serve thee. Seest thou all these servants and soldiers, and riches, and hoards, and treasures? Asked she, and he answered, Yes. Quoth she, All these are at thy commandment, to dispose of them and give and bestow as seemeth good to thee. Then she pointed to a closed door and said, "All these things are at thy disposal, save yonder door. That shalt thou not open, and if thou open it thou shalt repent when repentance will avail thee naught. So beware, and again I say, beware." Hardly had she made an end of speaking when the Waziress entered, followed by the Kazi and witnesses, all old women, with their hair streaming over their shoulders, and of reverend and majestic presence. And the queen bade them draw up the contract of marriage between herself and the young man. Accordingly they performed the marriage ceremony, and the queen made a great bride feast, to which she bade all the troops. And after they had eaten and drunken, he went in unto his bride, and found her a maid virginal. So he did away her hymen, and abode with her 7 years in all joyance and solace and delight of life. Till one day of the days he bethought himself of the forbidden door, and said in himself, "Except there were within treasures greater and grander than any I have seen, she had not forbidden me therefrom." So he rose and opened the door, when, lo! behind it was the very bird which had brought him from the seashore to the island, and it said to him, "No welcome to a face that shall never prosper." When he saw it and heard what it said, he fled from it, but it followed him, and seizing him in its talons, flew with him an hour's journey betwixt heaven and earth, till it set him down in the place whence it had first carried him off, and flew away. When he came to his senses, he remembered his late estate, great, grand, and glorious, and the troops which rode before him, and his lordly rule, and all the honor and fair fortune he had lost, and fell to weeping and wailing. He abode 2 months on the seashore, where the bird had set him down, hoping yet to return to his wife, till as he sat one night wakeful, mourning and musing, behold, he heard one speaking, albeit he saw no one, and saying, "How great were the delights! Alas! far from thee is the return of that which is past." When he heard this, he redoubled in his regrets, and despaired of recovering his wife and his fair estate that was. So he returned, weary and broken hearted, to the house where he had dwelt with the old men, and knew that they had fared even as he, and that this was the cause of their shedding tears and lamenting their lot, wherefore he ever after held them excused. Then, being overcome with chagrin and concern, he took to his chamber and gave himself up to mourning and lamentation. And he ceased not crying and complaining, and left eating and drinking, and pleasant scents and merriment. Nor did he laugh once till the day of his death, when they buried him beside the sheikhs. "See then, O king," continued the Wazir, "what cometh of precipitance. Verily it is unpraiseworthy, and bequeatheth repentance, and in this I give thee true advice and loyal counsel." When the king heard this story, he turned from slaying his son, and Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day, and ceased saying her permitted say. Section 21 of the Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 6, by Anonymous. Translated by Richard Francis Burton. Section 21. When it was the 591st night, she said, "It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that when the king heard this story he turned from slaying his son. But on the 6th day the favorite came in to him, hending a naked knife in hand, and said to him, Know, O my lord, that except thou hearken to my complaint and protect thy right and thine honor against these thy ministers, who are banded together against me, to do me wrong, I will kill myself with this knife, and my blood will testify against thee on the day of doom. Indeed, they pretend that women are full of tricks and malice and perfidy, and they design thereby to defeat me of my due and hinder the king from doing me justice. But behold, I will prove to thee that men are more perfidious than women by the story of a king among the kings, and how he gained access to the wife of a certain merchant. And what passed between them? asked the king. And she answered, I have heard tell, O august king, a tale of the king's son and the merchant's wife. A certain merchant who was addicted to jealousy had a wife that was a model of beauty and loveliness, and of the excess of his fear and jealousy of her, he would not abide with her in any town, but built her a pavilion without the city, apart from all other buildings. And he raised its height and strengthened its doors, and provided them with curious locks. And when he had occasion to go into the city, he locked the doors and hung the keys about his neck. One day, when the merchant was abroad, the king's son of that city came forth to take his pleasure and solace in the open country without the walls, and seeing the solitary pavilion, stood still to examine it for a long while. At last he caught sight of a charming lady looking and leaning out of one of the windows, and being smitten with amazement at her grace and charms, cast about for a means of getting to her, but could find none. So he called up one of his pages, who brought him ink case and paper, and wrote her a letter, setting forth his condition for love of her. Then he set it on the pile point of an arrow, and shot it at the pavilion, and it fell in the garden, where the lady was then walking with her maidens. She said to one of the girls, Hasten and bring me yon letter, for she could read writing. And when she had read it and understood what he said in it of his love and passion, yearning and longing, she wrote him a merciful reply, to the effect that she was smitten with a yet fiercer desire for him, and then threw the letter down to him from one of the windows of the pavilion. When he saw her, he picked up the reply, and after reading it, came under the window and said to her, Let me down a thread that I may send thee this key, which do thou take and keep by thee. So she let down a thread, and he tied the key to it. Then he went away, and repairing to one of his father's wazirs, complained to him of his passion for the lady, and that he could not live without her. And the minister said, And how dost thou bid me contrive? Quoth the prince, I would have thee set me in a chest, and commit it to the merchant, feigning to him that it is thine, and desiring him to keep it for thee in his country house some days, that I may have my will of her. Then do thou demand it back from him. The wazir answered, With love and gladness. So the prince returned to his palace, and fixing the padlock, the key whereof he had given the lady, on a chest he had by him, entered therein. Then the wazir locked it upon him, and setting it on a mule, carried it to the pavilion of the merchant, who, seeing the minister, came forth to him and kissed his hands, saying, Belike our lord the wazir hath some need or business which we may have the pleasure and honor of accomplishing for him. Quoth the minister, I would have thee set this chest in the safest and best place within thy house, and keep it till I seek it of thee. So the merchant made the porters carry it inside and set it down in one of his store closets, after which he went out on business. As soon as he was gone, his wife arose and went up to the chest, and unlocked it with the key the king's son had given her, whereupon there came forth a youth like the moon. When she saw him, she donned her richest raiment, and carried him to her sitting saloon, where they abode 7 days, eating and drinking and making merry. And as often as her husband came home, she put the prince back into the chest and locked it upon him. One day the king asked for his son, and the wazir hurried off to the merchant's place of business, and sought of him the chest. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day, and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 592nd night, she said, it hath reached me, O auspicious king, that when the Wazir reached the merchant's counting house, he asked for the box. The man accordingly repaired in haste to his pavilion, contrary to his custom, and knocked at the door. When his wife was ware of him, she hurried the prince back into the chest, but in her confusion forgot to lock it. The merchant bade the porters take it up and carry it to his house in the town. So they took up the box by the lid, whereupon it flew open, and lo! the prince was lying within. When the merchant saw him and knew him for the king's son, he went out to the Wazir and said to him, "Go in thou and take the king's son, for none of us may lay hands on him." So the minister went in, and taking the prince, went away with him. As soon as they were gone, the merchant put away his wife, and swore that he would never marry again. "And," continued the damsel, "I have heard tell also, O king, a tale of the page who feigned to know the speech of birds. A certain man of rank once entered the slave market, and saw a page being cried for sale. So he bought him, and carrying him home, said to his wife, 'Take good care of him.' The lad abode there for a while, till one day the man said to his wife, 'Go forth tomorrow to the garden, and take thy solace therein, and amuse thyself and enjoy thyself.' And she replied, 'With love and gladness.' Now when the page heard this, he made ready in secret meat and drink, and fruits and dessert, and sallied forth with them privily that night to the garden, where he laid the meat under one tree, the wine under another, and the fruit and conserves under a third, in the way his mistress must pass. When morning morrowed, the husband bade him accompany the lady to that garden, carrying with him all the provisions required for the day. So she took horse, and riding thither with him, dismounted and entered. Presently, as they were walking about, a crow croaked, and the page said, 'Thou sayest sooth.' Whereupon his mistress asked him, 'Dost thou know what the crow said?' And he answered, 'Yes, O my lady,' he said, 'under yonder tree is meat. Go and eat it.' So she said, 'I see thou really dost understand them.' Then she went up to the tree, and finding a dish of meat ready dressed, was assured that the youth told the truth, and marveled with exceeding marvel. They ate of the meat and walked about a while, taking their pleasure in the garden, till the crow croaked a second time, and the page again replied, 'Thou sayest sooth.' 'What said he?' quoth the lady. And quoth the page, 'O my lady, he saith that under such a tree are a gugglet of water flavored with musk, and a pitcher of old wine.' So she went up with him to the tree, and finding the wine and water there, redoubled in wonderment, and the page was magnified in her eyes. They sat down and drank, then arose and walked in another part of the garden. Presently the crow croaked again, and the page said, 'Thou sayest sooth.' Said the lady, 'What saith he now?' And the page replied, 'He saith that under yonder tree are fruits fresh and dried.' So they went thither and found all as he said, and sat down and ate. Then they walked about again till the crow croaked a fourth time, whereupon the page took up a stone and threw it at him. Quoth she, 'What said he, that thou shouldst stone him?' 'O my lady,' answered he, 'he said what I cannot tell thee.' 'Say on,' rejoined she, 'and be not abashed in my presence, for there is naught between me and thee.' But he ceased not to say, 'No,' and she pressed him to speak, till at last she conjured him to tell her. And he answered, 'The crow said to me, Do with thy lady even as doth her husband.' When she heard his words, she laughed till she fell backward, and said, 'This is a light matter, and I may not gainsay thee therein.' So saying, she went up to a tree, and spreading the carpet under it, lay down, and called to him to come and do her need. when lo! her husband, who had followed them unawares and saw this, called out to the page, saying, "Hark ye, boy! What ails thy mistress to lie there weeping?" Answered the page, "O my lord, she fell off the tree and was killed, and none but Allah, be he extolled and exalted, restored her to thee. Wherefore she lay down a while to recover herself by rest. When the lady saw her husband standing by her head, she rose and made a show of weakness and pain, saying, 'O my back! O my sides! Come to my help, O my friends! I shall never survive this.' So her husband was deceived, and said to the page, 'Fetch thy mistress's horse, and set her thereon.' Then he carried her home, the boy holding one stirrup and the man the other, and saying, 'Allah vouchsafe thee ease and recovery.' 'These then, O king,' said the damsel, 'are some instances of the craft of men and their perfidy. Wherefore let not thy wazirs turn thee from succouring me and doing me justice.' Then she wept, and when the king saw her weeping, for she was the dearest to him of all his slave girls, he once more commanded to put his son to death. But the sixth minister entered, and kissing ground before him, said, 'May the Almighty advance the king! Verily I am a loyal counselor to thee, in that I counsel thee to deal deliberately in the matter of thy son.'"—And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day, and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 593rd Night, She said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that the sixth Wazir said, "O king, deal deliberately in the matter of thy son, for falsehood is as smoke, and fact is built on base which shall not be broken. Yea, and the light of sooth dispelleth the night of untruth. Know that the perfidy of women is great, even as saith Allah the Most High in his holy book. Verily the malice of you is great. And indeed a tale hath reached me that a certain woman befooled the chiefs of the state on such wise as never did any before her." Asked the king, "And how was that?" And the Wazir answered, "I have heard tell a tale, O king, as follows concerning the lady and her 5 suitors. A woman of the daughters of the merchants was married to a man who was a great traveler. It chanced once that he set out for a far country and was absent so long that his wife, for pure ennui, fell in love with a handsome young man of the sons of the merchants, and they loved each other with exceeding love. One day the youth quarrelled with another man, who lodged a complaint against him with the chief of police, and he cast him into prison. When the news came to the merchant's wife, his mistress, she well nigh lost her wits. Then she arose and donning her richest clothes repaired to the house of the chief of police. She saluted him and presented a written petition to this purport: "He thou hast clapped in jail is my brother, such and such, who fell out with such an one, and those who testified against him bore false witness. He hath been wrongfully imprisoned, and I have none other to come in to me, nor to provide for my support. Therefore I beseech thee of thy grace to release him." When the magistrate had read the paper, he cast his eyes on her and fell in love with her forthright. So he said to her, "Go into the house, till I bring him before me. Then I will send for thee, and thou shalt take him." "O my lord," replied she, "I have none to protect me save Almighty Allah. I am a stranger and may not enter any man's abode." Quoth the Wali, "I will not let him go except thou come to my home, and I take my will of thee." Rejoined she, "If it must be so, thou must needs come to my lodging and sit and sleep the siesta, and rest the whole day there." "And where is thy abode?" asked he, and she answered, "In such a place," and appointed him for such a time. Then she went out from him, leaving his heart taken with love of her, and she repaired to the Kazi of the city, to whom she said, "O our lord the Kazi." He exclaimed, "Yes," and she continued, "Look into my case, and thy reward be with Allah the Most High." Quoth he, "Who hath wronged thee?" And quoth she, "O my lord, I have a brother, and I have none but that one, and it is on his account that I come to thee, because the Wali hath imprisoned him for a criminal, and men have borne false witness against him that he is a wrongdoer, and I beseech thee to intercede for him with the chief of police." When the Kazi looked on her, he fell in love with her forthright, and said to her, "Enter the house and rest awhile with my handmaids, whilst I send to the Wali to release thy brother. If I knew the money fine which is upon him, I would pay it out of my own purse, so I may have my desire of thee, for thou pleasest me with thy sweet speech." Quoth she, "If thou, O my lord, do thus, we must not blame others." Quoth he, "And thou wilt not come in, wend thy ways." Then said she, "An thou wilt have it so, O our lord, it will be privier and better in my place than in thine. For here are slave girls and eunuchs, and goers in and comers out, and indeed I am a woman who wotteth not of this fashion, but need compelleth." Asked the Kazi, "And where is thy house?" And she answered, "In such a place," and appointed him for the same day and time as the chief of police. Then she went out from him to the Wazir, to whom she preferred her petition for the release from prison of her brother, who was absolutely necessary to her. But he also required her of herself, saying, "Suffer me to have my will of thee, and I will set thy brother free." Quoth she, "An thou wilt have it so, be it in my house, for there it will be privier both for me and for thee. It is not far distant, and thou knowest that which behoveth us women of cleanliness and adornment." Asked he, "Where is thy house?" "In such a place," answered she, and appointed him for the same time as the two others. Then she went out from him to the king of the city, and told him her story, and sought of him her brother's release. "Who imprisoned him?" inquired he, and she replied, "'Twas the chief of police." When the king heard her speech, it transpierced his heart with the arrows of love, and he bade her enter the palace with him, that he might send to the Kazi and release her brother. Quoth she, "O king, this thing is easy to thee, whether I will or nill. And if the king will indeed have this of me, it is of my good fortune. But if he come to my house, he will do me the more honor by setting step therein. Even as saith the poet, O my friends, have ye seen or have ye heard of his visit whose virtues I hold so high?" Quoth the king, "We will not cross thee in this." So she appointed him for the same time as the three others, and told him where her house was. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day, and ceased to say her permitted say. Section 21. Recording by Rhonda Fetterman.
Section 22 of The Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jacob Starr. The Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 6, by Anonymous. Translated by Richard Francis Burton. Section 22. When it was the 594th night, she said, "It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that the woman told the king where her house was, and appointed him for the same time as the Wali, the Kazi, and the Wazir. Then she left him, and betaking herself to a man, which was a carpenter, said to him, I would have thee make me a cabinet with 4 compartments, one above other, each with its door for locking up. Let me know thy hire, and I will give it thee." Replied he, "My price will be 4 dinars, but O noble lady, and well protected. If thou wilt vouchsafe me thy favours, I will ask nothing of thee. Rejoined she, And there be no help but that thou have it so. Then make thou 5 compartments with their padlocks. And she appointed him to bring it exactly on the day required. Said he, It is well. Sit down, O my lady, and I will make it for thee forthright, and after I will come to thee at my leisure. So she sat down by him, whilst he fell to work on the cabinet, and when he had made an end of it, she chose to see it at once carried home and set up in the sitting chamber. Then she took 4 gowns and carried them to the dyer, who dyed them each of a different colour, after which she applied herself to making ready meat and drink, fruits, flowers, and perfumes. Now when the appointed trysting day came, she donned her costliest dress, and adorned herself, and scented herself, then spread the sitting room with various kinds of rich carpets, and sat down to await who should come. And behold, the Kazi was the first to appear, devancing the rest. And when she saw him, she rose to her feet and kissed the ground before him. Then, taking him by the hand, made him sit down by her on the couch, and lay with him, and fell to jesting and toying with him. By and by he would have her do his desire, but she said, O my lord, doff thy clothes and turban, and assume this yellow cassock and this headkerchief, whilst I bring thee meat and drink, and after thou shalt win thy will. So saying, she took his clothes and turban, and clad him in the cassock and kerchief. But hardly had she done this, when lo! there came a knocking at the door. Asked he, Who is that rapping at the door? And she answered, My husband. Quoth the Kazi, What is to be done, and where shall I go? Quoth she, Fear nothing, I will hide thee in this cabinet. And he, Do as seemeth good to thee. So she took him by the hand, and pushing him into the lowest compartment, locked the door upon him. Then she went to the house door, where she found the Wali. So she bussed ground before him, and taking his hand, brought him into the saloon, where she made him sit down, and said to him, O my lord, this house is thy house, this place is thy place, and I am thy handmaid. Thou shalt pass all this day with me. Wherefore do thou doff thy clothes, and don this red gown, for it is a sleeping gown. So she took away his clothes, and made him assume the red gown, and set on his head an old patched rag she had by her. After which she sat by him on the divan, and she sported him, while he toyed with her awhile, till he put out his hand to her. Whereupon she said to him, O our lord, this day is thy day, and none shall share in it with thee. But first, of thy favour and benevolence, write me an order for my brother's release from jail, that my heart may be at ease. Quoth he, Hearkening and obedience on my head and eyes be it. And wrote a letter to his treasurer, saying, As soon as this communication shall reach thee, do thou set such an one free, without stay or delay, neither answer the bearer a word. Then he sealed it, and she took it from him, after which she began to toy again with him on the divan, when, behold, some one knocked at the door. He asked, Who is that? And she answered, My husband. What shall I do? Said he. And she, Enter this cabinet, till I send him away and return to thee. So she clapped him into the second compartment from the bottom, and padlocked the door on him. And meanwhile the Kazi heard all they said. Then she went to the house door, and opened it, whereupon lo! the Wazir entered. She bussed the ground before him, and received him with all honour and worship, saying, O my lord, thou exaltest us by coming to our house. Allah never deprive us of the light of thy countenance. Then she seated him on the divan, and said to him, O my lord, doff thy heavy dress and turban, and don these lighter vestments. So he put off his clothes and turban, and she clad him in a blue cassock and a tall red bonnet, and said to him, Erst thy garb was that of the Wazirate, so leave it to its own time, and don this light gown, which is better fitted for carousing and making merry, and sleep. Thereupon she began to play with him, and he with her, and he would have done his desire of her, but she put him off, saying, O my lord, this shall not fail us. As they were talking, there came a knocking at the door, and the Wazir asked her, Who is that? To which she answered, My husband. Quoth he, What is to be done? Quoth she, Enter this cabinet till I get rid of him, and come back to thee, and fear thou nothing. So she put him in the third compartment and locked the door on him, after which she went out and opened the house door, and lo and behold! in came the king. As soon as she saw him she kissed the ground before him, and taking him by the hand led him into the saloon, and seated him on the divan at the upper end. Then she said to him, "Verily, O king, thou dost us high honour, and if we brought thee to gift the world and all that therein is, it would not be worth a single one of thy steps uswards." And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of the day, and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 595th Night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that when the king entered the lady's house, she said to him, "Had we brought thee to gift the world and all which is therein, it would not be worth a single one of thy steps uswards." And when he had taken his seat on the divan, she said, "Give me leave to speak one word." "Say what thou wilt," answered he. And she said, "O my lord, take thine ease, and doff thy dress and turband." Now his clothes were worth 1,000 dinars, and when he put them off, she clad him in a patched gown, worth at the very most 10 dirhams, and fell to talking and jesting with him, all this while the folk in the cabinet hearing everything that passed, but not daring to say a word. Presently the king put his hand to her neck, and sought to do his desire of her, when she said, "This thing shall not fail us, but I had first promised myself to entertain thee in this sitting chamber, and I have that which shall content thee." Now as they were speaking, some one knocked at the door, and he asked her, "Who is that?" "My husband," answered she. And he, "Make him go away of his own good will, or I will fare forth to him and send him away perforce." Replied she, "Nay, O my lord, have patience till I send him away by my skilful contrivance." "And I, how shall I do?" inquired the king, whereupon she took him by the hand, and making him enter the fourth compartment of the cabinet, locked it upon him. Then she went out and opened the house door, and behold, the carpenter entered and saluted her. Quoth she, "What manner of thing is this cabinet thou hast made me?" "What aileth thee, O my lady?" asked he. And she answered, "The top compartment is too strait." Rejoined he, "Not so." And she, "Go in thyself and see, it is not wide enough for thee." Quoth he, "It is wide enough for 4," and entered the fifth compartment, whereupon she locked the door on him. Then she took the letter of the chief of police, and carried it to the treasurer, who, having read and understood it, kissed it and delivered her lover to her. She told him all she had done, and he said, "And how shall we act now?" She answered, "We will remove hence to another city, for after this work there is no tarrying for us here." So twain packed up what goods they had, loading them on camels, set out forthright for another city. Meanwhile the 5 abode each in his compartment of the cabinet without eating or drinking 3 whole days, during which time they held their water, until at last the carpenter could retain his no longer, so he staled on the king's head, and the king urined on the wazir's head, and the wazir piddled on the wali, and the wali pissed on the head of the qazi. Whereupon the judge cried out and said, "What nastiness is this? Doth not what strait we are in suffice us, but you must make water upon us?" The chief of police recognized the qazi's voice, and answered, saying aloud, "Allah increase thy reward, O qazi!" And when the qazi heard him, he knew him for the wali. Then the chief of police lifted up his voice and said, "What means this nastiness?" And the wazir answered, saying, "Allah increase thy reward, O wali!" Whereupon he knew him to be the minister. When the wazir lifted up his voice and said, "What means this nastiness?" But when the king heard and recognized his minister's voice, he held his peace and concealed his affair. Then said the wazir, "May God damn this woman for her dealing with us! She hath brought hither all the chief officers of the state, except the king." Quoth the king, "Hold your peace, for I was first to fall into the toils of this lewd strumpet." Whereat cried the carpenter, "And I, what have I done? I made her a cabinet for 4 gold pieces, and when I came to seek my haya, she tricked me into entering this compartment, and locked the door on me." And they fell to talking with one another, diverting the king and doing away his chagrin. Presently the neighbors came up to the house, and, seeing it deserted, said one to other, But yesterday our neighbour, the wife of such an one, was in it, but now no sound is to be heard therein, nor is soul to be seen. Let us break open the doors, and see how the case stands, lest it comes to the ears of the Wali or the king, and we be cast into prison, and regret not doing this thing before. So they broke open the doors, and entered the saloon, where they saw a large wooden cabinet, and heard men within groaning for hunger and thirst. Then said one of them, "Is there a Jinnah in this cabinet?" And his fellow, "Let us heap fuel about it, and burn it with fire." When the Kazi heard this, he bawled out to them, "Do it not!" And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of the day, and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 596th Night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that when the neighbours proposed to heap fuel about the cabinet, and to burn it, the Kazi bawled out to them, "Do it not!" And they said one to another, "Verily the Jinn make believe to be mortals, and speak with men's voices." Thereupon the Kazi repeated somewhat of the sublime Quran, and said to the neighbours, "Draw near to the cabinet wherein we are." So they drew near, and he said, "I am so and so the Kazi, and ye are such an one, and we are here a company." Quoth the neighbours, "Who brought you here?" And he told them the whole case from beginning to end. Then they fetched a carpenter, who opened the 5 doors and let out Kazi, Wazir, Wali, king, and carpenter in their queer disguises, and each, when he saw how the others were accoutred, fell a-laughing at them. Now she had taken away all their clothes, so every one of them sent out to his people for fresh clothes, and put them on, and went out, covering himself therewith from the sight of the folk. "Consider therefore, O our lord, the king," said the Wazir, "what a trick this woman played off upon the folk. And I have heard tell also a tale of the 3 wishes, or the man who longed to see the Night of Power. A certain man had longed all his life to look upon the Night of Power, and one night it befell that he gazed at the sky, and saw the angels and heaven's gates thrown open, and he beheld all things prostrating themselves before their Lord, each in its several stead. So he said to his wife, Hark ye, such an one, verily Allah hath shown me the Night of Power, and it hath been proclaimed to me from the invisible world that 3 prayers will be granted unto me. So I will consult thee for counsel as to what shall I ask. Quoth she, O man, the perfection of man and his delight is in his prickle. Therefore do thou pray Allah to greaten thy yard and magnify it. So he lifted up his hands to heaven and said, O Allah, greaten my yard and magnify it. Hardly had he spoken when his tool became as big as a column, and he could neither sit nor stand nor move about nor even stir from his stead. And when he would have carnally known his wife, she fled before him from place to place. So he said to her, O accursed woman, what is to be done? This is thy list by reason of thy lust. She replied, No, by Allah, I did not ask for this length and huge bulk, for which the gate of a street were too strait. Pray heaven to make it less. So he raised his eyes to heaven and said, O Allah, rid me of this thing and deliver me therefrom. And immediately his prickle disappeared altogether, and he became clean smooth. When his wife saw this, she said, I have no occasion for thee, now thou art become pegless as a eunuch, shaven and shorn. And he answered her, saying, All this comes of thine ill-omened counsel and thine imbecile judgment. I had 3 prayers accepted of Allah, wherewith I might have gotten me my good both in this world and in the next, and now 2 wishes are gone in pure waste by lewd will, and there remaineth but 1. Quoth she, Pray Allah the Most High to restore thee thy yard as it was. So he prayed to his Lord, and his prickle was restored to its first estate. Thus the man lost his 3 wishes by the ill counsel and lack of wit in the woman. And this, O king, said the Wazir, have I told thee that thou mightest be certified of the thoughtlessness of women and their inconsequence and silliness, and see what cometh of hearkening to their counsel. Wherefore be not persuaded by them to slay thy son, thy heart's core, who shall cause thy remembrance to survive thee. The king gave ear to his minister's words, and forbore to put his son to death. But on the 7th day the damsel came in shrieking, and, after lighting a great fire in the king's presence, made as she would cast herself therein. Whereupon they laid hands on her, and brought her before him. He asked her, Why hast thou done this? And she answered, Except thou do me justice on thy son, I will cast myself into this very fire, and accuse thee of this on the day of resurrection.
for I am aweary of my life, and before coming into thy presence I wrote my last will and testament, and gave alms of my goods, and resolved upon death, and thou wilt repent with all repentance, even as did the king, of having punished the pious woman who kept the hammam." Quoth the king, "How is that?" And quoth she, "I have heard tell, O king, this tale concerning the stolen necklace. There was once a devotee, a recluse, a woman who had devoted herself to religion. Now she used to resort to a certain king's palace, whose dwellers were blessed by her presence, and she was held of them in high honor. One day she entered that palace according to her custom, and sat down beside the king's wife. Presently the queen gave her a necklace worth 1,000 dinars, saying, "Keep this for me, O woman, whilst I go to the hammam." So she entered the bath which was in the palace, and the pious woman remaining in the place where the queen was, and awaiting her return, laid the necklace on the prayer carpet, and stood up to pray. As she was thus engaged, there came a magpie, which snatched up the necklace while she went out to obey the call of nature, and, carrying it off, hid it inside a crevice in a corner of the palace walls. When the queen came out of the bath, she sought the necklace of the recluse, who also searched for it, but found it not, nor could light on any trace of it. So she said to the king's wife, "By Allah, O my daughter, none hath been with me. When thou gavest me the necklace, I laid it on the prayer carpet, and I know not if one of the servants saw it and took it without my heed, whilst I was engaged in prayer. Almighty Allah only knoweth what is come of it." When the king heard what had happened, he bade his queen to put the bathwoman to the question by fire and grievous blows. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of the day, and ceased to say her permitted say. End of Section 22. Recording by Jacob Starr. Salt Lake City, Utah. November 18th, 2011.
Section 23 of the Book of 1,000 Nights and a Night, Volume 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by M.J. Frank. The Book of 1,000 Nights and a Night, Volume 6, by Anonymous. Translated by Richard Francis Burton. Section 23. When it was the 597th night, she said, "It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that when the king bade his queen question the bathwoman with fire and grievous blows, they tortured her with all manner tortures, but could not bring her to confess or to accuse any. Then he commanded to cast her into prison, and manacle and fetter her. And they did as he bade. One day after this, as the king sat in the inner court of his palace, with the queen by his side and water flowing around him, he saw the pie fly into a crevice in a corner of the wall and pull out the necklace. Whereupon he cried out to a damsel who was with him, and she caught the bird and took the necklace from it. By this the king knew that the pious bathwoman had been wronged, and repented of that he had done with her. So he sent for her to the presence, and fell to kissing her head, and with many tears sought pardon of her. Moreover, he commanded much treasure to be given to her, but she refused, and would none of it. However, she forgave him, and went away, swearing never again to enter anyone's house. So she betook herself to wandering in the mountains and valleys, and worshipped God until she died, and Almighty Allah have mercy upon her. And for an instance of the malice of the male sex, continued the damsel, I have heard, O king, tell this tale of the 2 pigeons. A pair of pigeons once stored up wheat and barley in their nest during the winter, and when the summer came, The grain shrivelled and became less, so the male pigeon said to his wife, "Thou hast eaten of this grain." Replied she, "No, by Allah, I have never touched it." But he believed not her words, and beat her with his wings, and pecked her with his bill, till he killed her. When the cold season returned, the corn swelled out and became as before, whereupon he knew that he had slain his wife wrongously and wickedly, and he repented, whenas repentance availed him naught. Then he lay down by her side, mourning over her and weeping for grief, and left meat and drink till he fell sick and died. "But," added the damsel, "I know a story of the malice of men more extraordinary than any of these." Quoth the king, "Let us hear what thou hast to tell." And quoth she, "I have heard tell, O king, this story of Prince Bahram and the Princess 𝔅𝔞𝔫𝔫𝔞𝔥. There once was a king's daughter who had no equal in her time for beauty and loveliness and symmetrical stature and grace, brilliancy, amorous lace, and the art of ravishing the wits of the masculine race. And her name was 𝔅𝔞𝔫𝔫𝔞𝔥. She used to boast, "Indeed, there is none like me in this age." Nor was there one more accomplished than she in horsemanship and martial exercises, and all that behoveth a cavalier. So all the king's sons sought her to wife, but she would take none of them, saying, "No man shall marry me, except he overcome me at lunge of lance and stroke of sword in fair field and patent plain. If any can do this, I will willingly wed him. But if I overcome him, I will take his horse and clothes and arms, and write with fire upon his forehead, 'This is the freed man of 𝔅𝔞𝔫𝔫𝔞𝔥.'" Now the sons of the kings flocked to her from every quarter, far and near, and she overcame them and put them to shame, stripping them of their arms and branding them with fire. Presently the son of a king of the kings of the Persians, by name Bahram ibn Taji, heard of her and journeyed from afar to her father's court, bringing with him men and horses and great store of wealth and royal treasures. When he drew near the city, he sent her parent a rich present, and the king came out to meet him and honoured him with the utmost honour. Then the king's son sent a message to him by his vazir, demanding his daughter's hand in marriage. But the king answered, saying, "O my son, as regards my daughter 𝔅𝔞𝔫𝔫𝔞𝔥, I have no power over her, for she hath sworn by her soul to marry none except he overcome her in the listed field." Quoth the prince, "I journeyed hither from my father's court with no other object but this. I came here to woo and for thine alliance to sue." Quoth the king, "Thou shalt meet her to-morrow." So next day he sent to bid his daughter, who, making ready for battle, donned her harness of war, and the folk, hearing of the coming joust, flocked from all sides to the field. Presently the princess rode into the lists, armed cap-à-pie and belted with visor down, and the Persian king's son came out single-handed to meet her, equipped at all points after the fairest of fashions. Then they drove at each other and fought a great while, wheeling and falsing, advancing and retreating, till the princess, finding in him such courage and cavalarice as she had seen in none else, began to fear for herself lest he put her to shame before the bystanders, and knew that he would assuredly overcome her. So she resolved to trick him, and, raising her visor, lo! her face appeared more brilliant than the full moon, which when he saw, he was confounded by her beauty, and his strength failed, and his spirit faltered. When she perceived this, she fell upon him unawares in his moment of weakness, and tare him from his saddle, and he became in her hands as he were a sparrow in the clutches of an eagle, knowing not what was done with him for amazement and confusion. So she took his steed and clothes and armour, and branding him with fire, let him wend his ways. When he recovered from his stupor, he abode several days without meat or drink or sleep, for despite and love of the girl which had taken hold upon his heart. Then he sent a letter by certain of his slaves to his father, advising him that he could not return home till he had won his will of the princess, or died for want of her. When his sire got the letter, he was sore concerned for his son, and would have succoured him by sending troops and soldiers, but his wazirs dissuaded him from this, and exhorted him to patience. So he committed his affair to Almighty Allah. Meanwhile the prince cast about for a means of coming to his desire, and presently, disguising himself as a decrepit old man with a white beard over his own black beard, repaired to a garden of the princess where she used to walk most of her days. Here he sought out the gardener and said to him, "I am a stranger from a far country, and from my youth upwards I have been a gardener, and in the grafting of trees and the culture of fruits and flowers and care of the vine none is more skilled than I." When the gardener heard this, he rejoiced in him with exceeding joy, and carried him into the garden, where he commended him to his underlings. And the prince betook himself to the service of the garden, and the tending of the trees, and the bettering of their fruits, and improving the Persian water wheels, and disposing the irrigation channels. One day, as he was thus employed, lo! he saw some slaves enter the garden, leading mules laden with carpets and vessels, and asked them the meaning of this, to which they answered, "The princess is minded to take her pleasure." When he heard these words, he hastened to his lodging, and fetching some of the jewels and ornaments he had brought with him from home, sat down in the garden and spread somewhat of them out before him, shaking and making a show of extreme old age. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of the day, and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 598th night, she said, "It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that the son of the Persian king, after disguising himself as an old man shotten in years, and taking a seat in the garden, spread out somewhat of the jewels and ornaments before him, and made a show of shaking and trembling, as if for decrepitude and the weakness of extreme senility. After an hour or so, a company of damsels and eunuchs entered with the princess in their midst, as she were the moon among the stars, and dispersed about the garden, plucking the fruits and diverting themselves. Presently they espied a man sitting under one of the trees, and making towards him, who was the prince, found him a very old man, whose hands and feet trembled for decrepitude, and before him store of precious jewels and royal ornaments. So they marvelled at his case, and asked him what he did there with the jewels. When he answered, "With these trinkets I would fain buy me to wife one of you," they laughed together at him, and said, "If one of us marry thee, what wilt thou do with her?" Said he, "I will give her one kiss and divorce her." Then quoth the princess, "I give thee this damsel to wife." So he rose, and coming up to her, leaning on his staff, and shivering and staggering, kissed her and gave her the jewels and ornaments, whereat she rejoiced, and they, laughing at him, went their way. Next day they came again to the garden, and finding him seated in the same place, with more jewels and ornaments than before spread in front of him, asked him, "O sheikh, what wilt thou do with this jewelry?" And he answered, saying, "I wish therewith to take one of you to wife, even as yesterday." So the princess said, "I marry thee to this damsel." And he came up to her and kissed her and gave her the jewels, and they all went their ways. But seeing such generosity to her handmaids, the princess said to herself, "I have more right to all these fine things than these baggages, and no harm can betide me." So when morning morrowed, she went down from her chamber singly into the garden, in the habit of one of her damsels, and presenting herself privily before the prince, said to him, "O sheikh, the king's daughter hath sent me to thee, that thou mayest marry me." He looked at her and knew her. So he answered, "With love and gladness," and gave her jewels and ornaments of the finest and costliest. Then he rose to kiss her, and she off her guard and fearing nothing, but when he came up to her, he suddenly laid hold of her with a strong hand, and instantly throwing her down, on the ground abated her maidenhead. Then he pulled the beard from his face, and said to her, "Dost thou not know me?" Asked she, "Who art thou?" And he answered, "I am Bahram, the king's son of Persia, who have changed my favour, and am become a stranger to my people and estate for thy sake, and have lavished my treasures for thy love." So she rose from under him in silence, and answered not his address, nor spake a word of reply to him, being dazed for what had befallen her, and seeing nothing better than to be silent for fear of shame. And she bethought herself and said, "If I kill myself, it will be useless, and if I do him die, his death will profit me not." And presently added, "Nothing will serve me but that I elope with him to his own country." Then she gathered together her monies and treasures, and sent to him, acquainting him therewith, to the intent that he also might equip himself with his wealth and needs, and they agreed upon a night on which to depart. So at the appointed time they mounted race horses and set out under cover of the gloom, nor did morning morrow till they had traversed a great distance, and they ceased not faring forwards till they drew near his father's capital in the land of the Persians. When the king heard of his son's coming, he rode out to meet him with his troops, and rejoiced in him with exceeding joy. Then, after a few days, he sent the princess's father a splendid present, and a letter to the effect that his daughter was with him, and demanding her wedding equipage. Al-Datma's father came out to meet the messengers with the greatest gladness, for that he had deemed his daughter lost, and had grieved sore for her loss. after which he made bride feasts, and summoning the Kazi and the witnesses, let draw up the marriage contract between his daughter and the Prince of Persia. He invested the envoys with robes of honor. Then he made ready her equipage and dispatched it to her. And Prince Bahram abode with her till death sundered their union. See therefore, O king, continued the favourite, the malice of men in their dealing with women. As for me, I will not go back from my due till I die. So the king once more commanded to put his son to death, but the seventh wazir came in to him, and kissing the ground before him, said, O king, have patience with me, whilst I speak these words of good counsel to thee. How many patient and slow-moving men unto their hope attain, and how many who are precipitate fall into shameful state. Now I have seen how this damsel hath profligately excited the king by lies to horrible and unnatural cruelties. But I, his Mameluke, whom he hath overwhelmed with his favours and bounties, do prefer him true and loyal rede, for that I, O king, know of the malice of women, that which none knoweth save myself. And in particular there hath reached me on this subject the story of the old woman and the son of the merchant, with its warning instances. Asked the king, And what fell out between them, O wazir? And the seventh wazir answered, I have heard tell, O king, the tale of the house with the belvedere. A wealthy merchant had a son who was very dear to him, and who said to him one day, O my father, I have a boon to beg of thee. Quoth the merchant, O my son, what is it, that I may give it thee, and bring thee to thy desire, though it were the light of mine eyes? Quoth the youth, Give me money, that I may journey with the merchants to the city of Baghdad, and see its sights, and sail on the Tigris, and look upon the palace of the caliphs. For the sons of the merchants have described these things to me, and I long to see them for myself. Said the father, O my child, O my little son, how can I endure to part from thee? But the youth replied, I have said my say, and there's no help for it but I journey to Baghdad, with thy consent, or e'en without it. Such a longing for its sight hath fallen upon me as can only be assuaged by the going hither. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day, and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 599th night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that the merchant's son said to his sire, There is no help for it but that I journey to Baghdad. Now when the father saw that there was no help for it, he provided his son with goods to the value of 30,000 gold pieces, and sent him with certain merchants in whom he trusted, committing him to their charge. Then he took leave of the youth, who journeyed with his friends the merchants till they reached Baghdad, the house of peace, where he entered the market and hired him a house, so handsome and delectable and spacious and elegant, that on seeing it he well nigh lost his wits for admiration. For therein were pavilions facing one another, with floors of coloured marbles, and ceilings inlaid with gold and lapis lazuli, and its gardens were full of warbling birds. So he asked the doorkeeper what was its monthly rent, and he replied, 10 dinars. Quoth the young man, Speakest thou soothly, or dost thou but jest with me? quoth the porter. By Allah, I speak naught but the truth, for none who taketh up his abode in this house lodgeth in it more than a week or two. And how is that? Quoth the youth. And quoth the porter, O my son, whoso dwelleth in this house cometh not forth of it, except sick or dead. Wherefore it is known amongst all the folk of Baghdad, so that none offereth to inhabit it, and thus cometh it that its rent is fallen so low. Hearing this, the young merchant marvelled with exceeding marvel, and said, Needs must there be some reason for this sickening and perishing. However, after considering a while and seeking refuge with Allah from Satan the stoned, he rented the house and took up his abode there. Then he put away apprehension from his thought, and busied himself with selling and buying, and some days passed by without any such ill case befalling him in the house as the doorkeeper had mentioned. One day, as he sat upon the bench before his door, there came up a grizzled crone, as she were a snake, speckled, white and black, calling aloud on the name of Allah, magnifying him inordinately, and at the same time putting away the stones and other obstacles from the path. Seeing the youth sitting there, she looked at him and marvelled at his case, whereupon quoth he to her, O woman, dost thou know me, or am I like any thou knowest? When she heard him speak, she toddled up to him, and saluting him with the salam, asked, How long hast thou dwelt in this house? Answered he, 2 months, O my mother. And she said, It was hereat I marvelled, for I, O my son, know thee not, neither dost thou know me, nor yet art thou like unto any one I know. But I marvelled, for that none other than thou hath taken up his abode in this house, but hath gone forth from it dead or dying, save thee alone. Doubtless, O my son, thou hast perilled thy young years, but I suppose thou hast not gone up to the upper story, neither looked out from the belvedere there. So saying, she went her way, and he fell a pondering her words, and said to himself, I have not gone up to the top of the house, nor did I know that there was a belvedere there. Then he arose forthright, and going in, searched the byways of the house, till he espied in a wall corner among the trees a narrow door, between whose posts the spider had woven her webs, and said to himself, Haply the spider hath not webbed over the door, but because death and doom is within. However, he heartened himself with the saying of God the Most High, Say, nothing shall befall us but what Allah hath written for us. And opening the door, ascended a narrow flight of stairs till he came to the terrace roof, where he found a belvedere, in which he sat down to rest and solace himself with the view. Presently he caught sight of a fine house and a well cared for hard by, surmounted by a lofty belvedere overlooking the whole of Baghdad, in which sat a damsel fair as a houri. Her beauty took possession of his whole heart and made away with his reason, bequeathing to him the pains and patience of Job and the grief and weeping of Jacob. And as he looked at her and considered her curiously, an object to enamour an ascetic and make a devotee lovesick, fire was lighted in his vitals, and he cried, Folks say that whoso taketh up his abode in this house dieth or sickeneth. And this be so, yon damsel is assuredly the cause. Would heaven I knew how I shall win free of this affair, for my wits are clean gone." Then he descended from the terrace, pondering his case, and sat down in the house. But being unable to rest, he went out and took his seat at the door, absorbed in melancholy thought, when, behold, up came the old woman afoot, praising and magnifying Allah as she went. When he saw her, he rose, and accosting her with a courteous salam, and wishes for her life being prolonged, said to her, "O my mother, I was healthy and hearty, till thou madest mention to me of the door leading to the belvedere. So I opened it, and ascending to the top of the house, saw thence what stole away my senses. And now methinks I am a lost man, and I know no physician for me but thyself." When she heard this, she laughed and said, "No harm shall befall thee, Inshallah, so Allah please." Whereupon he rose and went into the house, and coming back with 100 dinars in his sleeve, said to her, "Take this, O my mother, and deal with me the dealing of lords with slaves, and succour me quickly, for if I die, a claim for my blood will meet thee on the day of doom." Answered she, "With love and gladness. But, O my son, I expect thou lend me thine aid in some small matter whereby hangs the winning of thy wish." Quoth he, "What wouldst thou have me do, O my mother?" Quoth she, "Go to the silk market, and inquire for the shop of Abu al-Fath bin Qaidam. Sit thee down on his counter, and salute him, and say to him, 'Give me the face veil thou hast by thee o'erfrayed with gold, for he hath none handsomer in his shop. Then buy it of him, O my son, at his own price, however high, and keep it till I come to thee tomorrow, Allah Almighty willing.'" So saying, she went away, and he passed the night upon live coals of the gasa wood. Next morning he took 1,000 ducats in his pocket, and repairing to the silk market, sought out the shop of Abu al-Fath. To him he was directed by one of the merchants. He found him a man of dignified aspect, surrounded by pages, eunuchs, and attendants, for he was a merchant of great wealth and consideration, befriended by the Caliph. And of the blessings which Allah the Most High had bestowed upon him was the damsel who had ravished the young man's heart. She was his wife, and had not her match for beauty, nor was her like to be found with any of the sons of the kings. The young man saluted him, and Abu al-Fath returned his salam and bade him be seated. So he sat down by him and said to him, "O merchant, I wish to look at such a face veil." Accordingly he bade his slave bring him a bundle of silk from the inner shop, and opening it brought out a number of veils, whose beauty amazed the youth. Among them was the veil he sought. So he bought it for 50 gold pieces, and bore it home well pleased. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of the day, and ceased to say her permitted say. End of Section 23. Recording by M.J. Frank, Portland, Oregon.
Section 24. of the Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Steve Mattingly. The Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 6, by Anonymous. Translated by Richard Francis Burton. Section 24. When it was the 600th night, she said, "It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that the youth, after buying the veil of the merchant, bore it home. But hardly had he reached the house, when lo, up came the old woman. He rose to her and gave her his purchase, when she bade him bring a live coal, with which she burnt one of the corners of the veil, then folded it up as before, and, repairing to Abu al-Fath's house, knocked at the door. Asked the damsel, 'Who is there?' And she answered, 'I, such an one.' Now the damsel knew her for a friend of her mother. So, when she heard her voice, she came out, and opening the door to her, said, 'What brought thee here, O my mother?' 'My mamma hath left me and gone to her own house,' replied the old woman. 'O my daughter, I know thy mother is not with thee, for I have been with her in her home. And I come not to thee, but because I fear to pass the hour of prayer, wherefore I desire to make my wuzu ablution with thee, for I know thou art clean and thy house pure.' The damsel admitted the old trot, who saluted her and called down blessings upon her. Then she took the ewer and went into the wash house, where she made her ablutions and prayed in a place there. Presently she came out again and said to the damsel, 'O my daughter, I suspect thy handmaidens have been in yonder place and defiled it. So do thou show me another place where I may pray, for the prayer I have prayed I account null and void.' Thereupon the damsel took her by the hand and said to her, 'O my mother, come and pray on my carpet where my husband sits.' So she stood there and prayed and worshipped, bowed and prostrated. And presently she took the damsel unawares, and made shift to slip the veil under the cushion, unseen of her. Then she blessed her and went her ways. Now as the day was closing, Abu al-Fath came home, and sat down upon the carpet, whilst his wife brought him food, and he ate of it his sufficiency, and washed his hands, after which he leant back upon the cushion. Presently he caught sight of a corner of the veil protruding from under the cushion, so he pulled it out and considered it straitly, when, knowing it for that he had sold to the young man, he at once suspected his wife of unchastity. Thereupon he called her and said, 'Whence had thou this veil?' And she swore an oath to him, saying, 'None hath come to me but thou.' The merchant was silent for fear of scandal, and said to himself, 'If I open up this chapter, I shall be put to shame before all Baghdad.' For he was one of the intimates of the Caliph, and so he could do nothing save hold his peace. So he asked no questions, but said to his wife, whose name was Marziya, 'It hath reached me that thy mother lieth ill of heartache, and all the women are with her, weeping over her. Wherefore I order thee to go to her.' Accordingly she repaired to her mother's house, and found her in the best of health. And she asked her daughter, 'What brings thee here at this hour?' So she told her what her husband had said, and sat with her a while. When, behold, up came porters, who brought her clothes from her husband's house, and transporting all her paraphernalia and what not else belonged to her of goods and vessels, deposited them in her mother's lodging. When the mother saw this, she said to her daughter, 'Tell me what hath passed between thee and thy husband to bring about this?' But she swore to her that she knew not the cause thereof, and that there had befallen nothing between them to call for this conduct. Quoth her mother, 'Needs must there be a cause for this.' And she answered, saying, 'I know of none, and after this with Almighty Allah be it to make provision.' Whereupon her mother fell a weeping, and lamented her daughter's separation for the like of this man, by reason of his sufficiency and fortune, and the greatness of his rank and dignity. On this wise things abode some days, after which the cursed, ill-omened old woman, whose name was Miriam the Coronist, paid a visit to Marziya in her mother's house, and saluted her cordially, saying, 'What ails thee, O my daughter, O my darling? Indeed thou hast troubled my mind.' Then she went in to her mother, and said to her, 'O my sister, what is this business about thy daughter and her husband? It hath reached me that he hath divorced her. What hath she done to call for this?' Quoth the mother, Belike her husband will return to her by the blessed influence of thy prayers, O 𝔅𝔍𝑍. So do thou pray for her, O my sister, for thou art a day faster and a night prayer." Then the three fell to talking together, and the old woman said to the damsel, "O my daughter, grieve not, for if Allah please, I will make peace between thee and thy husband before many days." And then she left them, and going to the young merchant, said to him, "Get ready a handsome entertainment for us, for I will bring her to thee this very night." So he sprang up and went forth, and provided all that was fitting of meat and drink and so forth, and then sat down to await the twain, whilst the old woman returned to the girl's mother and said to her, "O my sister, we have a splendid bride feast tonight, so let thy daughter go with me, that she may divert herself and make merry with us, and throw off her cark and care, and forget the ruin of her home. I will bring her back to thee, even as I took her away." The mother dressed her daughter in her finest dress and costliest jewels, and accompanied her to the door, where she commended her to the old woman's charge, saying, "'Ware, lest thou let any of Almighty Allah's creatures look upon her, for thou knowest her husband's rank with the Caliph, and do not tarry, but bring her back to me as soon as possible." The old woman carried the girl to the young man's house, which she entered, thinking it the place where the wedding was to be held. But as soon as she came into the sitting saloon, and Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day, and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 601st Night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that as soon as the damsel entered the sitting saloon, the youth sprang up to her and flung his arms around her neck and kissed her hands and feet. She was confounded at his loveliness, as well as at the beauty of the place and the profusion of meat and drink, flowers and perfumes that she saw therein, and deemed all was a dream. When the old woman saw her amazement, she said to her, "The name of Allah be upon thee, O my daughter! Fear not, I am here sitting with thee, and I will not leave thee for a moment. Thou art worthy of him, and he is worthy of thee." So the damsel sat down shamefast and in great confusion. But the young man jested and toyed with her, and entertained her with laughable stories and loving verses, till her breast broadened, and she became at her ease. Then she ate and drank, and growing warm with wine, took the lute and sang these couplets: "My friend who went hath returned once more. Oh, the welcome light that such beauty shows! And but for the fear of those arrowy eyes, from his lovely cheek I had culled the rose." And when the youth saw that she to his beauty did incline, he waxed drunken without wine, and his life was a light matter to him compared with his love. Presently the old woman went out, and left them alone together to enjoy their loves till the next morning, when she went into them and gave them both good morrow, and asked the damsel, "How hast thou passed the night, O my lady?" Answered the girl, "Right well, thanks to thy adroitness and the excellence of thy going between." Then said the old woman, "Up, let us go back to thy mother." At these words the young man pulled out 100 sequins and gave them to her, saying, "Take this and leave her with me tonight." So she left him and repaired to the girl's mother, to whom quoth she, "Thy daughter saluteth thee, and the bride's mother hath sworn her to abide with her this night." Replied the mother, "O my sister, bear her my salam, and if it please and amuse the girl, there is no harm in her staying the night. So let her do this, and divert herself, and come back to me at her leisure. For all I fear for her is her chagrin on account of an angry husband." And the old woman ceased not to make excuse after excuse to the girl's mother, and to put off cheat upon her, till Mosiah had tarried 7 days with the young man, of whom she took 100 dinars a day for herself, while he enjoyed all the solace of life and coition. But at the end of this time, the girl's mother said to her, "Bring my daughter back to me forthright, for I am uneasy about her, because she hath been so long absent, and I misdoubt me of this." So the old woman went out, saying, "Woe to thee! Shall such words be spoken to the like of me?" And going to the young man's house, took the girl by the hand and carried her away, leaving him lying asleep on his bed, for he was drunken with wine, to her mother. She received her with pleasure and gladness, and seeing her in redoubled beauty and brilliancy, rejoiced in her with exceeding joy, saying, "O my daughter, my heart was troubled about thee, and in my uneasiness I offended against this my sister the coronist, with a speech that wounded her. Replied Messiah, rise and kiss her hands and feet, for she hath been to me as a servant in my hour of need. And if thou do it not, thou art no mamma of mine, nor am I thy girl. So the mother went up at once to the old woman, and made her peace with her. Meanwhile the young man recovered from his drunkenness, and missed the damsel, but congratulated himself on having enjoyed his desire. Presently Miriam, the old coronist, came in to him, and saluted him, saying, What thinkest thou of my feat? Quoth he, Excellently well conceived, and contrived of thee was that same. And then quoth she, Come, let us mend what we have marred, and restore this girl to her husband, for we have been the cause of their separation, and it is unrighteous. Asked he, How shall I do? And she answered, Go to Abu al-Fath's shop, and salute him, and sit down by him till thou seest me pass by. When do thou rise in haste, and catch hold of my dress, and abuse me and threaten me, demanding of me the veil. And do thou say to the merchant, Thou knowest, O my lord, the face veil I bought of thee for 50 dinars. It so chanced that my handmaid put it on, and burnt a corner of it by accident. So she gave it to this old woman, who took it, promising to get it fine drawn, and return it, and went away, nor have I seen her from that day to this. With joy and good will, replied the young man, and rising forthright, walked to the shop of the silk merchant, with whom he sat a while, till, behold the old woman passing, telling her beads on a rosary she held in hand. Whereupon he sprang up, and laying hold of her dress, began to abuse and rail at her, while she answered him with fair words, saying, Indeed, my son, thou art excusable. So the people of the bazaar flocked round the two, saying, What is the matter? And he replied, O folk, I bought of this merchant a veil for 50 dinars, and gave it to my slave girl, who wore it a while, then sat down to fumigate it with perfume. Presently a spark flew out of the censer, and lighting on the edge of the veil, burnt a hole in it. So we committed it to this pestilent old woman, that she might give it to who should find draw it, and return it to us. But from that time we have never set eyes on her again till this day. Answered the old woman, This young man speaks sooth. I had the veil from him, but I took it with me into one of the houses where I am wont to visit, and forgot it there, nor do I know where I left it. And being a poor woman, I feared its owner, and dared not face him. Now the girl's husband was listening to all they said, and Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day, and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 602nd Night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that when the young man seized the old woman, and spoke to her of the veil, as she had primed him, the girl's husband was listening to all they said from beginning to end. And when he heard the tale which the crafty old woman had contrived with the young man, he rose to his feet and said, Allah Almighty, I crave pardon of the Omnipotent One for my sins, and for what my heart suspected. And he praised the Lord who had discovered to him the truth. Then he accosted the old woman, and said to her, Dost thou use to visit us? Replied she, O my son, I visit you and other than you for the sake of alms, but from that day to this none hath given me news of the veil. Asked the merchant, Hast thou enquired at my house? And she answered, O my lord, I did indeed go to thy house and ask, but they told me that the person of the house had been divorced by the merchant, so I went away and asked no farther. Nor have I enquired of anybody else until this day. Hereupon the merchant turned to the young man and said, Let the old woman go her way, for the veil is with me. So saying, he brought it out from the shop, and gave it to the fine drawer before all present. Then he betook himself to his wife, and giving her somewhat of money, took her to himself again, after making abundance of excuses to her, and asking pardon of Allah, because he knew not what the old woman had done. Said the Wazir, This then, O king, is an instance of the malice of women, and for another to the same purport I have heard tell the following tale anent. The King's Son and the Ifrit's Mistress. A certain king's son was once walking alone for his pleasure, when he came to a green meadow abounding in trees laden with fruit, and birds singing on the boughs, and a river running athwart it. The place pleased him, so he sat down there, and taking out some dried fruits he had brought with him, began to eat. When lo, he espied a great smoke rising up to heaven, and taking fright he climbed up into a tree and hid himself among the branches. Thence he saw an Ifrit rise out of the midst of the stream, bearing on his head a chest of marble secured by a padlock. He set down the chest on the meadow sward and opened it, and there came forth a damsel of mortal race, like the sun shining in the sheeny sky. After seating her, he solaced himself by gazing on her a while, then laid his head in her lap and fell asleep. Whereupon she lifted up his head, and laying it on the chest, rose and walked about. Presently she chanced to raise her eyes to the tree wherein was the prince, and seeing him, signed to him to come down. He refused, but she swore to him, saying, "Except thou come down and do as I bid thee, I will wake the Ifrit and point thee out to him, when he will straightway kill thee." The king's son, fearing she would do as she said, came down, whereupon she kissed his hands and feet and besought him to do her need. To this he consented, and when he had satisfied her wants, she said to him, "Give me this seal ring I see on thy finger." So he gave her his signet, and she set it in a silken kerchief she had with her, wherein were more than 80 others. When the prince saw this, he asked her, "What dost thou with all these rings?" And she answered, "In very sooth, this Ifrit carried me off from my father's palace and shut me in this box, which he beareth about on his head wherever he goeth, with the keys about him. And he hardly leaveth me one moment alone of the excess of his jealousy over me, and hindereth me from what I desire. When I saw this, I swore that I would deny my last favours to no man whatsoever, and these rings thou seest are after the tale of the men who have had me. For after coition I took from each a seal ring, and laid it in this kerchief." And then she added, "And now go thy ways, that I may look for another than thyself, for the Ifrit will not awake yet awhile." Hardly crediting what he had heard, the prince returned to his father's palace, but the king knew naught of the damsel's malice, for she feared not this, and took no count thereof. And seeing that his son had lost his ring, he bade put him to death. Then he rose from his place and entered his palace, but his wazirs came in to him and prevailed with him to abandon his purpose. And the same night the king sent for all of them, and thanked them for having dissuaded him from slaying his son, and the prince also thanked them, saying, "It was well done of you to counsel my father to let me live, and Inshallah I will soon requite you abundantly." Then he related to them how he had lost the ring, and they offered up prayers for his long life and advancement, and withdrew. "See then, O king," said the wazir, "the malice of women, and what they do unto men." The king hearkened to the minister's counsel, and again countermanded his order to slay his son. Next morning, it being the 8th day, as the king sat in his audience chamber, in the midst of his grandees and emirs and wazirs and olema, the prince entered, with his hand in that of his governor, 𝔌𝔶𝐷ibad, and praised his father and his ministers and lords and divines in the most eloquent words, and thanked them for having saved his life, so that all who were present wondered at his eloquence and fluency of speech. His father rejoiced in him with exceeding all-surpassing joy, and calling him to him, kissed him between the eyes. Then he called his preceptor, 𝔌𝔶𝐷ibad, and asked him why his son had kept silence these 7 days. To which he replied, "O our lord, the truth is, it was I who enjoined him to this, in my fear for him of death. I knew this from the day of his birth, and when I took his nativity I found it written in the stars that if he should speak during this period he would surely die. But now the danger is over by the king's fortune." At this the king was glad, and said to his wazirs, "If I had killed my son, would the fault have fallen on me, or the damsel, or on the preceptor 𝔌𝔶𝐷ibad?" But all present refrained from replying, and 𝔌𝔶𝐷ibad said to the prince, "Answer thou, O my son." And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day, and ceased saying her permitted say. End of Section 24. Section 25 of the Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Steve Mattingly. The Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 6, by Anonymous, translated by Richard Francis Burton. Section 25. when it was the 603rd night. She said, "It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that when Sindbad said, 'Answer thou, O my son,' the prince replied, 'I have heard tell that a merchant at whose house certain guests once alighted sent his slave girl to the market to buy a jar of clotted milk. So she bought it and set out on her return home. But on the way there passed over her a kite, holding and squeezing a serpent in its claws. And a drop of the serpent's venom fell into the milk jar, unknown to the girl. So when she came back, the merchant took the milk from her and drank of it, he and his guests. But hardly had it settled in their stomachs when they all died. Now consider, O king, whose was the fault in this matter?' Thereupon some present said, 'It was the fault of the company, who drank the milk without examining it.' And others, some, 'That of the girl, who left the jar without cover.' But Sindbad asked the prince, 'What sayest thou, O my son?' Answered he, 'I say that the folk err. It was neither the fault of the damsel nor of the company, for their appointed hour was come. Their divinely decreed provision was exhausted, and Allah had foreordained them to die thus.' When the courtiers heard this, they marvelled greatly, and lifted up their voices, blessing the king's son, and saying, 'O our lord, thou hast made a reply sans peur, and thou art the sagest man of thine age, sans reproche.' 'Indeed, I am no sage,' answered the prince. 'The blind sheikh, and the son of 3 years, and the son of 5 years were wiser than I.' Said the bystanders, 'O youth, tell us the stories of these 3 who were wiser than thou art, O youth.' Answered he, 'With all my heart. I have heard tell this tale concerning the sandalwood merchant and the sharpers. There once lived an exceeding rich merchant, who was a great traveller, and who visited all manner of places. One day, being minded to journey to a certain city, he asked those who came thence, saying, 'What kind of goods brought most profit there?' And they answered, 'Chander's wood, for it selleth at a high price.' So he laid out all his money in sandal, and set out for that city. And arriving there at close of day, behold, he met an old woman driving her sheep. Quoth she to him, 'Who art thou, O man?' And quoth he, 'I am a stranger, a merchant.' 'Beware of the townsfolk,' said she, 'for they are cheats, rascals, robbers, who love nothing more than imposing on the foreigner, that they may get the better of him and devour his substance. Indeed, I give thee good counsel.' Then she left him, and on the morrow there met him one of the citizens, who saluted him and asked him, 'O my lord, whence comest thou?' Answered the merchant, 'From such a place.' 'And what merchandise hast thou brought with thee?' inquired the other. And replied he, 'Chander's wood, for it is high of price with you.' Quoth the townsman, 'He blundered who told thee that, for we burn nothing under our cooking pots save sandalwood, whose worth with us is but that of fuel.' When the merchant heard this, he sighed and repented, and stood balanced between belief and unbelief. And then he alighted at one of the khans of the city, and when it was night, he saw a merchant make fire of Chander's wood under his cooking pot. Now this was the man who had spoken with him, and this proceeding was a trick of his. When the townsman saw the merchant looking at him, he asked, 'Wilt thou sell me thy sandalwood for a measure of whatever thy soul shall desire?' 'I sell it to thee,' answered the merchant, and the buyer transported all the wood to his own house and stored it up there, whilst the seller purposed to take an equal quantity of gold for it. Next morning the merchant, who was a blue-eyed man, went out to walk in the city. But as he went along, one of the townsfolk, who was blue-eyed and one-eyed to boot, caught hold of him, saying, 'Thou art he who stole my eye, and I will never let thee go.' The merchant denied this, saying, 'I never stole it, the thing is impossible.' Whereupon the folk collected round them, and besought the one-eyed man to grant him till the morrow, that he might give him the price of his eye. So the merchant procured one to be surety for him, and they let him go. Now his sandal had been rent in the struggle with the one-eyed man, so he stopped at a cobbler's stall and gave it to him, saying, 'Mend it, and thou shalt have of me what shall content thee.' Then he went on till he came to see some people sitting at play of forfeits, and sat down with them to divert his cark and care. They invited him to play with them, and he did so, but they practised on him, and overcoming him offered him his choice, either to drink up the sea or disburse all the money he had. "Have patience with me till tomorrow," said he, and they granted him the delay he sought. Whereupon he went away, sore concerned for what had betided him, and knowing not how he should do, and sat down in a solitary place, heart heavy, care full, thought oppressed. And behold, the old woman passed by, and seeing him thus, said to him, "Peradventure the townsfolk have gotten the better of thee, for I see thee troubled at that which hath befallen thee. Recount to me what aileth thee." So he told her all that had passed from first to last, and she said, "As for him who diddled thee in the matter of the chander's wood, thou must know that with us it is worth 10 gold pieces a pound. But I will give thee a rede, whereby I trust thou shalt deliver thyself, and it is this: go to such and such a gate, whereby lives a blind sheikh, a cripple who is knowing, wise as a wizard, and experienced. And all resort to him and ask him what they require, when he counsels them what will be their advantage, for he is versed in craft and magic and trickery. Now he is a sharper, and the sharpers resort to him by night. Therefore, I repeat, go thou to his lodging, and hide thyself from thine adversaries, so that thou mayest hear what they say, unseen of them. For he telleth them which party got the better, and which got the worse, and haply thou shalt learn from them some plan which may avail to deliver thee from them." And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day, and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 604th Night, she said, "It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that the old woman said to the merchant, Go this night to that expert who is frequented by the townsfolk, and hide thine identity. Haply shalt thou hear from him some plea which shall deliver thee from thine adversaries." So he went to the place she mentioned, and hid himself, albeit he took a seat near the blind man. Before long, up came the sheikh's company, who were wont to choose him for their judge. They saluted the oldster and one another, and sat down round him, whereupon the merchant recognized his 4 adversaries. The chief set somewhat of food before them, and they ate. Then each began to tell what had befallen him during his day, and amongst the rest came forward he of the chander's wood, and he told the sheikh how he had bought of one man sandal below its price, and had agreed to pay for it a sa'ar, or measure, of whatever the seller should desire. Quoth the old man, "Thine opponent hath the better of thee." Asked the other, "How can that be?" And the sheikh answered, "What if he say, I will take the measure full of gold or silver, wilt thou give it to him?" "Yes," replied the other, "I will give it to him, and still be the gainer." And the sheikh answered, "And if he say, I will take the measure full of fleas, half male and half female, what wilt thou do?" So the sharper knew that he was worsted. And then came forward the one-eyed man, and said, "O sheikh, I met today a blue-eyed man, a stranger to the town. So I picked a quarrel with him, and caught hold of him, saying, 'Twas thou robbest me of my eye.' Nor did I let him go, till some became surety for him, that he should return to me tomorrow, and satisfy me for my eye." Quoth the oldster, "If he will, he may have the better of thee, and thou the worse." "How so?" asked the sharper. And the chief said, "He may say to thee, Pluck out thine eye, and I will pluck out one of mine. Then we will weigh them both. And if thine eye be of the same weight as mine, thou sayest sooth in what thou avouchest. So wilt thou owe him the legal price of his eye, and be stone blind, whilst he will see with his other eye." So the sharper knew that the merchant might baffle him with such plea. Then came the cobbler, and said, "O sheikh, a man brought me his sandal shoe today, saying, 'Mend this.' And I asked him, 'What wage wilt thou give me?' When he answered, 'Thou shalt have of me what will content thee.' Now nothing will content me but all the wealth he hath." Quoth the oldster, "And he will. He may take his sandal from thee, and give thee nothing." "How so?" quoth the cobbler. And quoth the sheikh, "He has but to say to thee, The Sultan's enemies are put to the rout, his foes are waxed weak, and his children and helpers are multiplied. Art thou content or no?" If thou say, I am content, he will take his sandal and go away. And if thou say, I am not content, he will take his sandal and beat thee therewith over the face and the neck. So the cobbler owned himself worsted. And then came forward the gamester and said, O Sheikh, I played at forfeits with a man today, and beat him. And quoth I to him, If thou drink the sea, I will give thee all my wealth, and if not, I will take all that is thine. Replied the chief, An he will, he may worst thee. How so? Asked the sharper. And the sheikh answered, He hath but to say, Hold for me the mouth of the sea in thine hand, and give it to me, and I will drink it. But thou wilt not be able to do this, so he will baffle thee with this plea. When the merchant heard this, he knew how it behoved him to deal with his adversaries. Then the sharpers left the sheikh, and the merchant returned to his lodging. Now, when morning morrowed, the gamester came to him, and summoned him to drink the sea. So he said to him, Hold for me its mouth, and I will drink it up. Whereupon he confessed himself beaten, and redeemed his forfeit by paying 100 gold pieces. Then came the cobbler, and sought of him what should content him. Quoth the merchant, Our lord the Sultan hath overcome his foes, and hath destroyed his enemies, and his children are multiplied. Art thou content, or no? I am content, replied the cobbler, and, giving up the shoe without wage, went away. Next came the one-eyed man, and demanded the legal price of his eye. Said the merchant, Pluck out thine eye, and I will pluck out mine. Then we will weigh them, and if they are equal in weight, I will acknowledge thy truth, and pay thee the price of thine eye. But if they differ, thou liest, and I will sue thee for the price of mine eye. Quoth the one-eyed man, Grant me time. But the merchant answered, saying, I am a stranger, and grant time to none, nor will I part from thee till thou pay. So the sharper ransomed his eye by paying him 100 ducats, and went away. Last of all came the buyer of the chander's wood, and said, Take the price of thy ware. Asked the merchant, What wilt thou give me? And the other answered, We agreed for a sa'ar measure of whatever thou shouldst desire. So, if thou wilt, take it full of gold and silver. Not I, rejoined the merchant, not I. Nothing shall serve me, but I must have it full of fleas, half male and half female. Said the sharper, I can do nothing of the kind. And confessing himself beaten, returned him his sandalwood, and redeemed himself from him with 100 sequins, to be off his bargain. Then the merchant sold the chander's wood at his own price, and quitting the city of sharpers, returned to his own land. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day, and ceased her permitted say. When it was the 605th night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that when the merchant had sold his chander's wood, and had taken the money, he quitted that city, and returned to his own land. And then the prince continued, But this is not more wondrous than the tale of the 3-year-old child. What may that be? Asked the king. And the prince answered, I have heard tell this tale of the debauchee and the 3-year-old child. Know, O king, that a certain profligate man, who was addicted to the sex, once heard of a beautiful and lovely woman who dwelt in a city other than his own. So he journeyed hither, taking with him a present, and wrote her a note, setting forth all that he suffered of love-longing and desire for her, and how his passion for her had driven him to forsake his native land and come to her. And he ended by praying for an assignation. She gave him leave to visit her, and, as he entered her abode, she stood up and received him with all honour and worship, kissing his hands and entertaining him with the best entertainment of meat and drink. Now she had a little son, but 3 years old, whom she left, and busied herself in cooking rice. Presently the man said to her, Come, let us go and lie together. But she replied, My son is sitting looking at us. Quoth the man, He is a little child, understanding not, neither knowing how to speak. Quoth the woman, Thou wouldst not say thus, and thou knew his intelligence. And when the boy saw that the rice was done, he wept with bitter weeping, and his mother said to him, What gars thee weep, O my son? Ladle me out some rice, answered he, and put clarified butter in it. So she ladled him out somewhat of rice, and put butter therein. And the child ate a little, and then began to weep again. Quoth she, "What ails thee now, O my son?" And quoth he, "O mother mine, I want some sugar with my rice." At this said the man who was anangered, "Thou art none other than a cursed child." "Curse thyself, by Allah," answered the boy, "seeing thou weariest thyself and journeyest from city to city in quest of adultery. As for me, I wept because I had somewhat in my eye, and my tears brought it out. And now I have eaten rice with butter and sugar, and am content. So which is the cursed of us twain?" The man was confounded at this rebuke from a little child, and forthright grace entered him, and he was reclaimed. Wherefore he laid not a finger on the woman, but went out from her and returned to his own country, where he lived a contrite life till he died. "As for the story of the 5-year-old," continued the prince, "I have heard tell, O king, the following anent: The Stolen Purse. 4 merchants once owned in common 1,000 gold pieces. So they laid them mingled together in one purse, and set out to buy merchandise therewith. They happened, as they wended their way, on a beautiful garden. So they left the purse with a woman who had care of the garden, saying to her, Mind thee, thou shalt not give it back save when all 4 of us in person demand it of thee. She agreed to this, and they entered and strolled a while about the garden walks, and ate and drank and made merry. After which one of them said to the others, I have with me scented fuller's earth. Come, let us wash our heads therewith in this running water. Quoth another, We lack a comb. And a third, Let us ask the keeper, belike she hath a comb. Thereupon one of them arose, and accosting the caretaker, said to her, Give me the purse. She said, Not until ye be all present, or thy fellows bid me give it to thee. Then he called to his companions, who could see him but not hear him, saying, She will not give it me. And they said to her, Give it him, thinking he meant the comb. So she gave him the purse, and he took it, and made off as fast as he could. When the other 3 were weary of waiting, they went to the keeper, and asked her, Why wilt thou not give him the comb? Answered she, He demanded naught of me save the purse, and I gave not that same but with your consent, and he went away with it. And when they heard her words, they buffeted their faces, and laying hands upon her, said, We authorized thee only to give him the comb. And she rejoined, He named not a comb to me. Then they seized her, and haled her before the Qazi, to whom they related their claim, and he condemned her to make good the purse, and bound over sundry of her debtors to answer for her. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day, and ceased to say her permitted say. End of section 25.
Section 26 of the Book of 1,000 Nights and a Night, Volume 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Gemlad. The Book of 1,000 Nights and a Night, Volume 6, by Anonymous. Translated by Richard Francis Burton. Section 26. When it was the 606th night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that the Qazi condemned the caretaker to make good the purse, and bound over sundry of her debtors to answer for her. So she went forth, confounded, and knowing not her way out of difficulty. Presently she met a 5-year-old boy, who, seeing her troubled, said to her, What ails thee, O my mother? But she gave him no answer, contemning him because of his tender age, and he repeated his question a 2nd time, and a 3rd time, till, at last, she told him all that had passed, not forgetting the condition that she was to keep the purse until all 4 had demanded it of her. Said the boy, Give me a dirham to buy sweetmeats withal, and I will tell you how thou mayst acquit thyself. So she gave him a silver, and said to him, What hast thou to say? Quoth he, Return to the Qazi, and say to him, It was agreed between myself and them that I should not give them the purse, except all 4 of them were present. Let them all 4 come, and I will give them the purse, as was agreed. So she went back to the Qazi, and said to him as the boy had counselled, and he asked the merchants, Was it thus agreed between you and this woman? And they answered, Yes. Quoth the Qazi, Then bring me your comrade, and take the purse. So they went in quest of their fellow, whilst the keeper came off scot-free, and went her way without let or hindrance.
and Allah is omniscient." When the king and his wazir and those present in the assembly heard the prince's words, they said to his father, "O our lord the king, in very sooth thy son is the most accomplished man of his time." And they called down blessings upon the king and the prince. Then the king strained his son to his bosom, and kissed him between the eyes, and questioned him of what had passed between the favourite and himself. And the prince sware to him, by Almighty Allah, and by his holy Prophet, that it was she who had required him of love which he refused, adding, "Moreover, she promised me that she would give thee poison to drink and kill thee, so should the kingship be mine. Whereupon I waxed wroth and signed to her, O accursed one, whenas I can speak I will requite thee. So she feared me and did what she did." The king believed his words, and sending for the favourite, said to those present, "How shall we put this damsel to death?" Some counselled him to cut out her tongue, and other some to burn it with fire. But when she came before the king, she said to him, "My case with thee is like unto naught save the tale of the fox and the folk." "How so?" asked he, and she said, "I have heard, O king, tell a story of the fox and the folk. A fox once made his way into a city by the wall, and entering a courier's storehouse, played havoc with all therein, and spoiled the skins for the owner. One day the courier set a trap for him, and taking him, beat him with the hides till he fell down senseless, whereupon the man, deeming him to be dead, cast him out into the road by the city gate. Presently an old woman who was walking by, seeing the fox, said, "This is a fox whose eye, hung about a child's neck, is salutary against weeping." So she plucked out his right eye, and went away. Then passed a boy, who said, "What does this tale on this fox?" and cut off his brush. After a while up came a man, saying, "This is a fox whose gall cleareth away film and dimness from the eyes, if they be anointed therewith like coal." Took out his knife to slit up the fox's paunch. But Reynard said in himself, "We bore with the plucking out of the eye and the cutting off of the tail, but as for the slitting of the paunch, there is no putting up with that." So saying, he sprang up and made off through the gate of the city, hardly believing in his escape. Quoth the king, "I excuse her, and in my son's hands be her doom. If he will, let him torture her, and if he will, let him kill her." Quoth the prince, "Pardon is better than vengeance, and mercy is of the quality of the noble." And the king repeated, "'Tis for thee to decide, O my son." So the prince set her free, saying, "Depart from our neighbourhood, and Allah pardon what is past." Therewith the king rose from his throne of estate, and seating his son thereon, crowned him with his crown, and bade the grandees of his realm swear fealty, and commanded them do homage to him. And he said, "O folk, indeed, I am stricken in years, and desire to withdraw apart, and devote myself only to the service of my lord. And I call you to witness that I divest myself of the kingly dignity, even as I have divested myself of my crown, and set it on my son's head." So the troops and officers swore fealty to the prince, and his father gave himself up to the worship of his lord, nor stinted from this, whilst his son abode in his kingship, doing justice and righteousness, and his power was magnified, and his sultanate strengthened, and he abode in all delight and solace of life, till there came to him the certainty. Judah and his brethren. There was once a man and a merchant named Omar, and he had for issue 3 sons, the eldest called Salim, the youngest Judah, and the cadet Salim. He reared them all till they came to man's estate, but the youngest he loved more than his brothers, who, seeing this, waxed jealous of Judah and hated him. Now when their father, who was a man shotten in years, saw that his 2 eldest sons hated their brother, he feared lest after his death trouble should befall him from them. So he assembled a company of his kinsfolk, together with divers men of learning and property distributors of the Qazi's court, and bidding bring all his monies and cloth, said to them, "O folk, divide ye this money and stuff into 4 portions according to the law." They did so, and he gave 1 part to each of his sons, and kept the 4th himself, saying, "This was my good, and I have divided it among them in my lifetime, and this that I have kept shall be for my wife, their mother, wherewithal to provide for her subsistence whenas she shall be a widow." And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day, and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 607th night, she said, "It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that when the merchant had divided his money and stuff into 4 portions, he said, This share shall be for my wife, their mother, wherewithal to provide for her subsistence whenas she shall be a widow. A little while after this he died, and neither of the two elder brothers was content with his share, but sought more of Judah, saying, Our father's wealth is in thy hands. So he appealed to the judges, and the Moslems who had been present at the partition came and bore witness of that which they knew. Wherefore the judge forbade them from one another, but Judah and his brothers wasted much money in bribes to him. After this the twain left him a while. Presently, however, they began again to plot against him, and he appealed a second time to the magistrate, who once more decided in his favour, but all three lost much money which went to the judges. Nevertheless, Salim and Selim forbore not to seek his hurt and to carry the case from court to court, he and they losing till they had given all their good for food to the oppressors, and they became poor, all three. Then the two elder brothers went to their mother, and flouted her and beat her, and seizing her money drave her away. So she betook herself to her son Judah, and told him how his brothers had dealt with her, and fell to cursing the twain. Said he, O my mother, do not curse them, for Allah will requite each of them according to his deed. But, O mother mine, see, I am become poor, and so are my brethren, for strife occasioneth loss, ruin rife, and we have striven amain and fought, I and they, before the judges, and it hath profited us naught. Nay, we have wasted all our father left us, and are disgraced among the folk by reason of our testimony one against other. Shall I then contend with them anew on thine account, and shall we appeal to the judges? This may not be. Rather do thou take up thine abode with me, and the scone I eat I will share with thee. Do thou pray for me, and Allah will give me the means of thine alimony. Leave them to receive of the Almighty the recompense of their deed, and console thyself with the saying of the poet, who said, If a fool oppress thee, bear patiently, and from time expect thy revenge to see. Shun tyranny, for if mount oppressed, a mount 'twould be shattered by tyranny. And he soothed and comforted her, till she consented and took up her dwelling with him. Then he gat him a net, and went a fishing every day in the river of the banks about Bulak and old Cairo, or some other place in which there was water. And one day he would earn 10 coppers, another 20, and another 30, which he spent upon his mother and himself, and they ate well and drank well. But as for his brothers, they plied no craft, and neither sold nor bought. Misery and ruin and overwhelming calamity entered their houses, and they wasted that which they had taken from their mother, and became of the wretched naked beggars. So at times they would come to their mother, humbling themselves before her exceedingly, and complaining to her of hunger, and she, her mother's heart being pitiful, would give them some mouldy, sour-smelling bread, or if there were any meat cooked the day before, she would say to them, Eat it quick, and go, ere your brother come, for 'twould be grievous to him, and he would harden his heart against me, and you would disgrace me with him. So they would eat in haste and go. One day among days they came in to their mother, and she set cooked meat and bread before them. As they were eating, behold, in came their brother Judah, at whose sight the parent was put to shame and confusion, fearing lest he should be wroth with her, and she bowed her face earthwards abashed before her son. But he smiled in their faces, saying, Welcome, O my brothers, a blessed day. How comes it that you visit me on this blessed day? Then he embraced them both, and treated them lovingly, saying to them, I thought not that you would have left me desolate by your absence, nor that you would have forborne to come and visit me and your mother. Said they, By Allah, O our brother, we longed sore for thee, and naught withheld us but abashment, because of what befell between us and thee. But indeed we have repented much. 'Twas Satan's doing, the curse of Allah the Most High be upon him, and now we have no blessing but thyself and our mother. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day, and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 608th night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that when Judah entered his place and saw his brothers, he welcomed them both, saying, And I have no blessing but you twain. And his mother exclaimed, Allah whiten thy face and increase thy prosperity, for thou art the most generous of us all, O my son. Then he said, Welcome to you both. Abide with me, for the Lord is bountiful, and good aboundeth with me. So he made peace with them, and they supped and righted with him. And next morning, after they had broken their fast, Judah shouldered his net and went out, trusting in the opener, whilst the two others also went forth, and were absent till midday, when they returned, and their mother set the noon meal before them. At nightfall Judah came home, bearing meat and greens, and they abode on this wise a month's space, Judah catching fish and selling it, and spending their price on his mother and his brothers. and these eating and frolicking till, one day, it chanced he went down to the river bank, and throwing his net, brought it up empty. He cast it a second time, but again it came up empty, and he said in himself, "No fish in this place." So he removed to another, and threw the net there, but without avail. And he ceased not to remove from place to place till nightfall, but caught not a single sprat, and said to himself, "Wonderful! Hath the fish fled the river, or what?" Then he shouldered the net and made for home, chagrined, concerned, feeling for his mother and brothers, and knowing not how he should feed them that night. Presently he came to a baker's oven, and saw the folk crowding for bread, with silver in their hands, whilst the baker took no note of them. So he stood there sighing, and the baker said to him, "Welcome to thee, O Judah! Dost thou want bread?" But he was silent, and the baker continued, "And thou have no dirhams. Take thy sufficiency, and thou shalt get credit." So Judah said, "Give me 10 coppers worth of bread, and take this net in pledge." Rejoined the baker, "Nay, my poor fellow, the net is thy gate of earning thy livelihood, and if I take it from thee, I shall close up against thee the door of thy subsistence. Take thee 10 nuffs worth of bread, and take these other 10, and tomorrow bring me fish for the 20. "On my head and eyes be it," quoth Judah, and took the bread and money, saying, "Tomorrow the Lord will dispel the trouble of my case, and will provide me the means of acquittance." Then he bought meat and vegetables, and carried them home to his mother, who cooked them, and they supped and went to bed. Next morning he arose at daybreak, and took the net, and his mother said to him, "Sit down and break thy fast." But he said, "Do thou and my brothers break fast," and went down to the river about Bulak, where he ceased not to cast once, twice, thrice, and to shift about all day, without aught falling to him, till the hour of mid-afternoon prayer, when he shouldered his net and went away, sore dejected. His way led him perforce by the booth of the baker, who, when he saw him, counted out to him the loaves and the money, saying, "Come, take it and go, and it be not to-day, 'twill be to-morrow." Judah would have excused himself, but the baker said to him, "Go, there needeth no excuse, and thou had netted aught, it would be with thee. So seeing thee empty-handed, I knew thou hadst gotten aught, and if tomorrow thou have no better luck, come and take bread, and be not abashed, for I will give thee credit." So Judah took the bread and money, and went home. On the 3rd day also he sallied forth, and fished from tank to tank until the time of afternoon prayer, but caught nothing. So he went to the baker, and took the bread and silver as usual. On this wise he did 7 days running, till he became disheartened, and said in himself, "To-day I go to the lake 𝔅𝔀𝔌." So he went thither, and was about to cast his net, when there came up to him unawares a Maghrabi, a Moor, clad in splendid attire, and riding a she-mule, with a pair of gold-embroidered saddle-bags on her back, and all her trappings also all frayed. The Moor alighted and said to him, "Peace be upon thee, O Judah, O son of Omar." "And on thee likewise be peace, O my lord the pilgrim," replied the fisherman. Quoth the Maghrabi, "O Judah, I have need of thee, and given thou obey me, thou shalt get great good, and shalt be my companion and manage my affairs for me." Quoth Judah, "O my lord, tell me what is in thy mind, and I will obey thee, without demur." Said the Moor, "Repeat the Fatiha, the opening chapter of the Koran." So he recited it with him, and the Moor, bringing out a silken cord, said to Judah, "Pinion my elbows behind me with this cord, as fast can be, and cast me into the lake, then wait a little while, and if thou see me put forth my hands above the water, raising them high ere my body show, cast thy net over me and drag me out in haste. But if thou see me come up feet foremost, then know that I am dead, in which case do thou leave me, and take the mule and saddle-bags, and carry them to the merchant's bazaar, where thou wilt find a Jew by name Shahryar. Give him the mule, and he will give thee 100 dinars, which do thou take and go thy ways, and keep the matter secret with all secrecy." So Judah tied his arms tightly behind his back, and he kept saying, "Tie tighter." Then he said, "Push me till I fall into the lake." So he pushed him in, and he sank. Judah stood waiting some time till, behold, the Moor's feet appeared above the water, whereupon he knew that he was dead. So he left him, and drove the mule to the bazaar, where, seated on a stool at the door of his storehouse, he saw the Jew, who, spying the mule, cried, "In very sooth the man hath perished," adding, "and naught undid him but covetise." Then he took the mule from Judah, and gave him 100 dinars, charging him to keep the matter secret. So Judah went and bought what bread he needed, saying to the baker, "Take this gold piece." And the man summed up what was due to him, and said, "I still owe thee 2 days' bread." And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day, and ceased saying her permitted say. End of section 26. Recording by 𝔅𝔞𝔫𝔫𝔞𝔥.
Section number 27 of the Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Natalie Gray. The Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 6, by Anonymous. Translated by Richard Francis Burton. Section 27. When it was the 609th night, she continued, "It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that 𝔅𝔌𝔍𝔍𝔍𝔀𝔅, when the baker, after summing up what was due to him, said, 'I still owe thee 2 days' bread,' replied, 'Good,' and went on to the butcher, to whom he gave a gold piece and took meat, saying, 'Keep the rest of the dinar on account.' Then he bought vegetables, and going home, found his brothers importuning their mother for victual, whilst she cried, 'Have patience till your brother come home, for I have not.' So he went in to them, and said, 'Take and eat.' And they fell on the food like cannibals. Then he gave his mother the rest of his gold, saying, 'If my brothers come to thee, give them wherewithal to buy food and eat in my absence.' He slept well that night, and next morning he took his net, and going down to Lake Karun, stood there and was about to cast his net, when behold, there came up to him a second Maghribi, riding on a she-mule more handsomely accoutred than he of the day before, and having with him a pair of saddle-bags, of which each pocket contained a casket. 'Peace be with thee, O 𝔅𝔍𝔍𝔍𝔀𝔅, said the Moor. 'And with thee be peace, O my lord the pilgrim,' replied 𝔅𝔍𝔍𝔍𝔀𝔅. Asked the Moor, 'Did there come to thee yesterday a Moor riding on a mule like this of mine?' Hereat 𝔅𝔍𝔍𝔍𝔍𝔍 was alarmed, and answered, 'I saw none,' fearing lest the other say, 'Whither went he?' And if he replied, 'He was drowned in the lake,' that haply he should charge him with having drowned him, wherefore he could not but deny. Rejoined the Moor, 'Hark ye, O unhappy, this was my brother, who is gone before me.' 𝔅𝔍𝔍𝔍𝔍 persisted, 'I know naught of him.' Then the Moor inquired, 'Didst thou not bind his arms behind him, and throw him into the lake? And did he not say to thee, If my hands appear above the water first, cast thy net over me, and drag me out in haste? But if my feet show first, know that I am dead, and carry the mule to the Jew Shemaiah, who shall give thee 100 dinars. Quoth 𝔅𝔍𝔍𝔍𝔍𝔍, 'Since thou knowest all this, why and wherefore dost thou question me?' And quoth the Moor, 'I would have thee do with me as thou didst with my brother.' Then he gave him a silken cord, saying, 'Bind my hands behind me, and throw me in. And if I fare as did my brother, take the mule to the Jew, and he will give thee other 100 dinars. Said 𝔅𝔍𝔍𝔍𝔍, 'Come on.' So he came, and he bound him and pushed him into the lake, where he sank. Then 𝔅𝔍𝔍𝔍𝔍 sat watching, and after a while his feet appeared above the water, and the fisher said, 'He is dead and damned. Insha'Allah, may Maghribis come to me every day, and I will pinion them and push them in, and they shall die, and I will content me with 100 dinars for each dead man.' Then he took the mule to the Jew, who seeing him asked, 'The other is dead?' Answered 𝔅𝔍𝔍𝔍𝔍, 'May thy head live.' And the Jew said, 'This is the reward of the covetous.' Then he took the mule and gave 𝔅𝔍𝔍𝔍𝔍 100 dinars, with which he returned to his mother. 'O my son,' she said, 'whence hast thou this?' So he told her, and she said, 'Go not again to Lake Karun. Indeed, I fear for thee from the Moors.' Said he, "O my mother, I do but cast them in by their own wish, and what am I to do? This craft bringeth me 100 dinars a day, and I return speedily. Wherefore, by Allah, I will not leave going to Lake Karun till the race of the Maghraba is cut off, and not one of them is left." So on the morrow, which was the 3rd day, he went down to the lake and stood there, till there came up a 3rd more, riding on a mule with saddlebags, and still more richly accoutred than the first 2, who said to him, "Peace be with thee, O Judar, O son of Omar." And the fisherman, saying in himself, "How comes it that they all know me?" returned his salute. Asked the Maghribi, "Have any Moors passed by here?" "Two," answered Judar. "Whither went they?" inquired the Moor. And Judar replied, "I pinioned their hands behind them, and cast them into the lake where they were drowned, and the same fate is in store for thee." The Moor laughed and rejoined, saying, "O unhappy! Every life hath its term appointed." Then he alighted and gave the fisherman the silken cord, saying, "Do with me, O Judar, as thou didst with them." Said Judar, "Put thy hands behind thy back, that I may pinion thee, for I am in haste, and time flies." So he put his hands behind him, and Judar tied him up and cast him in. Then he waited a while. Presently the Moor thrust both hands forth of the water, and called out to him, saying, "Ho, good fellow, cast out thy net." So Judar threw the net over him, and drew him ashore, and lo, in each hand he held a fish as red as coral. Quoth the Moor, "Bring me the 2 caskets that are in the saddlebags." So Judar brought them, and opened them to him, and he laid in each casket a fish, and shut them up. Then he pressed Judar to his bosom, and kissed him on the right cheek and the left, saying, "Allah save thee from all stress. By the Almighty, hadst thou not cast the net over me, and pulled me out, I should have kept hold of these 2 fishes till I sank and was drowned, for I could not get ashore of myself." Quoth Judar, "O my lord the pilgrim, Allah upon thee, tell me the true history of the 2 drowned men, and the truth anent these 2 fishes and the Jew." And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day, and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 610th Night, she continued, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that when Judar asked the Maghribi, saying, "Prithee tell me the first of the drowned men," the Maghribi answered, "Know, O Judar, that these drowned men were my 2 brothers, by name Abd al-Salam and Abd al-Ahad. My own name is Abd al-Samad, and the Jew also is our brother. His name is Abd al-Rahim, and he is no Jew, but a true believer of the Maliki school. Our father, whose name was Abd al-Wadud, taught us magic and the art of solving mysteries and bringing hoards to light, and we applied ourselves thereto, till we compelled the Ifrits and Marids of the Jinn to do us service. By and by our sire died and left us much wealth, and we divided amongst us his treasures and talismans, till we came to the books, when we fell out over a volume called The Fables of the Ancients, whose like is not in the world, nor can its price be paid of any, nor is its value to be evened with gold and jewels, for in it are particulars of all the hidden hoards of the earth, and the solution of every secret. Our father was wont to make use of this book, of which we had some small matter by heart, and each of us desired to possess it, that he might acquaint himself with what was therein. Now when we fell out, there was in our company an old man, by name Cohen al-Abtan, who had reared our sire, and taught him divination and gramarye, and he said to us, "Bring me the book." So we gave it him, and he continued, "Ye are my sons' sons, and it may not be that I should wrong any of you. So whoso is minded to have the volume, let him address himself to achieve the treasure of 𝔅𝔞𝔫𝔫𝔞𝔥, and bring me the celestial planisphere, and the coal phial, and the seal ring, and the sword. For the ring hath a marid that serveth it, called ℍ𝔞𝔫𝔞𝔥 al-Kasif, and whoso hath possession thereof, neither king nor sultan may prevail against him. And if he will, he may therewith make himself master of the earth in all the length and breadth thereof. As for the brand, if its bearer draw it and brandish it against an army, the army will be put to the rout. And if he say the while, Slay yonder host, there will come forth of that sword lightning and fire that will kill the whole many. As for the planisphere, its possessor hath only to turn its face toward any country, east or west, with whose sight he hath a mind to solace himself, and therein he will see that country and its people, as they were between his hands, and he sitting in his place. And if he be wroth with a city and have a mind to burn it, he hath but to face the planisphere towards the sun's disk, saying, Let such a city be burnt, and that city will be consumed with fire. As for the coal phial, whoso pencileth his eyes therefrom, he shall espy all the treasures of the earth. And I make this condition with you, which is, that whoso faileth to hit upon the hoards shall forfeit his right, and that none save he who shall achieve the treasure and bring me the 4 precious things which be therein shall have any claim to take this book. So we all agreed to this condition. And he continued, O my sons, know that the treasure of 𝔅𝔞𝔫𝔫𝔞𥗌 is under the commandment of the sons of the Red King, and your father told me that he had himself essayed to open the treasure, but could not. For the sons of the Red King fled from him into the land of Egypt, and took refuge in a lake there, called Lake Karun, whither he pursued them, but could not prevail over them, by reason of their stealing into that lake, which was guarded by a spell. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day, and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 611th night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that when the Cohen al-Abtan had told the youths this much, he continued his tale as follows. So your father returned empty-handed, and unable to win his wish, and after failing he complained to me of his ill success, whereupon I drew him an astrological figure, and found that the treasure could be achieved only by means of a young fisherman of Cairo, ℍ𝔀𝔀 bin Omar, the place of foregathering with whom was at Lake Karun, for that he should be the means of capturing the sons of the Red King, and that the charm would not be dissolved, save if he should bind the hands of the treasure-seeker behind him, and cast him into the lake, there to do battle with the sons of the Red King. And he whose lot it was to succeed would lay hands upon them, but if it were not destined to him, he should perish, and his feet appear above water. As for him who was successful, his hands would show first, whereupon it behoved that Judar should cast the net over him and draw him ashore. Now, quoth my brothers Abd al-Salam and Abd al-Ahad, we will wend and make trial, although we perish. And quoth I, and I also will go. But my brother Abd al-Rahim, he whom thou sawest in the habit of a Jew, said, I have no mind to this. Thereupon we agreed with him that he should repair to Cairo in the disguise of a Jewish merchant, so that, if one of us perished in the lake, he might take his mule and saddlebags and give the bearer 100 dinars. The first that came to thee, the sons of the Red King slew, and so did they with my second brother. But against me they could not prevail, and I laid hands on them. Cried Judar, "And where is the catch?" Asked the Moor, "Didst thou not see me shut them in the caskets?" "Those were fishes," said Judar. "Nay," answered the Maghribi, "they are ifrits in the guise of fish. But, O Judar," continued he, "thou must know that the treasure can be opened only by thy means. So say, wilt thou do my bidding and go with me to the city Fez and ℌ𝔞𝔫𝔫𝔞𝔥, where we will open the treasure? And after I will give thee what thou wilt, and thou shalt ever be my brother in the bond of Allah, and return to thy family with a joyful heart." Said Judar, "O my lord the pilgrim, I have on my neck a mother and 2 brothers." And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. End of Section 27. Recording by Natalie Gray. www.voicebynatalie.com. Section number 28 of the Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Natalie Gray. The Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 6, by Anonymous. Translated by Richard Francis Burton. Section 28. When it was the 612th night, she continued, "It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that Judar said to the Maghribi, I have on my neck a mother and 2 brothers, whose provider I am, and if I go with thee, who shall give them bread to eat?" Replied the Moor, "This is an idle excuse. If it be but a matter of expenditure, I will give thee 1,000 ducats for thy mother, wherewith she may provide herself till thou come back, and indeed thou shalt return before the end of 4 months. So when Judar heard mention of the 1,000 dinars, he said, "Here with them, O pilgrim, and I am thy man." And the Moor, pulling out the money, gave it to him, whereupon he carried it to his mother and told her what had passed between them, saying, "Take these 1,000 dinars and expend of them upon thyself and my brothers, whilst I journey to Morocco with the Moor, for I shall be absent 4 months, and great good will betide me. So bless me, O my mother." Answered she, "O my son, thou desolatest me, and I fear for thee." "O my mother," rejoined he, "no harm can befall him who is in Allah's keeping, and the Maghribi is a man of worth." And he went on to praise his condition to her. Quoth she, "Allah incline his heart to thee. Go with him, O my son, peradventure he will give thee somewhat." So he took leave of his mother and rejoined the Moor Abd al-Samad, who asked him, "Hast thou consulted thy mother?" "Yes," answered Judar, "and she blessed me." "Then mount behind me," said the Maghribi. So Judar mounted the mule's crupper, and they rode on from noon till the time of mid-afternoon prayer, when the fisherman was an-hungered, but seeing no victual with the Moor, said to him, "O my lord the pilgrim, belike thou hast forgotten to bring us aught to eat by the way." Asked the Moor, "Art thou hungry?" And Judar answered, "Yes." So Abd al-Samad alighted, and made Judar alight and take down the saddle-bag. Then he said to him, "What wilt thou have, O my brother?" "Anything." "Allah upon thee, tell me what thou hast a mind to." "Bread and cheese." "O my poor fellow, bread and cheese besit thee not. Wish for some good thing. Just now everything is good to me. Dost thou like nice browned chicken? Yes. Dost thou like rice and honey? Yes. And the Moor went on to ask him if he liked this dish and that dish, till he had named 24 kinds of meats. And Judar thought to himself, He must be daft. Where are all these dainties to come from, seeing he hath neither cook nor kitchen? But I'll say to him, 'Tis enough. So he cried, That will do. Thou makest me long for all these meats, and I see nothing. Quoth the Moor, Thou art welcome, O Judar. And putting his hand into the saddlebags, pulled out a golden dish containing 2 hot brown chickens. Then he thrust his hand a second time, and drew out a golden dish full of kebabs. Nor did he stint taking out dishes from saddlebags, till he had brought forth the whole of the 24 kinds he had named, whilst Judar looked on. Then said the Moor, Fall to, poor fellow. And Judar said to him, O my lord, thou carriest in yonder saddlebags kitchen and kitcheners. The Moor laughed and replied, These are magical saddlebags, and have a servant who would bring us 1,000 dishes an hour if we called for them. Quoth Judar, By Allah, a meat thing in saddlebags. Then they ate their fill and threw away what was left, after which the Moor replaced the empty dishes in the saddlebags, and putting in his hand drew out an ewer. They drank, and making the wuzu ablution, prayed the mid-afternoon prayer, after which Abd al-Samad replaced the ewer and the 2 caskets in the saddlebags, and throwing them over the mule's back, mounted and cried, Up with thee, and let us be off, presently adding, O Judar, knowest thou how far we have come since we left Cairo? Not I, by Allah, replied he. And Abd al-Samad, We have come a whole month's journey. Asked Judar, And how is that? And the Moor answered, Know, O Judar, that this mule under us is a marid of the jinn, who every day performeth a year's journey, but for thy sake she hath gone an easier pace. Then they set out again, and fared on westwards till nightfall, when they halted, and the Maghribi brought out supper from the saddlebags. And in like manner in the morning he took forth wherewithal to break their fast. So they rode on 4 days, journeying till midnight, and then alighting and sleeping until morning, when they fared on again. And all that Judar had a mind to, he sought of the Moor, who brought it out of the saddlebags. On the 5th day they arrived at Fez and Meknes, and entered the city, where all who met the Maghribi saluted him and kissed his hands, and he continued riding through the streets till he came to a certain door, at which he knocked, whereupon it opened, and out came a girl like the moon, to whom said he, O my daughter, O Rama, open us the upper chamber. On my head and eyes, O my papa, replied she, and went in, swaying her hips to and fro with a graceful and swimming gait like a thirsting gazelle, movements that ravished Judar's reason, and he said, This is none other than a king's daughter. So she opened the upper chamber, and the Moor, taking the saddlebags from the mule's back, said, Go, and God bless thee. When lo, the earth clove asunder, and swallowing the mule, closed up again as before. And Judar said, O protector, praised be Allah, who hath kept us in safety on her back. Quoth the Maghribi, Marvel not, O Judar, I told thee that the mule was an Ifrit, but come with us into the upper chamber. So they went up into it, and Judar was amazed at the profusion of rich furniture and pendants of gold and silver, and jewels and other rare and precious things which he saw there. As soon as they were seated, the Moor bade Rama bring him a certain bundle, and opening it, drew out a dress worth 1,000 dinars, which he gave to Judar, saying, "Don this dress, O Judar, and welcome to thee." So Judar put it on, and became a fair ensample of the kings of the West. Then the Maghribi laid the saddlebags before him, and putting in his hand, pulled out dish after dish, till they had before them a tray of 40 kinds of meat, when he said to Judar, "Come near, O my master, eat and excuse us." And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day, and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 613th night, she continued, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that Maghribi, having served up in the pavilion a tray of 40 kinds of meat, said to Judar, "Come near, O my master, and excuse us, for that we know not what meats thou desirest. But tell us what thou hast a mind to, and we will set it before thee without delay." Replied Judar, "By Allah, O my lord the pilgrim, I love all kinds of meat, and unlove none. So ask me not of aught, but bring all that cometh to thy thought, for save eating, to do I have not." After this he tarried 20 days with the Moor, who clad him in new clothes every day, and all this time they ate from the saddlebags. For the Maghribi bought neither meat, nor bread, nor aught else, nor cooked, but brought everything out of the bags, even to various sorts of fruit. On the 21st day he said, "O Judar, up with thee! This is the day appointed for opening the hoard of ℌ𝔞𝔫𝔫𝔞𝔥." So he rose, and they went afoot without the city, where they found 2 slaves, each holding a she-mule. The Moor mounted one beast, and Judar the other, and they ceased not riding till noon, when they came to a stream of running water, on whose banks Abd al-Samad alighted, saying, "Dismount, O Judar." Then he signed with his hand to the slaves and said, "To it." So they took the mules, and going each his own way, were absent a while, after which they returned, one bearing a tent which he pitched, and the other carpets which he spread in the tent, and laid mattresses, pillows, and cushions there around. Then one of them brought the caskets containing the 2 fishes, and another fetched the saddlebags, whereupon the Maghribi arose and said, "Come, O Judar." So Judar followed him into the tent, and sat down beside him, and he brought out dishes of meat from the saddlebags, and they ate the undurn meal. Then the Moor took the 2 caskets, and conjured over them both, whereupon there came from within voices that said, "Admus, at thy service, O diviner of the world, have mercy upon us," and called aloud for aid. But he ceased not to repeat conjurations, and they to call for help, till the 2 caskets flew in sunder, the fragments flying about, and there came forth 2 men with pinioned hands, saying, "Quarter, O diviner of the world, what wilt thou with us?" Quoth he, "My will is to burn you both with fire, except ye make a covenant with me, to open to me the treasure of ℌ𝔞𝔫𝔫𝔞𝔥." Quoth they, "We promise this to thee, and we will open the treasure sure to thee, so thou produce to us Judar bin Omar, the fisherman, for the hoard may not be opened but by his means, nor can any enter therein save Judar." Cried the Maghribi, "Him of whom ye speak I have brought, and he is here, listening to you and looking at you." Thereupon they covenanted with him to open the treasure to him, and he released them. Then he brought out a hollow wand, and tablets of red carnelian, which he laid on the rod, and after this he took a chafing dish, and setting charcoal thereon, blew one breath into it, and it kindled forthwith. Presently he brought incense, and said, "O Judar, I am now about to begin the necessary conjurations and fumigations, and when I have once begun, I may not speak, or the charm will be naught. So I will teach thee first what thou must do to win thy wish." "Teach me," quoth ■Judar. "Know," quoth the Moor, "that when I have recited the spell and thrown on the incense, the water will dry up from the river's bed and discover to thee a golden door, the bigness of the city gate, with 2 rings of metal thereon. Whereupon do thou go down to the door and knock a light knock and wait a while. Then knock a second time a knock louder than the first, and wait another while. After which give 3 knocks in rapid succession, and thou wilt hear a voice ask, 'Who knocketh at the door of the treasure, unknowing how to solve the secrets?' Do thou answer, 'I am Judar the fisherman, son of Omar,' and the door will open, and there will come forth a figure with a brand in hand, who will say to thee, 'If thou be that man, stretch forth thy neck, that I may strike off thy head.' Then do thou stretch forth thy neck, and fear not, for when he lifts his hand and smites thee with the sword, he will fall down before thee, and in a little thou wilt see him a body sans soul, and the stroke shall not hurt thee, nor shall any harm befall thee. But if thou gainsay him, he will slay thee. When thou hast undone his enchantment by obedience, enter and go on till thou see another door, at which do thou knock, and there will come forth to thee a horseman riding a mare with a lance on his shoulder, and say to thee, 'What bringeth thee hither, where none may enter, ni man, ni genie?' And he will shake his lance at thee. Bare thy breast to him, and he will smite thee and fall down forthright, and thou shalt see him a body without a soul. But if thou cross him, he will kill thee. Then go on to the 3rd door, whence there will come forth to thee a man with a bow and arrows in his hand, and take aim at thee. Bare thy breast to him, and he will shoot at thee and fall down before thee, a body without a soul. But if thou oppose him, he will kill thee. Then go on to the 4th door." And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day, and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 614th night, she continued, "It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that the Maghribi said to Judar, 'Go on to the 4th door and knock, and it shall be opened to thee. When there will come forth to thee a lion huge of bulk, which will rush upon thee, opening his mouth and showing he hath a mind to devour thee. Have no fear of him, neither flee from him. But when he cometh to thee, give him thy hand, and he will bite at it, and fall down straightway, nor shall aught of hurt betide thee. Then enter the 5th door, where thou shalt find a black slave who will say to thee, 'Who art thou?' Say, 'I am Judar,' and he will answer, 'If thou be that man, open the 6th door.' Then do thou go up to the door and say, 'O Isa, tell Musa to open the door.' Whereupon the door will fly open, and thou wilt see 2 dragons, one on the left hand and another on the right, which will open their mouths and fly at thee, both at once. Do thou put forth to them both hands, and they will bite each a hand, and fall down dead. But an thou resist them, they will slay thee. Then go on to the 7th door and knock, whereupon there will come forth to thee thy mother, and say, 'Welcome, O my son, come that I may greet thee.' But do thou reply, 'Hold off from me and doff thy dress.' And she will make answer, 'O my son, I am thy mother, and I have a claim upon thee for suckling thee and for rearing thee. How then wouldst thou strip me naked?' Then do thou say, Except thou put off thy clothes, I will kill thee. And look to thy right, where thou wilt see a sword hanging up. Take it and draw it upon her, saying, Strip, whereupon she will wheedle thee and humble herself to thee. But have thou no ruth on her, nor be beguiled, and as often as she putteth off aught, say to her, Off with the rave, nor do thou cease to threaten her with death, till she doff all that is upon her, and fall down, whereupon the enchantment will be dissolved, and the charms undone, and thou wilt be safe as to thy life. Then enter the hall of the treasure, where thou wilt see the gold lying in heaps. But pay no heed to aught thereof, but look to a closet at the upper end of the hall, where thou wilt see a curtain drawn. Draw back the curtain, and thou wilt descry the enchanter Al-Shamardal lying upon a couch of gold, with something at his head round and shining like the moon, which is the celestial planisphere. He is baldricked with the sword, his finger is the ring, and about his neck hangs a chain, to which hangs the coal file. Bring me the 4 talismans, and beware lest thou forget aught of that which I have told thee, or thou will repent, and there will be fear for thee. And he repeated his directions a second and a third and a 4th time, till Judar said, I have them by heart, but who may face all these enchantments that thou namest, and endure against these mighty terrors? Replied the Moor, O Judar, fear not, for they are semblances without life. And he went on to hearten him, till he said, I put my trust in Allah. Then Abd al-Samad threw perfumes on the chafing dish, and addressed himself to reciting conjurations for a time, when, behold, the water disappeared and uncovered the river bed, and discovered the door of the treasure. Whereupon Judar went down to the door and knocked. Therewith he heard a voice saying, Who knocketh at the door of the treasure, unknowing how to solve the secrets? Quoth he, I am Judar, son of Omar. Whereupon the door opened, and there came forth a figure with a drawn sword, who said to him, Stretch forth thy neck. So he stretched forth his neck, and the species smote him, and fell down lifeless. Then he went on to the 2nd door, and did the like, nor did he cease to do thus, till he had undone the enchantments of the first 6 doors, and came to the 7th door, whence there issued forth to him his mother, saying, I salute thee, O my son. He asked, What art thou? And she answered, O my son, I am thy mother who bare thee 9 months, and suckled thee and reared thee. Quoth he, Put off thy clothes. Quoth she, Thou art my son, how wouldst thou strip me naked? But he said, Strip, or I will strike off thy head with this sword. And he stretched out his hand to the brand, and drew it upon her, saying, Except thou strip, I will slay thee. Then the strife became long between them, and as often as he redoubled on her his threats, she put off somewhat of her clothes, and he said to her, Doff the rest, with many menaces, while she removed each article slowly, and kept saying, O my son, thou hast disappointed my fosterage of thee, till she had nothing left but her petticoat trousers. Then she said, O my son, is thy heart stone? Wilt thou dishonor me by discovering my shame? Indeed, this is unlawful, O my son. And he answered, Thou sayest sooth, put not off thy trousers. At once as he uttered these words, she cried out, He hath made default, beat him. Whereupon there fell upon him blows like raindrops, and the servants of the treasure flocked to him, and dealt him a funding, which he forgot not in all his days. After which they thrust him forth, and threw him down without the treasure, and the hoard doors closed of themselves, whilst the waters of the river returned to their bed. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day, and ceased saying her permitted say. End of section 28. Recording by Natalie Gray. www.voicebynatalie.com. Section 29 of the Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Natalie Gray. The Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 6, by Anonymous. Translated by Richard Francis Burton. Section 29. When it was the 615th night, she said, "It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that when the servants of the treasure beat Judar and cast him out, and the hoard doors closed of themselves, whilst the river waters returned to their bed, Abd al-Samad the Maghribi took Judar up in haste, and repeated conjurations over him, till he came to his senses, but still dazed as with drink, when he asked him, 'What hast thou done, O wretch?' Answered Judar, 'O my brother, I undid all the opposing enchantments, till I came to my mother, and there befell, between her and myself, a long contention. But I made her doff her clothes, O my brother, till but her trousers remained upon her, and she said to me, Do not dishonor me, for to discover one's shame is forbidden. So I left her trousers out of pity, and behold, she cried out and said, He hath made default, beat him. Whereupon there came out upon me folk, whence I know not, and funding me with a belabouring which was a sister of death, thrust me forth, nor do I know what befell me after this." Quoth the Moor, "Did I not warn thee not to swerve from my directions? Verily thou hast injured me, and hast injured thyself. For if thou hadst made her take off her petticoat trousers, we had won to our wish. But now thou must abide with me till this day next year." Then he cried out to the two slaves, who struck the tent forthright and loaded it on the beasts. Then they were absent a while, and presently returned with the 2 mules. And the twain mounted and rode back to the city of Fez, where Judar tarried with the Maghribi, eating well and drinking well, and donning a grand dress every day till the year was ended and the anniversary day dawned. Then the Moor said to him, "Come with me, for this is the appointed day." And Judar said, "'Tis well." So the Maghribi carried him without the city, where they found the 2 slaves with the mules, and rode on till they reached the river. Here the slaves pitched the tent and furnished it, and the Moor brought forth the tray of food, and they ate the morning meal, after which Abd al-Samad brought out the wand and the tablets as before, and kindling the fire in the chafing dish, made ready the incense. Then said he, "O Judar, I wish to renew my charge to thee." "O my lord the pilgrim," replied he, "if I have forgotten the bastinado, I have forgotten the injunctions." Asked the Moor, "Dost thou indeed remember them?" And he answered, "Yes." Quoth the Moor, "Keep thy wits, and think not that the woman is thy very mother. Nay, she is but an enchantment in her semblance, whose purpose is to find thee defaulting. Thou camest off alive the first time, but an thou trip this time, they will slay thee." Quoth Judar, "If I slip this time, I deserve to be burnt of them." Then Abd al-Samad cast the perfumes into the fire, and recited the conjurations till the river dried up, whereupon Judar descended and knocked. The door opened, and he entered and undid the several enchantments, till he came to the 7th door, and the semblance of his mother appeared before him, saying, "Welcome, O my son." But he said to her, "How am I thy son, O accursed? Strip." And she began to wheedle him, and put off garment after garment, till only her trousers remained. And he said to her, "Strip, O accursed." So she put off her trousers and became a body without a soul. Then he entered the hall of the treasures, where he saw gold lying in heaps, but paid no heed to it, and passed on to the closet at the upper end, where he saw the enchanter 𝔅𝔀𝔍𝔍𝔀𝔀 lying on a couch of gold, baldricked with the sword, with the ring on his finger, the coal phial on his breast, and the celestial planisphere hanging over his head. So he loosed the sword, and taking the ring, the coal phial, and the planisphere, went forth, when behold a band of music sounded for him, and the servants of the treasure cried out, saying, Mayest thou be assained with that thou hast gained, O 𝔅𝔌𝔍𝔍𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀 Margravine, who gave up his conjurations and fumigations, and rose up and embraced him and saluted him. Then 𝔅𝔌𝔌 made over to him the 4 hoarded talismans, and he took them and cried out to the slaves who carried away the tent and brought the mules. So they mounted and returned to Fez city, where the Moor fetched the saddlebags and brought forth dish after dish of meat, till the tray was full, and said, "O my brother, O 𝔅𝔌𝔌, eat." So he ate till he was satisfied, when the Moor emptied what remained of the meats and other dishes, and returned the empty platters to the saddlebags. Then quoth he, "O 𝔅𝔌𝔌, thou hast left home and native land on our account, and thou hast accomplished our dearest desire, wherefore thou hast a right to require a reward of us. Ask therefore what thou wilt. It is Almighty Allah who giveth unto thee by our means. Ask thy will, and be not ashamed, for thou art deserving." "O my lord," quoth 𝔅𝔌𝔌, "I ask first of Allah the Most High, and then of thee, that thou give me yonder saddlebags." So the Margravine called for them, and gave them to him, saying, "Take them, for they are thy due. And if thou hadst asked of me aught else instead, I had given it to thee. Eat from them, thou and thy family. But, my poor fellow, these will not profit thee, save by way of provant, and thou hast wearied thyself with us, and we promised to send thee home rejoicing. So we will join to these other saddlebags full of gold and gems, and forward thee back to thy native land, where thou shalt become a gentleman and a merchant, and clothe thyself and thy family. Nor shalt thou want ready money for thine expenditure. And know that the manner of using our gift is on this wise. Put thy hand therein, and say, O servant of these saddlebags, I conjure thee by virtue of the mighty names which have power over thee, bring me such a dish. And he will bring thee whatsoever thou askest, though thou shouldst call for 1,000 different dishes a day." So saying, he filled him a second pair of saddlebags, half with gold, and half with gems and precious stones, and sending for a slave and a mule, said to him, "Mount this mule, and the slave shall go before thee and show thee the way, till thou come to the door of thy house, where do thou take the 2 pair of saddlebags, and give him the mule, that he may bring it back. But admit none into thy secret, and so we commend thee to Allah." "May the Almighty increase thy good," replied 𝔅𝔌𝔌, and laying the 2 pairs of saddlebags on the mule's back, mounted and set forth. The slave went on before him, and the mule followed him all that day and night. And on the morrow he entered Cairo by the Gate of Victory, where he saw his mother seated, saying, "Alms, for the love of Allah!" At this sight he well nigh lost his wits, and alighting, threw himself upon her, and when she saw him she wept. Then he mounted her on the mule and walked by her stirrup, till they came to the house, where he set her down, and taking the saddlebags, left the she-mule to the slave, who led her away and returned with her to his master, for that both slave and mule were devils. As for 𝔅𝔌𝔌, it was grievous to him that his mother should beg, So when they were in the house, he asked her, "O my mother, are my brothers well?" And she answered, "They are both well." Quoth he, "Why dost thou beg by the wayside?" Quoth she, "Because I am hungry, O my son." And he, "Before I went away, I gave thee 100 dinars one day, the like the next, and 1,000 on the day of my departure." "O my son, they cheated me and took the money from me, saying, 'We will buy goods with it.' Then they drove me away, and I fell to begging by the wayside for stress of hunger." "O my mother, no harm shall befall thee, now I am come, so have no concern, for these saddlebags are full of gold and gems, and good aboundeth with me." "Verily thou art blessed, O my son. Allah accept of thee and increase thee of his bounties. Go, O my son, fetch us some victual, for I slept not last night for excess of hunger, having gone to bed supperless." "Welcome to thee, O my mother. Call for what thou wilt to eat, and I will set it before thee this moment, for I have no occasion to buy from the market, nor need I any to cook." "O my son, I see naught with thee." "I have with me in these saddlebags all manner of meats." "O my son, whatever is ready will serve to stay hunger." "True, when there is no choice, men are content with the smallest thing, but where there is plenty, they like to eat what is good, and I have abundance, so call for what thou hast a mind to." "O my son, give me some hot bread and a slice of cheese." "O my mother, this befitteth not thy condition." "Then give me to eat of that which besitteth my case, for thou knowest it." "O my mother," rejoined he, "what suit thine estate are browned meat and roast chicken, and peppered rice, and it becometh thy rank to eat of sausages, and stuffed cucumbers, and stuffed lamb, and stuffed ribs of mutton, and vermicelli with broken almonds, and nuts, and honey, and sugar, and fritters, and almond cakes." But she thought he was laughing at her, and making mock of her, so she said to him, "Yao, yao, what is come to thee? Dost thou dream, or art thou daft?" Asked he, "Why deemest thou that I am mad?" And she answered, "Because thou namest to me all manner rich dishes. Who can avail unto their price, and who knoweth how to dress them?" Quoth he, "By my life thou shalt eat of all that I have named to thee, and that at once." And quoth she, "I see nothing." And he, "Bring me the saddlebags." So she fetched them, and feeling them, found them empty. However, she laid them before him, and he thrust in his hand, and pulled out dish after dish, till he had set before her all he had named. Whereupon asked she, "O my son, the saddlebags are small, and moreover they were empty. Yet hast thou taken thereout all these dishes. Where then were they all?" And he answered, "O my mother, know that these saddlebags, which the Moor gave me, are enchanted, and they have a servant whom, if one desire aught, he hath but to adjure by the names which command him, saying, 'O servant of these saddlebags, bring me such a dish,' and he will bring it." Quoth his mother, "And may I put out my hand and ask of him?" Quoth he, "Do so." So she stretched out her hand and said, "O servant of the saddlebags, by the virtue of the names which command thee, bring me stuffed ribs." Then she thrust in her hand and found a dish containing delicate stuffed ribs of lamb. So she took it out and called for bread and what else she had a mind to, after which Judar said to her, "O my mother, when thou hast made an end of eating, empty what is left of the food into dishes other than these, and restore the empty platters to the saddlebags carefully." So she arose and laid them up in a safe place. "And look, O mother mine, that thou keep this secret," added he, "and whenever thou hast a mind to aught, take it forth of the saddlebags, and give alms and feed my brothers, whether I be present or absent." Then he fell to eating with her, and behold, while they were thus occupied, in came his 2 brothers, whom a son of the quarter had apprised of his return, saying, "Your brother is come back, riding on a she-mule with a slave before him, and wearing a dress that hath not its like." So they said to each other, "Would to heaven we had not evilly entreated our mother. There is no hope but that she will surely tell him how he did by her, and then, oh, our disgrace with him." But one of the twain said, "Our mother is soft-hearted, and if she tell him, our brother is yet tenderer over us than she, and, given we excuse ourselves to him, he will accept our excuse." So they went in to him, and he rose to them, and saluting them with the friendliest salutation, bade them sit down and eat. So they ate till they were satisfied, for they were weak with hunger. After which Judar said to them, "O my brothers, take what is left and distribute it to the poor and needy." "O brother," replied they, "let us keep it to sup withal." But he answered, "When supper time cometh, ye shall have more than this." So they took the rest of the victual, and going out, gave it to every poor man who passed by them, saying, "Take and eat," till nothing was left. Then they brought back the dishes, and Judar said to his mother, "Put them in the saddle-bags." And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day, and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 616th Night, she continued, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that Judar, when his brethren had finished their under meal, said to his mother, "Put back the platters in the saddle-bags." And when it was eventide, he entered the saloon and took forth of the saddle-bags a table of 40 dishes, after which he went up to the upper room, and, sitting down between his brothers, said to his mother, "Bring the supper." So she went down to the saloon, and, finding there the dishes ready, laid the tray and brought up the 40 dishes, one after other. Then they ate the evening meal, and when they had done, Judar said to his brothers, "Take and feed the poor and needy." So they took what was left, and gave alms thereof, and presently he brought forth to them sweetmeats, whereof they ate, and what was left he bade them give to the neighbors. On the morrow they brake their fast after the same fashion, and thus they fared 10 days, at the end of which time quoth Salim to Salim, "How cometh it that our brother setteth before us a banquet in the morning, a banquet at noon, and a banquet at sundown, besides sweetmeats late at night, and all that is left he giveth to the poor? Verily this is the fashion of sultans, yet we never see him buy aught, and he hath neither kitchener nor kitchen, nor doth he light a fire. Whence hath he this great plenty? Hast thou not a mind to discover the cause of all this?" Quoth Salim, "By Allah, I know not. But knowest thou any who will tell us the truth of the case?" Quoth Salim, "None will tell us save our mother." So they laid a plot, and repairing to their mother one day, in their brother's absence, said to her, "O our mother, we are hungry." Replied she, "Rejoice, for ye shall presently be satisfied." And going into the saloon, sought of the servant of the saddle-bags hot meats, which she took out and set before her sons. "O our mother," cried they, "this meat is hot, yet hast thou not cooked, neither kindled a fire." Quoth she, "It cometh from the saddle-bags." And quoth they, "What manner of thing be these saddle-bags?" She answered, "They are enchanted, and the required is produced by the charm." She then told her sons their virtue, enjoining them to secrecy. Said they, "The secret shall be kept, O our mother, but teach us the manner of this." So she taught them the fashion thereof, and they fell to putting their hands into the saddle-bags, and taking forth whatever they had a mind to. But Judar knew not of this. Then quoth Salim privily to Salim, "O my brother, how long shall we abide with Judar servant-wise, and eat of his alms? Shall we not contrive to get the saddle-bags from him, and make off with them? And how shall we make shift to do this? We will sell him to the galleys." "How shall we do that?" "We two will go to the Rais, the chief captain of the Sea of Suez, and bid him to an entertainment with 2 of his company. What I say to Judar do thou confirm, and at the end of the night I will show thee what I will do." So they agreed upon the sale of their brother, and going to the captain's quarters said to him, "O Rice, we have come to thee on an errand that will please thee." "Good," answered he, and they continued, "We two are brethren, and we have a third brother, a lewd fellow and good for nothing. When our father died, he left us some money which we shared amongst us, and he took his part of the inheritance and wasted it in frowardness and debauchery till he was reduced to poverty, when he came upon us and cited us before the magistrates, avouching that we had taken his good and that of his father, and we disputed the matter before the judges and lost the money. Then he waited a while and attacked us a second time until he brought us to beggary, nor will he desist from us, and we are utterly weary of him, wherefore we would have thee buy him of us." Quoth the captain, "Can ye cast about with him and bring him to me here? If so, I will pack him off to sea forthright." Quoth they, "We cannot manage to bring him here, but be thou our guest this night, and bring with thee 2 of thy men, not one more, and when he is asleep we will aid one another to fall upon him, we 5, and seize and gag him. Then shalt thou carry him forth the house under cover of the night, and after do thou with him as thou wilt." Rejoined the captain, "With all my heart. Will ye sell him for 40 dinars? And they, "Yes, come after nightfall to such a street, by such a mosque, and thou shalt find one of us awaiting thee." And he replied, "Now be off." Then they repaired to 𝔅𝔌𝔍𝔍𝔀𝔀𝔀🐁 and waited a while, after which Salim went up to him and kissed his hand. Quoth 𝔅𝔌𝔍𝔍𝔀𝔀𝔀🐁, "What ails thee, O my brother?" And he made answer, saying, "Know that I have a friend, who hath many a time bidden me to his house in thine absence, and hath ever hospitably entreated me, and I owe him 1,000 kindnesses, as my brother here wotteth. I met him today, and he invited me to his house, but I said to him, I cannot leave my brother 𝔅𝔌𝔍𝔍𝔀𝔀𝔀🐁. Quoth he, Bring him with thee, and quoth I, He will not consent to that, but if ye will be my guests, thou and thy brothers, for his brothers were sitting with him, and I invited them, thinking that they would refuse. But he accepted my invitation for all of them, saying, Look for me at the gate of the little mosque, and I will come to thee, I and my brothers. And now I fear they will come, and am ashamed before thee. So wilt thou hearten my heart, and entertain them this night, for thy good is abundant, O my brother? Or if thou consent not, give me leave to take them into the neighbors' houses. Replied 𝔅𝔌𝔍𝔍𝔀𝔀🐁, Why shouldst thou carry them into the neighbors' houses? Is our house then so strait? Or have we not wherewith to give them supper? Shame on thee to consult me. Thou hast but to call for whatever thou needest, and have rich viands and sweetmeats to spare. Whenever thou bringest home folk in my absence, ask thy mother, and she will set before thee victual more than enough. Go and fetch them. Blessings have descended upon us through such guests. So Salim kissed his hand, and going forth, sat at the gate of the little mosque till after sundown, when the captain and his men came up to him, and he carried them to the house. When 𝔅𝔌𝔍𝔍𝔀𝔀🐁 saw them, he bade them welcome, and seated them, and made friends of them, knowing not what the future had in store for him at their hands. Then he called to his mother for supper, and she fell to taking dishes out of the saddle-bags, whilst he said, Bring such and such meats, till she had set 40 different dishes before them. They ate their sufficiency, and the tray was taken away, the sailors thinking the while that this liberal entertainment came from Salim. When a third part of the night was past, 𝔅𝔌𝔍𝔍𝔀𝔀🐁 set sweetmeats before them, and Salim served them, whilst his 2 brothers sat with the guests till they sought to sleep. Accordingly 𝔅𝔌𝔍𝔬𝔁 lay down, and the others with him, who waited till he was asleep, when they fell upon him together, and gagging and pinioning him before he was awake, carried him forth of the house under cover of the night. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day, and ceased saying her permitted say. End of Section 29. Recording by Natalie Gray. www.voicebynatalie.com. Section 30 of the Book of 1,000 Nights and a Night, Volume 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Natalie Gray. The Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 6, by Anonymous. Translated by Richard Francis Burton. Section 30. When it was the 617th night, she said, "It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that they seized Judar, and carrying him forth of the house under cover of the night, at once packed him off to Suez, where they shackled him, and set him to work as a galley slave. And he ceased not to serve thus in silence a whole year. So far concerning Judar. But as for his brothers, they went in next morning to his mother, and said to her, Our mother, our brother Judar is not awake. Said she, Do ye wake him? Asked they, Where lieth he? And she answered, With the guests. They rejoined, Haply he went away with them whilst we slept, O mother. It would seem that he had tasted of strangerhood, and yearned to get at hidden hoards, for we heard him at talk with the Moors, and they said to him, We will take thee with us, and open the treasure to thee. She inquired, Hath he then been in company with Moors? And they replied, saying, Were they not our guests yesternight? And she, Most like he hath gone with them, but Allah will direct him on the right way, for there is a blessing upon him, and he will surely come back with great good. But she wept, for it was grievous to her to be parted from her son. Then they said to her, O accursed woman, dost thou love Judar with all this love, whilst as for us, whether we be absent or present, thou neither joyest in us, nor sorrowest for us? Are we not thy sons, even as Judar is thy son? She said, Ye indeed are my sons, but ye are reprobates who deserve no favor of me, for since your father's death I have never seen any good in you, whilst as for Judar I have had abundant good of him, and he hath heartened my heart, and entreated me with honor. Wherefore it behoveth me to weep for him, because of his kindness to me and to you. When they heard this, they abused her and beat her, after which they sought for the saddlebags, till they found the 2 pairs, and took the enchanted one, and all the gold from one pouch, and jewels from the other of the unenchanted, saying, This was our father's good. Said their mother, Not so, by Allah. It belongeth to your brother Judar, who brought it from the land of the Maghribi. Said they, Thou liest. It was our father's property, and we will dispose of it as we please. Then they divided the gold and jewels between them, but a bramble arose between them concerning the enchanted saddlebags, Salim saying, I will have them, and Salim saying, I will take them. And they came to high words. Then she said, O my sons, ye have divided the gold and the jewels, but this may not be divided, nor can its value be made up in money. And if it be cut in twain, its spell will be voided. So leave it with me, and I will give you to eat from it at all times, and be content to take a morsel with you. If ye allow me aught to clothe me, 'twill be of your bounty, and each of you shall traffic with the folk for himself. Ye are my sons, and I am your mother. Wherefore let us abide as we are, lest your brother come back and we be disgraced. But they accepted not her words, and passed the night wrangling with each other. Now it chanced that a janissary of the king's guards was a guest in the house adjoining Judar's, and heard them through the open window. So he looked out, and listening, heard all the angry words that passed between them, and saw the division of the spoil. Next morning he presented himself before the king of Egypt, whose name was Shams al-Dawlah, and told him all he had heard. Whereupon he sent for Judar's brothers, and put them to the question till they confessed. And he took the 2 pairs of saddlebags from them, and clapped them in prison, appointing a sufficient daily allowance to their mother. Now as regards Judar, he abode a whole year in service at Suez, till one day being in a ship bound on a voyage over the sea, a wind arose against them and cast the vessel upon a rock projecting from a mountain, where she broke up, and all on board were drowned, and none get ashore save Judar. As soon as he landed, he fared on inland, till he reached an encampment of Badawi, who questioned him of his case, and he told them he had been a sailor. Now there was in camp a merchant, a native of Jiddah, who took pity on him, and said to him, "Wilt thou take service with me, O Egyptian? And I will clothe thee and carry thee with me to Jiddah." So Judar took service with him, and accompanied him to Jiddah, where he showed him much favor. After a while his master the merchant set out on a pilgrimage to Mecca, taking Judar with him. And when they reached the city, the ℍ𝔅𝔌𝐻 repaired to the Haram temple to circumambulate the Ka'abah. As he was making the prescribed circuits, he suddenly saw his friend Abd al-Samad the Moor doing the like. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day, and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 618th night, she said, "It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that Judar, as he was making the circuits, suddenly saw his friend Abd al-Samad also circumambulating, and when the Maghribi caught sight of him, he saluted him and asked him of his state, whereupon Judar wept and told him all that had befallen him. So the Moor carried him to his lodging and entreated him with honor, clothing him in a dress of which the like was not, and saying to him, "Thou hast seen the end of thine ills, O Judar." Then he drew out for him a geometric figure, which showed what had befallen Salim and Salim, and said to Judar, "Such and such things have befallen thy brothers, and they are now in the king of Egypt's prison. But thou art right welcome to abide with me and accomplish thine ordinances of pilgrimage, and all shall be well." Replied Judar, "O my lord, let me go and take leave of the merchant with whom I am, and after I will come back to thee." "Dost thou owe money?" asked the Moor, and he answered, "No." Said Abd al-Samad, "Go thou and take leave of him, and come back forthright, for bread hath claims of its own from the ingenuous." So Judar returned to the merchant and farewelled him, saying, "I have fallen in with my brother." "Go, bring him here," said the merchant, "and we will make him an entertainment." But Judar answered, saying, "He hath no need of that, for he is a man of wealth and hath many servants." Then the merchant gave Judar 20 dinars, saying, "Acquit me of responsibility." And he bade him adieu and went forth from him. Presently he saw a poor man, so he gave him the 20 ducats and returned to the Moor, with whom he abode till they had accomplished the pilgrimage rites, when Abd al-Samad gave him the seal ring that he had taken from the treasure of Al-Shamardal, saying, "This ring will win thee thy wish, for it enchanteth and hath a servant, by name Al-Ra'ad al-Kasif. So whatever thou hast a mind to of the wants of this world, rub this ring, and its servant will appear and do all thou biddest him." Then he rubbed the ring before him, whereupon the genie appeared, saying, "Atsam, O my lord, ask what thou wilt, and it shall be given thee. Hast thou a mind to people a ruined city, or ruin a populous one? To slay a king, or to rout a host?" "O Ra'ad," said Abd al-Samad, "this is become thy lord. Do thou serve him faithfully." Then he dismissed him and said to Judar, "Rub the ring and the servant will appear, and do thou command him to do whatever thou desirest, for he will not gainsay thee. Now go to thine own country and take care of the ring, for by means of it thou wilt baffle thine enemies, and be not ignorant of its puissance." "O my lord," quoth Judar, "with thy leave I will set out homewards." Quoth the Maghribi, Summon the genie and mount upon his back, and if thou say to him, Bring me to my native city this very day, he will not disobey thy commandment. So he took leave of 𝔅𝔌𝔍𝔍𝔀𝔅 al-Samad and rubbed the ring, whereupon al-Ra'ad presented himself, saying, Atsam, ask, and it shall be given to thee. Said Judar, Carry me to Cairo this day. And he replied, Thy will be done. And taking him on his back, flew with him from noon till midnight, when he set him down in the courtyard of his mother's house and disappeared. Judar went in to his mother, who rose weeping and greeted him fondly, and told him how the king had beaten his brothers and cast them into jail, and taken the 2 pairs of saddlebags, which, when he heard, it was no light matter to him. And he said to her, Grieve not for the past. I will show thee what I can do, and bring my brothers hither forthright. So he rubbed the ring, whereupon its servant appeared, saying, Here I am, ask and thou shalt have. Quoth Judar, I bid thee bring my 2 brothers from the prison of the king. So the genie sank into the earth, and came not up, but in the midst of the jail, where Salim and Salim lay in piteous plight and sore sorrow for the plagues of prison, so that they wished for death. And one of them said to the other, By Allah, O my brother, affliction is longsome upon us. How long shall we abide in this prison? Death would be a relief. As he spoke, behold, the earth clove in sunder, and out came al-Ra'ad, who took both up and plunged with them into the earth. They swooned away for excess of fear, and when they recovered, they found themselves in their mother's house, and saw Judar seated by her side. Quoth he, I salute you, O my brothers. You have cheered me by your presence. And they bowed their heads and burst into tears. Then said he, Weep not, for it was Satan and 𝔅𝔀𝐻𝔍𝔍𝔀𝔀 that led you to do thus. How could you sell me? But I comfort myself with the thought of Joseph, whose brothers did with him even more than ye did with me, because they cast him into the pit. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day, and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 619th night, she continued, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that Judar said to his brothers, How could you do with me thus? But repent unto Allah, and crave pardon of him, and he will forgive you both, for he is the most forgiving, the merciful. As for me, I pardon you and welcome you. No harm shall befall you. Then he comforted them, and set their hearts at ease, and related to them all he had suffered, till he fell in with Sheikh Abd al-Samad, and told them also of the seal ring. They replied, O our brother, forgive us this time, and if we return to our old ways, do with us as thou wilt. Quoth he, No harm shall befall you, but tell me what the king did with you. Quoth they, He beat us and threatened us with death, and took the 2 pairs of saddlebags from us. Will he not care? Said Judar, and rubbed the ring, whereupon al-Ra'ad appeared. When his brothers saw him, they were frightened, and thought Judar would bid him slay them. So they fled to their mother, crying, O our mother, we throw ourselves on thy generosity. Do thou intercede for us, O our mother. And she said to them, O my sons, fear nothing. Then said Judar to the servant, I command thee to bring me all that is in the king's treasury of goods and such. Let nothing remain, and fetch the 2 pairs of saddlebags he took from my brothers. I hear and I obey, replied al-Ra'ad, and disappearing straightway, gathered together all he found in the treasury, and returned with the 2 pairs of saddlebags, and the deposits therein, and laid them before Judar, saying, O my lord, I have left nothing in the treasury. Judar gave the treasure to his mother, bidding her keep it, and laying the enchanted saddlebags before him, said to the genie, I command thee to build me this night a lofty palace, and overlay it with liquid gold, and furnish it with magnificent furniture, and let not the day dawn ere thou be quit of the whole work." Replied he, "Thy bidding shall be obeyed," and sank into the earth. Then Judar brought forth food, and they ate and took their ease, and lay down to sleep. Meanwhile Al-Ra'ad summoned his attendant Jinn and bade them build a palace. So some of them fell to hewing stones, and some to building, whilst others plastered and painted and furnished. Nor did the day dawn ere the ordinance of the palace was complete. Whereupon Al-Ra'ad came to Judar and said to him, "O my lord, the palace is finished and in best order, and it pleased thee to come and look on it." So Judar went forth with his mother and brothers, and saw a palace whose like there was not in the whole world, and it confounded all minds with the goodliness of its ordinance. Judar was delighted with it while he was passing along the highway, and withal it had cost him nothing. Then he asked his mother, "Say me, wilt thou take up thine abode in this palace?" And she answered, "I will, O my son," and called down blessings upon him. Then he rubbed the ring and bade the genie fetch him 40 handsome white handmaids, and 40 black damsels, and as many Mamelukes and negro slaves. "Thy will be done," answered Al-Ra'ad, and betaking himself with 40 of his attendant genii to Hind and Sind and Persia, snatched up every beautiful girl and boy they saw, till they had made up the required number. Moreover, he sent other 80, who fetched comely black girls, and 40 others brought male chattels, and carried them all to Judar's house, which they filled. Then he showed them to Judar, who was pleased with them, and said, "Bring for each a dress of the finest." "Ready," replied the servant. Then quoth he, "Bring a dress for my mother, and another for myself, and also for my brothers." So the genie fetched all that was needed, and clad the female slaves, saying to them, "This is your mistress, kiss her hands and cross her not, but serve her white and black." The Mamelukes also dressed themselves and kissed Judar's hands, and he and his brothers arrayed themselves in the robes the genie had brought them, and Judar became like unto a king, and his brothers as wazirs. Now his house was spacious, so he lodged Salim and his slave girls in one part thereof, and Salim and his slave girls in another, whilst he and his mother took up their abode in the new palace, and each in his own place was like a sultan. So far concerning them. But as regards the king's treasurer, thinking to take something from the treasury, he went in and found it altogether empty, even as saith the poet, "'Twas as a hive of bees that greatly thrived, but when the bee swarm fled, 'twas clean unhived." So he gave a great cry and fell down in a fit. When he came to himself, he left the door open, and going in to King Shams al-Dawlah, said to him, "O Commander of the Faithful, I have to inform thee that the treasury hath become empty during the night." Quoth the king, "What hast thou done with my monies which were therein?" Quoth he, "By Allah, I have not done aught with them, nor know I what is come of them. I visited the place yesterday and saw it full, but today when I went in, I found it clean empty, albeit the doors were locked, the walls were unpierced, and the bolts are unbroken, nor hath a thief entered it." Asked the king, "Are the 2 pairs of saddlebags gone?" "Yes," replied the treasurer, whereupon the king's reason flew from his head. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day, and ceased to say her permitted say. End of Section 30. Recording by Natalie Gray. www.voicebynatalie.com.
Section 31 of the Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Novella Serena. The Book of 1,000 Nights and a Night, Volume 6, by Anonymous. Translated by Richard Francis Burton. Section 31. When it was the 620th night, she said, "It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that when the treasurer informed the king that all in the treasury had been plundered, including the 2 pairs of saddlebags, the king's reason flew from his head, and he rose to his feet, saying, 'Go thou before me.' Then he followed the treasurer to the treasury, and he found nothing there. Whereat he was wroth with him, and he said to them, 'O soldiers, know that my treasury hath been plundered during the night, and I know not who did this deed, and dared thus to outrage me without fear of me.' Said they, 'How so?' And he replied, 'Ask the treasurer.' So they questioned him, and he answered, saying, 'Yesterday I visited the treasury, and it was full. But this morning, when I entered it, I found it empty, though the walls were unpierced and the doors unbroken.' They all marvelled at this, and could make the king no answer, when in came the Janissary, who had denounced Salim and Salim, and said to Shams-al-Dawla, 'O king of the age, all this night I have not slept for that which I saw.' And the king asked, 'And what didst thou see?' 'Know, O king of the age,' answered the Khawass, 'that all night long I have been amusing myself with watching builders at work, and, when it was day, I saw a palace ready edified, whose like is not in the world. So I asked about it, and was told that Judar had come back with great wealth, and Mamelukes and slaves, and that he had freed his 2 brothers from prison, and built this palace, wherein he is as a sultan.' Quoth the king, 'Go, look in the prison.' So they went thither, and not finding Salim and Salim, returned and told the king, who said, 'It is plain now who be the thief. He who took Salim and Salim out of prison it is, who hath stolen my monies.' Quoth the vizier, 'O my lord, and who is he?' And quoth the king, 'Their brother Judar, and he hath taken the 2 pairs of saddlebags. But, O vizier, do thou send him an emir with 50 men to seal up his goods, and lay hands on him and his brothers, and bring them to me, that I may hang them.' And he was sore enraged, and said, 'Ho, off with the emir at once, and fetch them, that I may put them to death.' But the vizier said to him, 'Be thou merciful, for Allah is merciful, and hasteth not to punish his servants, whenas they sin against him. Moreover, he who can build a palace in a single night, as these say, none in the world can vie with him, and verily I fear lest the emir fall into difficulty for Judar. Have patience, therefore, whilst I devise for thee some device of getting at the truth of the case, and so shalt thou win thy wish, O king of the age.' Quoth the king, 'Counsel me how I shall do, O vizier.' And the minister said, 'Send him an emir with an invitation, and I will make much of him for thee, and make a show of love for him, and ask him of his estate, after which we will see. If we find him stout of heart, we will use sleight with him, and if weak of will, then do thou seize him, and do with him thy desire.' The king agreed to this, and dispatched one of his emirs, 𝔅𝔞𝔫𝔫𝔞𝔥, to go and invite Judar, and say to him, 'The king biddeth thee to a banquet.' And the king said to him, 'Return not, except with him.' Now this 𝔅𝔞𝔫𝔫𝔞 was a fool, proud and conceited. So he went forth upon his errand, and when he came to the gate of Judar's palace, he saw before the door a eunuch, seated upon a chair of gold, who at his approach rose not, but sat as if none came near, though there were with the emir 50 footmen. Now this eunuch was none other than Al-Ra'ad al-Khasif, the servant of the ring, whom Judar had commanded to put on the guise of a eunuch, and sit at the palace gate. So the emir rode up to him, and asked him, 'O slave, where is thy lord?' Whereto he answered, 'In the palace.' But he stirred not from his leaning posture. Whereupon the emir 𝔅𝔞𝔫𝔫𝔞 waxed wroth, and said to him, 'O pestilent slave, art thou not ashamed, when I speak to thee, to answer me sprawling at thy length like a gallows bird?' Replied the eunuch, 'Often multiply not words.' Hardly had ℌ𝔞𝔫𝔫𝔞𝔥 heard this, when he was filled with rage, and drawing his mace would have smitten the eunuch, knowing not that he was a devil. But Alrahad leapt upon him, and taking the mace from him, dealt him 4 blows with it. Now when the 50 men saw their lord beaten, it was grievous to them. So they drew their swords and ran to slay the slave. But he said, Do ye draw on us, O dogs? And rose at them with the mace, and every one whom he smote, he broke his bones and drowned him in his blood. So they fell back before him and fled, whilst he followed them, beating them, till he had driven them far from the palace gate. After which he returned, and sat down on his chair at the door, caring for none. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of the day, and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 621st night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that the eunuch, having put to flight the Emir Othman, the king's officer, and his men, till they were driven far from Judar's gate, returned and sat down on his chair at the door, caring for none. But as for the Emir and his company, they returned, discomfited and funded, to King Shams al-Dawla, and Othman said, O king of the age, when I came to the palace gate, I espied an eunuch seated there in a chair of gold, and he was passing proud, for, when he saw me approach, he stretched himself at full length, albeit he'd been sitting in his chair, and entreated me contumeliously, neither offered to rise to me. So I began to speak to him, and he answered without stirring, whereat wrath get hold of me, and I drew the mace upon him, thinking to smite him. But he snatched it from me, and beat me and my men therewith, and overthrew us. So we fled from before him, and could not prevail against him. At this the king was wroth, and said, Let 100 men go down to him. Accordingly the 100 men went down to attack him. But he arose and fell upon them with the mace, and ceased not smiting them till he had put them to the rout, when he regained his chair. Upon which they returned to the king, and told him what had passed, saying, O king of the age, he beat us, and we fled for fear of him. Then the king sent 200 men against him, but these also he put to the rout. And Shams al-Dawla said to his minister, I charge thee, O Vizier, take 500 men, and bring this eunuch in haste, and with him his master Judar and his brothers. Replied the Vizier, O king of the age, I need no soldiers, but will go down to him alone and unarmed. Go, quoth the king, and do as thou seest suitable. So the Vizier laid down his arms, and donning a white habit, took a rosary in his hand, and set out afoot alone and unattended. When he came to Judar's gate, he saw the slave sitting there. So he went up to him, and seating himself by his side courteously, said to him, Peace be with thee. Whereto he replied, And on thee be peace, O mortal. What wilt thou? When the Vizier heard him say, O mortal, he knew him to be of the jinn, and quaked for fear. Then he asked him, O my lord, tell me, is thy master Judar here? Answered the eunuch, Yes, he is in the palace. Quoth the minister, O my lord, go thou to him, and say to him, King Shams al-Dawla saluteth thee, and biddeth thee honour his dwelling with thy presence, and eat of a banquet he hath made for thee. Quoth the eunuch, Tarry thou here whilst I consult him. So the Vizier stood in a respectful attitude, whilst the Marid went up to the palace, and said to Judar, Know, O my lord, that the king sent to thee an emir and 50 men, and I beat them, and drove them away. Then he sent 100 men, and I beat them also. Then 200, and these also I put to the rout. And now he hath sent thee his Vizier, unarmed, bidding thee visit him and eat of his banquet. What sayest thou? Said Judar, Go, bring the Vizier hither. So the Marid went down, and said to him, O Vizier, come speak with my lord. On my head be it, replied he, and going in to Judar found him seated, in greater state than the king, upon a carpet, whose like the king could not spread, and was dazed and amazed at the goodliness of the palace and its decoration and appointments, which made him seem as he were a beggar in comparison. So he kissed the ground before Judar, and called down blessings on him. And Judar said to him, What is thy business, O Vizier? Replied he, O my lord, thy friend King Shams al-Dawla saluteth thee with the salam, and longeth to look upon thy face. Wherefore he hath made thee an entertainment. So say, wilt thou heal his heart, and eat of his banquet? Quoth Judar, If he be indeed my friend, salute him, and bid him come to me. On my head be it, quoth the minister. Then Judar, bringing out the ring, rubbed it, and bade the Jinni fetch him a dress of the best, which he gave to the Vizier, saying, Don this dress, and go tell the king what I say. So the Vizier donned the dress, the like whereof he had never donned, and returning to the king told him what had passed, and praised the palace, and that which was therein, saying, Judar biddeth thee to him. So the king called out, Up, ye men, mount your horses, and bring me my steed, that we may go to Judar. Then he and his suite rode off for the Cairene palace. Meanwhile Judar summoned the Marid, and said to him, It is my will that thou bring me some of the Ifrits at thy command in the guise of guards, and station them in the open square before the palace, that the king may see them and be awed by them, so that his heart may tremble, and he shall know that my power and majesty be greater than his. Thereupon Al-Ra'ad brought him 200 Ifrits of great stature and strength in the guise of guards, magnificently armed and equipped. And when the king came and saw these tall burly fellows, his heart feared them. Then he entered the palace, and found Judar sitting in such state as nor king nor sultan could even. So he saluted him, and made his obeisance to him. Yet Judar rose not to him, nor did him honor, nor said, Be seated, but left him standing. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of the day, and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 622nd night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that when the king entered, Judar rose not to him, nor did him honor, nor even said, Be seated, but left him standing, so that fear entered into him, and he could neither sit nor go away, and said to himself, If he feared me, he would not leave me thus unheeded. Peradventure he will do me a mischief, because of what I did with his brothers. Then said Judar, O king of the age, it beseemeth not the like of thee to wrong the folk, and to take away their good. Replied the king, O my lord, deign excuse me, for greed impelled me to this, and fate was thereby fulfilled. And, were there no offending, there would be no forgiving. And he went on to excuse himself for the past, and prayed to him for pardon and indulgence, till he recited amongst other things this poetry. O thou of generous seed and true nobility, reproach me not for that which came from me to thee. We pardon thee if thou have wrought us any wrong, and if I wrought the wrong, I pray thee pardon me. And he ceased not to humble himself before him, till he said, Allah pardon thee, and bade him be seated. So he sat down, and Judar invested him with garments of pardon and immunity, and ordered his brothers spread the table. When they had eaten, he clad the whole of the king's company in robes of honor, and gave them largesse, after which he bade the king depart. So he went forth, and thereafter came every day to visit Judar, and held not his divan save in his house, wherefore friendship and familiarity waxed great between them, and they abode thus a while, till one day the king, being alone with his minister, said to him, O Vizier, I fear lest Judar slay me and take the kingdom away from me. Replied the Vizier, O king of the age, as for his taking the kingdom from thee, have no fear of that, for Judar's present estate is greater than that of the king, and to take the kingdom would be a lowering of his dignity. But if thou fear that he kill thee, thou hast a daughter. Give her to him to wife, and thou and he will be of one condition. Quoth the king, O Vizier, be thou intermediary between us and him. And quoth the minister, Do thou invite him to an entertainment, and pass the night with him in one of thy saloons. Then bid thy daughter don her richest dress and ornaments, and pass by the door of the saloon. When he seeth her, he will assuredly fall in love with her. And when we know this, I will turn to him, and tell him that she is thy daughter, and engage him in converse, and lead him on, so that thou shalt seem to know nothing of the matter till he ask her to thee to wife. When thou hast married him to the princess, thou and he will be as one thing, and thou wilt be safe from him. And if he die, thou wilt inherit all he hath, both great and small." Replied the king, "Thou sayest sooth, O my Vizier," and made a banquet, and invited thereto Judar, who came to the Sultan's palace, and they sat in the saloon in great good cheer till the end of the day. Now the king had commanded his wife to array the maiden in her richest raiment and ornaments, and carry her by the door of the saloon. She did as he told her, and when Judar saw the princess, who had not her match for beauty and grace, he looked fixedly at her and said, "Ah!" And his limbs were loosened, for love and longing and passion and pine were sore upon him. Desire and transport get hold upon him, and he turned pale. Quoth the Vizier, "May no harm befall thee, O my lord. Why do I see thee change colour and in suffering?" Asked Judar, "O Vizier, whose daughter is this damsel? Verily she hath enthralled me and ravished my reason." Replied the Vizier, "She is the daughter of thy friend the king, and if she please thee, I will speak to him that he marry thee to her." Quoth Judar, "Do so, O Vizier, and as I live, I will bestow on thee what thou wilt, and will give the king whatsoever he shall ask to her dowry, and we will become friends and kinsfolk." Quoth the minister, "It shall go hard, but thy desire be accomplished." Then he turned to the king and said in his ear, "O king of the age, thy friend Judar seeketh alliance with thee, and will have me ask of thee for him the hand of thy daughter, the Princess Asiya. So disappoint me not, but accept my intercession, and what dowry soever thou askest, he will give thee." Said the king, "The dowry I have already received, and as for the girl, she is his handmaid. I give her to him to wife, and he will do me honour by accepting her." And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of the day, and ceased saying her permitted say. End of Section 31. Recording by Novella Serena.
Section 32 of the Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 6, by Anonymous, translated by Richard Francis Burton. Section 32. When it was the 623rd night, she said, "It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that when the Wazir whispered the king, Judar seeketh alliance with thee by taking thy daughter to wife, the other replied, The dowry I have already received, and the girl is his handmaid. He will do me honour by accepting her." So they spent the rest of that night together, and on the morrow the king held a court, to which he summoned great and small, together with the Shaykh al-Islam. Then Judar demanded the princess in marriage, and the king said, "The dowry I have received." Thereupon they drew up the marriage contract, and Judar sent for the saddle-bags containing the jewels, and gave them to the king as settlement upon his daughter. The drums beat and the pipes sounded, and they held high festival, whilst Judar went in unto the girl. Thenceforward he and the king were as one flesh, and they abode thus for many days, till Shams al-Dawlah died. Whereupon the troops proclaimed Judar Sultan, and he refused. But they importuned him till he consented, and they made him king in his father-in-law's stead. Then he bade build a cathedral mosque over the late king's tomb in the Bundukaniya quarter, and endowed it. Now the quarter of Judar's house was called Yamaniyah. But when he became Sultan, he built therein a congregational mosque and other buildings. Wherefore the quarter was named after him, and was called the Judariyah quarter. Moreover, he made his brother Salim his Wazir of the right, and his brother Salim his Wazir of the left hand. And thus they abode a year and no more. For at the end of that time Salim said to Salim, "O my brother, how long is this state to last? Shall we pass our whole lives in slavery to our brother Judar? We shall never enjoy luck or lordship whilst he lives," adding, "So how shall we do to kill him and take the ring and the saddle-bags?" Replied Salim, "Thou art craftier than I. Do thou devise whereby we may kill him." "If I effect this," asked Salim, "wilt thou agree that I be Sultan and keep the ring, and that thou be my right hand Wazir and have the saddle bags?" Salim answered, I consent to this." And they agreed to slay Judar their brother for love of the world and of dominion. So they laid a snare for Judar, and said to him, "O our brother, verily we have a mind to glory in thee, and would fain have thee enter our houses, and eat of our entertainment, and solace our hearts." Replied Judar, "So be it. In whose house shall the banquet be?" "In mine," said Salim, "and after thou hast eaten of my victual, thou shalt be the guest of my brother." Said Judar, "'Tis well," and went with him to his house, where he set before him poisoned food, of which when he had eaten, his flesh rotted from his bones, and he died. Then Salim came up to him and would have drawn the ring from his finger, but it resisted him. So he cut off the finger with a knife. Then he rubbed the ring, and the Marid presented himself, saying, "Adsum, ask what thou wilt." Quoth Salim, "Take my brother Salim, and put him to death, and carry forth the two bodies, the poisoned and the slaughtered, and cast them down before the troops." So the Marid took Salim and slew him. Then carrying the two corpses forth, he cast them down before the chief officers of the army, who were sitting at table in the parlour of the house. When they saw Judar and Salim slain, they raised their hands from the food, and fear get hold of them, and they said to the Marid, "Who hath dealt thus with the Sultan and the Wazir?" Replied the genie, "Their brother Salim." And behold, Salim came up to them and said, "O soldiers, eat and make merry, for Judar is dead, and I have taken to me the seal ring, whereof the Marid before you is the servant. And I bade him slay my brother Salim, lest he dispute the kingdom with me, for he was a traitor, and I feared lest he should betray me. So now I am become Sultan over you. Will ye accept of me? If not, I will rub the ring and bid the Marid slay you all, great and small." And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day, and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 624th Night, she continued, It hath reached me, O auspicious King, that when Salim said to the officers, "Will ye accept me as your Sultan? Otherwise I will rub the ring, and the Marid shall slay you all, great and small," they replied, "We accept thee to King and Sultan." And then he bade bury his brothers, and summoned the Divan. And some of the folk followed the funeral, whilst others forewent him in state procession to the audience hall of the palace, where he sat down on the throne, and they did homage to him as king. After which he said, "It is my will to marry my brother Judar's wife." Quoth they, "Wait till the days of widowhood are accomplished." Quoth he, "I know not days of widowhood or aught else. As my head liveth, I needs must go in unto her this very night." So they drew up the marriage contract and sent to tell the Princess Asiyah, who replied, "Bid him enter." Accordingly he went in to her, and she received him with a show of joy and welcome. But by and by she gave him poison in water, and made an end of him. Then she took the ring and broke it, that none might possess it thenceforward, and tore up the saddle-bags. After which she sent to the Shaykh al-Islam and other great officers of state, telling them what had passed, and saying to them, "Choose you out a king to rule over you." And this is all that hath come down to us of the story of Judar and his brethren. But I have also heard, O King, a tale called The History of Gharib and his Brother Ajib. There was once in olden time a king of might, 𝔅𝔀𝐻𝔍𝐼, who had been a brave and doughty man of war, a Kahraman in his day, but was grown passing old and decrepit. Now it pleased Allah to vouchsafe him, in his extreme senility, a son, whom he named Ajib, the Wonderful, because of his beauty and loveliness. So he committed the babe to the midwives and wet nurses and handmaids and serving women, and they reared him till he was full 7 years old, when his father gave him in charge to a divine of his own folk and faith. The priest taught him the laws and tenets of their misbelief, and instructed him in philosophy and all manner of other knowledge. And it needed but 3 full told years ere he was proficient therein, and his spirit waxed resolute and his judgment mature. And he became learned, eloquent, and philosophic, consorting with the wise and disputing with the doctors of the law. When his father saw this of him, it pleased him, and he taught him to back the steed, and stab with spear, and smite with sword, till he grew to be an accomplished cavalier, versed in all martial exercises. And by the end of his 20th year he surpassed in all things all the folk of his day. But his skill in weapons made him grow up a stubborn tyrant and a devil arrogant, using to ride forth a hunting and a chasing amongst 1,000 horsemen, and to make raids and razzias upon the neighbouring knights, cutting off caravans and carrying away the daughters of kings and nobles. Wherefore many brought complaints against him to his father, who cried out to 5 of his slaves, and when they came, said, "Seize this dog." So they seized Prince Ajib, and pinioning his hands behind him, beat him by his father's command till he lost his senses. After which the king imprisoned him in a chamber so dark one might not know heaven from earth or length from breadth. And there he abode 2 days and a night. Then the Emirs went into the king, and kissing the ground between his hands, interceded with him for the prince, and he released him. So Ajib bore with his father for 10 days, at the end of which he went in to him as he slept by night, and smote his neck. When the day rose, he mounted the throne of his sire's estate, and bade his men arm themselves cap-à-pied in steel, and stand with drawn swords in front of him, and on his right hand and on his left. By and by the Emirs and captains entered, and finding their king slain and his son Ajib seated on the throne, were confounded in mind and knew not what to do. But Ajib said to them, O folk, verily ye see what your king hath gained. Whoso obeyeth me, I will honour him, and whoso gainsayeth me, I will do with him that which I did with my sire. When they heard these words, they feared lest he do them a mischief. So they replied, Thou art our king, and the son of our king, and kissed ground before him. Whereupon he thanked them and rejoiced in them. Then he bade bring forth money and apparel, and clad them in sumptuous robes of honour, and showered largesse upon them. Wherefore they all loved him and obeyed him. In like manner he honoured the governors of the provinces, and the sheikhs of the Badawin, both tributary and independent, so that the whole kingdom submitted to him, and the folk obeyed him, and he reigned and bade and forbade in peace and quiet for a time of 5 months. One night, however, he dreamed a dream as he lay slumbering, whereupon he awoke trembling, nor did sleep visit him again till morning. As soon as it was dawn, he mounted his throne, and his officers stood before him, right and left. Then he called the Oneiromantes and the astrologers, and said to them, Expound to me my dream. What was the dream? asked they. And he answered, As I slept last night, I saw my father standing before me, with his yard uncovered. And there came forth of it a thing the bigness of a bee, which grew till it became as a mighty lion, with claws like hangers. As I lay wondering at this, lo, it ran upon me, and smiting me with its claws, rent my belly in sunder. Whereupon I awoke, startled and trembling. So expound ye to me the meaning of this dream. The interpreters looked one at other, and after considering, said, O mighty king, this dream pointeth to one born of thy sire, between whom and thee shall befall strife and enmity, wherein he shall get the better of thee. So be on thy guard against him, by reason of this thy vision. When Ajib heard their words, he said, I have no brother whom I should fear. So this your speech is mere lying. They replied, We tell thee naught save what we know. But he was anangered with them, and bastinadoed them. Then he arose, and going into the paternal palace, examined his father's concubines, and found one of them 7 months gone with child. Whereupon he gave an order to 2 of his slaves, saying, Take this damsel, ye twain, and carry her to the seashore, and drown her. So they took her forthright, and going to the seashore, designed to drown her. When they looked at her, and seeing her to be of singular beauty and loveliness, said to each other, Why should we drown this damsel? Let us rather carry her to the forest, and live with her there in rare love liasse. Then they took her, and fared on with her days and nights till they had borne her afar off, and had brought her to a bushy forest, abounding in fruit trees and streams, where they both thought at the same time to win their will of her. But each said, I will have her first. So they fell out one with the other concerning this, and while so doing a company of blackamoors came down upon them, and they drew their swords, and both sides fell to, laying on load. The mellay waxed hot with cut and thrust, and the 2 slaves fought their best, but the blacks slew them both in less than the twinkling of an eye. So the damsel abode alone, and wandered about the forest, eating of its fruits and drinking of its founts, till in due time she gave birth to a boy, brown but clean-limbed and comely, whom she named Gharib, the stranger, by reason of her strangerhood. Then she cut his navel-string, and wrapping him in some of her own clothes, gave him to suck, harrowed at heart, and with vitals sorrowing for the estate she had lost and its honour and solace. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day, and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 625th Night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious King, that the damsel abode in the bush harrowed at heart and asorrowed. But she suckled her babe, albeit she was full of grief and fear for her loneliness. Now behold, one day there came horsemen and footmen into the forest, with hawks and hounds, and horses laden with partridges, and cranes, and wild geese, and divers other waterfowl, and young ostriches, and hares, and gazelles, and wild oxen, and lynxes, and wolves, and lions. Presently these Arabs entered the thicket, and came upon the damsel, sitting with her child on her breast a-suckling him. So they drew near, and asked her, Say, art thou a mortal or a Jinniyah? Answered she, I am a mortal, O chiefs of the Arabs. Thereupon they told her Emir, whose name was Mardas, principal of the Banu Khatan, and who had come forth that day to hunt with 500 of his cousins and the nobles of his tribe, and who in the course of the chase had happened upon her. He bade them bring her before him, which they did, and she related to him her past from first to last, whereat he marvelled. Then he cried to his kinsmen and escort to continue the chase, after which they took her and returned to their encampment, where the Emir appointed her a separate dwelling place and 5 damsels to serve her. And he loved her with exceeding love, and went in to her and lay with her. She conceived by him straightway, and when her months were accomplished, she bare a man-child and named him Sahim al-Layl. He grew up with his brother Gharib among the nurses, and throve and waxed upon the lap of the Emir Mardas, who in due time committed the 2 boys to a Faqih for instruction in the things of their faith. After which he gave them in charge to a valiant of knights of the Arabs, for training them to smite with sword, and lunge with lance, and shoot with shaft. So by the time they reached the age of 15, they knew all they needed, and surpassed each and every brave of their tribe. For Gharib would undertake 1,000 horse, and Sahim al-Layl no fewer. Now Mardas had many enemies, and the men of his tribe were the bravest of all the Arabs, being doughty cavaliers, none might warm himself at their fire. In his neighbourhood was an Emir of the Arabs, Hasan bin Sabit Hight, who was his intimate friend, and he took to wife a noble lady of his tribe, and bade all his friends to the wedding, amongst them Mardas, lord of the Banu Khatan, who accepted his invitation, and set forth with 300 riders of his tribe, leaving other 400 to guard the women. Hasan met him with honour, and seated him in the highest stead. Then came all the cavaliers to the bridal, and he made them bride feasts, and held high festival by reason of the marriage, after which the Arabs departed to their dwelling places. When Mardas came in sight of his camp, he saw slain men lying about, and birds hovering over them right and left, and his heart sank within him at the sight. Then he entered the camp, and was met by Gharib, clad in complete suit of ring-mail, who gave him joy of his safe return. Quoth Mardas, What meaneth this case, O Gharib? And quoth Gharib, Al-Hamal bin Majid attacked us with 500 horsemen of his tribe. Now the reason of this was that the Emir Mardas had a daughter called Mahdiyah. Seer never saw fairer than she, and Al-Hamal, lord of the Banu Naban, heard of her charms, whereupon he took horse with 500 of his men, and rode to Mardas to demand her hand. But he was not accepted, and was sent away disappointed. So he awaited till Mardas was absent on his visit to Hasan, when he mounted with his champions, and falling upon the camp of the Banu Khatan, slew a number of their knights, and the rest fled to the mountains. Now Gharib and his brother had ridden forth a-hunting and chasing with 100 horse, and returned not till midday, when they found that Al-Hamal had seized the camp and all therein, and had carried off the maidens, among whom was Mahdiyah, driving her away with the captives. When Gharib saw this, he lost his wits for rage, and cried out to Sahim, saying, O my brother, O son of an accursed dam, they have plundered our camp, and carried off our women and children. Up and at the enemy, that we may deliver the captives. So Gharib and Sahim and their 100 horse rushed upon the foe, and Gharib's wrath redoubled, and he reaped a harvest of heads slain, given the champion's death cup to drain, till he won to Al-Hamal, and saw Mahdiyah among the captives. Then he drave at the lord of the Banu Naban braves. With his lance lunged him, and from his destrier hurled him. nor was the time of mid-afternoon prayer come before he had slain the most part of the foe and put to rout the rest, and rescued the captives. Whereupon he returned to the camp in triumph, bearing the head of Al-Hamal on the point of his lance, and improvising these couplets: I am he who is known on the day of fight, and the Jinn of earth at my shade take fright. And a sword have I when my right hand wields, death hastens from left on mankind to alight. I have eke a lance, and who look thereon, see a crescent head of the liveliest light. And Gharib I'm highs of my tribe the brave, and if few my men I feel naught affright. Hardly had Gharib made an end of these verses, when up came Mardas, who, seeing the slain and the vultures, was sore troubled, and with fluttering heart asked the cause. The youth, after due greetings, related all that had befallen the tribe in his stepsire's absence. So Mardas thanked him and said, Thou hast well requited our fosterage pains in rearing thee, O Gharib. Then he alighted and entered his pavilion, and the men stood about him, all the tribe praising Gharib, and saying, O our Emir, but for Gharib not one of the tribe had been saved. And Mardas again thanked him. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day, and ceased to say her permitted say. Section 32. Recording by Bill Borst. Section 33 of The Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 6, by Anonymous, translated by Richard Francis Burton. Section 33. When it was the 626th night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious King, that Mardas, hearing the tribesmen's praises of Gharib, again thanked him for his daring do. But the youth, when he had delivered Mahdiyah from Al-Hamal, whom he slew, was smitten by the shaft of her glances, and fell into the nets of her allurements. Wherefore his heart could not forget her, and he became drowned in love and longing, and the sweets of sleep forsook him, and he had no joy of drink or meat. He would spur his horse up to the mountain tops, where he would spend the day in composing verses, and return at nightfall. And indeed manifest upon him were the signs of affection and distraction. He discovered his secret to one of his companions, and it became noised abroad in the camp, till it reached the ears of Mardas, who thundered and lightened, and rose up and sat down and sparked and snorted and reviled the sun and the moon, saying, This is the reward of him who reareth the sons of adultery. But except I kill Gharib, I shall be put to shame. Then he consulted one of the wise men of his tribe, and after telling his secret, took counsel with him of killing the youth. Quoth the elder, O Emir, 'twas but yesterday that he freed thy daughter from captivity. If there be no help for it, but thou must slay him, let it be by the hand of another than thyself, so none of the folk may misdoubt of thee. Quoth Mardas, Advise me how I may do him die, for I look to none but to thee for his death. O Emir, answered the other, wait till he go forth to hunt and chase. When do thou take 100 horse and lie in wait for him in some cave till he pass. Then fall upon him unawares and cut him in pieces, so shalt thou be quit of his reproach. Said Mardas, This should serve me well, and chose out 150 of his furious knights and Amalekites, whom he lessoned to his will. Then he watched Gharib till one day he went forth to hunt and rode far away amongst the dells and hills. Whereupon Mardas followed him with his men, ill-omened wights, and lay in wait for him by the way against he should return from the chase, that they might sally forth and slay him. But as they lay in ambush among the trees, behold, there fell upon them 500 true Amalekites, who slew 60 of them and made 80 prisoners, and trussed up Mardas with his arms behind his back. Now the reason of this was that when Gharib put Al-Hamal and his men to the sword, the rest fled and ceased not flying till they reached their lord's brother and told him what had happened. Whereat his doom day rose, and he gathered together his Amalekites, and choosing out 500 cavaliers, each 50 ells high, set out with them in quest of blood revengement for his brother. By the way he fell in with Mardas and his companions, and there happened between them what happened. After which he bade his men alight and rest, saying, O folk, the idols have given us an easy brood-reek. So guard ye Mardas and his tribesmen, till I carry them away, and do them die with the foulest of deaths." When Mardas saw himself a prisoner, he repented of what he had done, and said, "This is the reward of rebelling against the Lord." Then the enemy passed the night, rejoicing in their victory, while Mardas and his men despaired of life and made sure of doom. So far concerning them. But as regards Sahim al-Lail, who had been wounded in the fight with Al-Hamal, he went in to his sister Medeia, and she rose to him and kissed his hands, saying, "May thy two hands ne'er wither, nor thine enemies have occasion to be blither. But for thee and Gharib we had not escaped captivity among our foes. Know, however, O my brother, that thy father hath ridden forth with 150 horse, purposing to slaughter Gharib. And thou wottest it would be sore loss and foul wrong to slay him, for that it was he who saved your shame and rescued your good." When Sahim heard this, the light in his sight became night. He donned his battle harness, and mounting steed, rode for the place where Gharib was a-hunting. He presently came up with him, and found that he had taken great plenty of game. So he accosted him, and saluted him, and said, "O my brother, why didst thou go forth without telling me?" Replied Gharib, "By Allah, naught hindered me but that I saw thee wounded, and thought to give thee rest." Then said Sahim, "O my brother, beware of my sire," and told him how Mardas was abroad with 150 men, seeking to slay him. Quoth Gharib, "Allah shall cause his treason to cut his own throat." Then the brothers set out campwards, but night overtook them by the way, and they rode on in darkness, till they drew near the wady wherein the enemy lay, and heard the neighing of steeds in the gloom. Whereupon said Sahim, "O my brother, my father and his men are ambushed in yonder valley. Let us flee from it." But Gharib dismounted, and throwing his bridle to his brother, said to him, "Stay in this stead till I come back to thee." Then he went on till he drew in sight of the folk, when he saw that they were not of his tribe, and heard them naming Mardas and saying, "We will not slay him, save in his own land." Wherefore he knew that nuncle Mardas was their prisoner, and said, "By the life of Medeia, I will not depart hence till I have delivered her father, that she may not be troubled." Then he sought and ceased not seeking till he hit upon Mardas, and found him bound with cords. So he sat down by his side, and said to him, "Heaven deliver thee, O uncle, from these bonds and this shame." When Mardas saw Gharib, his reason fled, and he said to him, "O my son, I am under thy protection, so deliver me in right of my fosterage of thee." Quoth Gharib, "If I deliver thee, wilt thou give me Medeia?" Quoth the Emir, "O my son, by whatso I hold sacred, she is thine to all time." So he loosed him, saying, "Make for the horses, for thy son Sahim is there." And Mardas crept along like a snake till he came to his son, who rejoiced in him and congratulated him on his escape. Meanwhile Gharib unbound one after another of the prisoners, till he had freed the whole 90, and they were all far from the foe. Then he sent them their weapons and war horses, saying to them, "Mount ye and scatter yourselves round about the enemy, and cry out, 'Ho, sons of Catan!' And when they awake, do ye remove from them, and encircle them in a thin ring." So he waited till the last and third watch of the night, when he cried out, "Ho, sons of Catan!" And his men answered in like guise, crying, "Ho, sons of Catan!" as with one voice. And the mountains echoed their slogan, so that it seemed to the raiders as though the whole tribe of Banu Catan were assailing them. Wherefore they all snatched up their arms and fell upon one another. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day, and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 627th Night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious King, that when the raiders awoke from sleep, and heard Gharib and his men crying out, "Ho, sons of Catan!" they imagined that the whole tribe was assailing them. Wherefore they snatched up their arms, and fell one upon other with mighty slaughter. Gharib and his men held aloof, and they fought one another till daybreak, when Gharib and Mardas and their 90 warriors came down upon them and killed some of them, and put the rest to flight. Then the Banu Catan took the horses of the fugitives and the weapons of the slain, and returned to their tribal camp, whilst Mardas could hardly credit his deliverance from the foe. When they reached the encampment, the stay-at-home folk all came forth to meet them, and rejoiced in their safe return. Then they alighted, and betook them to their tents. And all the youths of the tribe flocked to Gharib's stead, and great and small saluted him and did him honour. But when Mardas saw this, and the youths encircling his stepson, he waxed more jealous of Gharib than before, and said to his kinsfolk, Verily, hatred of Gharib groweth on my heart, and what irketh me most is that I see these flocking about him. And to-morrow he will demand Mahdiyah of me. Quoth his confidant, O Emir, ask of him somewhat he cannot avail to do. This pleased Mardas, who passed a pleasant night, and on the morrow, as he sat on his stuffed carpet with the Arabs about him, Gharib entered, followed by his men and surrounded by the youth of the tribe, and kissed the ground before Mardas, who, making a show of joy, rose to do him honour and seated him beside himself. Then said Gharib, O uncle, thou madest me a promise, do thou fulfil it. Replied the Emir, O my son, she is thine to all time, but thou lackest wealth. Quoth Gharib, O uncle, ask of me what thou wilt, and I will fall upon the Emirs of the Arabs in their houses, and on the kings in their towns, and bring thee fee enough to fence the land from east to west. O my son, quoth Mardas, I have sworn by all the idols that I would not give Mahdiyah save to him who should take my blood white of mine enemy, and do away my reproach. O uncle, said Gharib, tell me with which of the kings thou hast a feud, that I may go to him and break his throne upon his pate. O my son, replied Mardas, I once had a son, a champion of champions, and he went forth one day to chase and hunt with 100 horse. They fared on from valley to valley, till they had wandered far away amongst the mountains, and came to the Wady of Blossoms and the castle of Ham bin Shays bin Shaddad bin Khalad. Now in this place, O my son, dwelleth a black giant, 70 cubits high, who fights with trees from their roots uptorn. And when my son reached his wady, the tyrant sallied out upon him and his men, and slew them all, save 3 braves, who escaped and brought me the news. So I assembled my champions, and fared forth to fight the giant, but could not prevail against him. Wherefore I was baulked of my revenge, and swore that I would not give my daughter in marriage, save to him who should avenge me of my son. Said Gharib, O uncle, I will go to this Amalekite, and take the wreak of thy son on him with the help of Almighty Allah. And Mardas answered, saying, O Gharib, if thou get the victory over him, thou wilt gain of him such booty of wealth and treasures as fires may not devour. Cried Gharib, Swear to me, before witnesses, thou wilt give me her to wife, so that with heart at ease I may go forth to find my fortune. Accordingly, Mardas swore this to him, and took the elders of the tribe to witness. Whereupon Gharib fared forth, rejoicing in the attainment of his hopes, and went in to his mother, to whom he related what had passed. O my son, said she, know that Mardas hateth thee, and doth but send thee to this mountain to bereave me of thee. Then take me with thee, and let us depart the tents of this tyrant. But he answered, O my mother, I will not depart hence, till I win my wish and foil my foe. Thereupon he slept till morning arose with its sheen and shone, and hardly had he mounted his charger, when his friends, the young men, came up to him. 200 stalwart knights armed cap à pie, and cried out to him, saying, Take us with thee. We will help thee and company thee by the way. And he rejoiced in them, and cried, Allah requite you for us with good, adding, Come, my friends, let us go. So they set out, and fared on the first day and the second day till evening, when they halted at the foot of a towering mount, and baited their horses. As for Gharib, he left the rest, and walked on into that mountain, till he came to a cave whence issued a light. He entered, and found at the higher facing end of the cave a Shaykh, 340 years old, whose eyebrows overhung his eyes, and whose mustachios hid his mouth. Gharib at this sight was filled with awe and veneration, and the hermit said to him, Methinks thou art of the idolaters, O my son, stone worshipping in the stead of the all-powerful King, the Creator of night and day, and of the sphere rolling on her way. When Gharib heard his words, his side muscles quivered, and he said, O Shaykh, where is this Lord of whom thou speakest, that I may worship him and take my fill of his sight? Replied the Shaykh, O my son, this is the Supreme Lord, upon whom none may look in this world. He seeth and is not seen. He is the most high of aspect, and is present everywhere in his works. He it is who maketh all the made and ordereth time to vade and fade. He is the creator of men and jinn, and sendeth the prophets to guide his creatures into the way of right. Whoso obeyeth him, he bringeth into heaven, and whoso gainsayeth him, he casteth into hell. Asked Gharib, And how, O uncle, saith whoso worshippeth this puissant Lord, who over all hath power? O my son, answered the Shaykh, I am of the tribe of Ad, which were transgressors in the land, and believed not in Allah. So he sent unto them a prophet, named Hud, but they called him liar, and he destroyed them by means of a deadly wind. But I believed together with some of my tribe, and we were saved from destruction. Moreover, I was present with the tribe of Thamud, and saw what befell them with their prophet Salih. After Salih, the Almighty sent a prophet, called Abraham the Friend, to Nimrod son of Canaan, and there befell what befell between them. Then my companions died in the saving faith, and I continued in this cave to serve Allah the Most High, who provideth my daily bread without my taking thought. Quoth Gharib, O uncle, what shall I say that I may become of the troop of this mighty Lord? Say, replied the old man, there is no God but the God, and Abraham is the friend of God. So Abraham embraced the faith of submission with heart and tongue, and the Shaykh said to him, May the sweetness of belief and devotion be stablished in thy heart. Then he taught him somewhat the biblical ordinances and scriptures of Al-Islam, and said to him, What is thy name? And he replied, My name is Gharib. Asked the old man, Whither art thou bound, O Gharib? So he told him all his history, till he came to the mention of the Ghul of the mountain whom he sought. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day, and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 628th night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious King, that when Gharib became a Moslem, and told the Shaykh his past, from first to last, till he came to the mention of the mountain Ghul whom he sought, the old man asked him, O Gharib, art thou mad that thou goest forth against the Ghul of the mountain single-handed? And he answered, O my lord, I have with me 200 horse. O Gharib, rejoined the hermit, hast thou 10,000 riders, yet shouldst thou not prevail against him. For his name is the Ghul, who eateth men, we pray Allah for safety. And he is of the children of Ham. His father's name was Hindi, who peopled Hind, and named it, and he left this son after him, whom he called Sa'adan the Ghul. Now the same was, O my son, even in his sire's lifetime, a cruel tyrant, and a rebellious devil, and had no other food than flesh of the sons of Adam. His father, when about to die, forbade him from this, but he would not be forbidden, and he redoubled in his forwardness, till Hindi banished him, and drove him forth the land of Hind, after battles and sore travail. Then he came to this country, and fortifying himself herein, established his home in this place, whence he is wont to sally forth, and cut the road of all that come and go, presently returning to the valley he haunteth. Moreover, he hath begotten 5 sons, warlike warlocks, each of whom will do battle with 1,000 braves, and he hath flocked the valley with his booty of treasure and goods, besides horses and camels and cattle and sheep. Wherefore I fear for thee from him. So do thou implore Almighty Allah to further thee against him by the Talil, the formula of unity, and when thou drivest at the infidels, cry, God is most great. For saying, There is no God but the God, confoundeth those who misbelieve. Then the Shaykh gave him a steel mace, 100 pounds in weight, with 10 rings, which clashed like thunder, whenas the wielder brandished it, and a sword forged of a thunderbolt, 3 ells long and 3 spans broad, wherewith, if one smote a rock, the stroke would cleave it in sunder. Moreover, he gave him a hauberk and target and a book, and said to him, Return to thy tribe, and expound unto them Al-Islam. So Gharib left him, rejoicing in his new faith, and fared till he found his companions, who met him with salams, saying, What made thee tarry thus? Whereupon he related to them that which had befallen him, and expounded to them Al-Islam, and they all Islamized. Early next morning, Gharib mounted and rode to the hermit to farewell him, after which he set out to return to his camp, when behold, on his way there met him a horseman cap-à-pie, armed so that only his eyes appeared, who made at him, saying, "Doff widdahs on thee, O scum of the Arabs, or I will do thee die." Therewith Gharib drave at him, and there befell between them a battle such as would make a new born child turn grey and melt the flinty rock with its sore affray. But presently the Badawi did off his face veil, and lo! it was Gharib's half-brother Sahim al-Lail. Now the cause of his coming thither was that when Gharib set out in quest of the Mountain Ghoul, Sahim was absent, and on his return, not seeing his brother, he went in to his mother, whom he found weeping. He asked the reason of her tears, and she told him what had happened of his brother's journey, whereupon, without allowing himself aught of rest, he donned his war gear and mounting rode after Gharib till he overtook him, and there befell between them what befell. When, therefore, Sahim discovered his face, Gharib knew him and saluted him, saying, "What moved thee to do this?" Quoth Sahim, "I had a mind to measure myself with thee in the field and make trial of my lustihood in cut and thrust." Then they rode together, and on the way Gharib expounded Al-Islam to Sahim, who embraced the faith, nor did they cease riding till they were hard upon the valley. Meanwhile the Mountain Ghoul espied the dust of their horses' feet, and said to his sons, "O my sons, mount and fetch me yonder loot." So the five took horse and made for the party. When Gharib saw the 5 Amalekites approaching, he plied shovel iron upon his steed's flank and cried out, saying, "Who are ye, and what is your race, and what do ye require?" Whereupon Falun bin Sa'adan, the eldest of the 5, came out and said, "Dismount ye, and bind one another, and we will drive you to our father, that he may roast various of you and boil various, for it is long since he has tasted the flesh of Adam's son." When Gharib heard these words, he drove at Falun, shaking his mace, so that the rings rang like the roaring thunder, and the giant was confounded. Then he smote him a light blow with the mace between the shoulders, and he fell to the ground like a tall-trunked palm tree. Whereupon Sahim and some of his men fell upon him and pinioned him. Then putting a rope about his neck, they haled him along like a cow. Now when his brothers saw him a prisoner, they charged home upon Gharib, who took 3 of them captive, and the 5th fled back to his sire, who said to him, "What is behind thee, and where are the brothers of thee?" Quoth he, "Verily, a beardless youth, 40 cubits high, hath taken them prisoner." Quoth Sa'adan, "May the sun pour no blessing on you," and going down from his hold, tore up a huge tree, with which he went in quest of Gharib and his folk. And he was on foot, for that no horse might carry him, because of the bigness of his body. His son followed him, and the twain went on until they came up with Gharib and his company, when the Ghul fell upon them, without word said, and slew 5 men with his club. Then he made at Sahim and struck him with his tree, but Sahim avoided the blow, and it fell harmless. Whereat Sa'adan was wroth, and throwing down the weapon, sprang upon Sahim and caught him in his pounces, as the sparrow hawk catcheth up the sparrow. Now when Gharib saw his brother in the Ghul's clutches, he cried out, saying, "Allahu Akbar, God is most great! O the favour of Abraham the friend, the Muhammad, the Blessed One, whom Allah may keep and assain." And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day, and ceased saying her permitted say. End of Section 33. Recording by Bill Borst.
Section 34 of the Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Siddharth. The Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 6, by Anonymous. Translated by Richard Francis Burton. Section 34. When it was the 629th night, she continued, "It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that when Gharib saw his brother in the clutches of the Ghul, he cried out, saying, O the favour of Abraham, the friend, the blessed one, whom Allah keep and assain, and drave his charger at Sa'adan, shaking his mace till the rings loud rang. Then he cried out again, God is most great, and smote the Ghul on the flat of the ribs with his mace, whereupon he fell to the ground, insensible, and loosed his grip on Sahim, nor did he come to himself ere he was pinioned and shackled. When his son saw this, he turned and fled, but 𝔅𝔀𝐻 drove steed after him, and smiting him with his mace between the shoulders, threw him from his horse. So they bound him with his father and brethren, and haltering them with ropes, haled them all six along like baggage camels, till they reached the Ghul's castle, which they found full of goods and treasures and things of price. And there they also came upon 1200 Ajamis, men of Persia, bound and shackled. 𝔅𝔀𝐻 sat down on Sa'adan's chair, which had aforetime belonged to Shasa bin Shays bin Shaddad bin Ad, causing Sahim to stand on his right and his companions on his either hand, and sending for the Ghul of the mountain, said to him, How findest thou thyself, O accursed? Replied Sa'adan, O my lord, in the sorriest of plights of abasement and mortification, my sons and I, we are bound with ropes like camels. Quoth 𝔅𝔀𝐻, It is my will you enter my faith, the faith al-Islam, highs and acknowledge the unity of all knowledge of the all-knowing King, whose all might created light and night and everything. There is no God but He, the requiting King, and confess the mission and prophethood of Abraham the friend, on whom be peace. So the Ghul and his sons made the required profession after the goodliest fashion, and 𝔅𝔀𝐻 bade loose their bonds, whereupon Sa'adan wept and would have kissed his feet, he and his sons, but 𝔅𝔀𝐻 forbade them, and they stood with the rest who stood before him. Then said 𝔅𝔀𝐻, Harke Sa'adan, and he replied, At thy service, O my lord. Quoth 𝔅𝔀𝐻, What are these captives? O my lord, quoth the Ghul, These are my game from the land of the Persians, and are not the only ones. Asked 𝔅𝔀𝐻, And who is with them? And Sa'adan answered, O my lord, there is with them the princess 𝔅𝔀𝐻𝔍, daughter of King Sabur of Persia, and 100 damsels like moons. When 𝔅𝔀𝐻 heard this, he marvelled and said, O Emir, how came ye by these? Replied Sa'adan, I went forth one night with my sons and 5 of my slaves in quest of booty, but finding no spoil in our way, we dispersed over wilds and birds and fared on, hoping we might happen on somewhat of prey and not return empty-handed, till we found ourselves in the land of Persians. Presently we espied a dust cloud, and sent on to reconnoitre one of our slaves, who was absent a while, and presently returned and said, O my lord, this is the princess 𝔅𝔀𝐻𝔍, daughter of Sabur, king of Persians, Turkomans and Medes, and she is on a journey, attended by 2000 horse. Quoth I, Thou hast gladdened us with good news. We could have no finer loot than this. Then I and my sons fell upon the Persians, and slew of them 300 men, and took the princess and 1200 cavaliers prisoners, together with all that was with her of treasure and riches, and brought them to this our castle. Quoth 𝔅𝔀𝐻, Hast thou offered any violence to the princess 𝔅𝔀𝐻𝔍? Quoth Sa'adan, Not I, as thy head liveth, and by the virtue of the faith I have but now embraced. 𝔅𝔀𝐻 replied, It was well done of thee, O Sa'adan, for her father is the king of the world, and doubtless he will dispatch troops in quest of her, and lay waste the dwellings of those who took her. And whoso looketh not to issue, an end hath not, fate to friend. But where is the damsel? Said Sa'adan. I have set apart a pavilion for her and her damsels. Said 𝔅𝔀𝐻𝔌𝐻𝔁. Show me her lodging. Whereto Sa'adan rejoined, hearkening and obedience. So he carried him to the pavilion, and there he found the princess, mournful and cast down, weeping for her former condition of dignity and delight. When Gharib saw her, he thought the moon was near him, and magnified Allah, and all-hearing, the all-seeing. The princess also looked at him and saw him a princely cavalier, with valour shining from between his eyes, and testifying for him, and not against him. So she rose and kissed his hands, then fell at his feet, saying, O hero of the age, I am under thy protection. Guard me from this ghull, for I fear lest he do away with my maidenhead, and after devour me.
So take me to serve thine handmaidens.
Quoth Gharib, thou art safe, and thou shalt be restored to thy father and the seat of thy worship. Whereupon she prayed that he might live long and have advancement in rank and honour. Then he bade unbind the Persians, and turning to the princess, said to her, What brought thee forth of thy palace to the wilds and wastes, so that the highway robbers made prize of thee? She replied, O my lord, my father and all the people of his realm, Turks and Daylamites, are Magians, worshipping fire, and not the all-powerful king. Now in our country is a monastery called the Monastery of the Fire, whither every year the daughters of the Magians and worshippers of the fire resort at the time of their festivals, and abide there a month, after which they return to their houses. So I and my damsel set out, as wont, attended by 2,000 horse, whom my father sent with me to guard me. But by the way, this ghull came out against us, and slew some of us, taking the rest captive, imprisoned us in this hold. This, then, is what befell me, O valiant champion, whom Allah guard against the shifts of time. And Gharib said, Fear not, for I will bring thee to thy palace, and the seat of thy honours. Wherefore she blessed him, and kissed his hands and feet. Then he went out from her, after having commanded to treat her with respect, and slept till morning. Then he made the wuzu ablution, and prayed a 2-bow prayer, after the rite of our father Abraham, the friend, on whom be peace, whilst the ghull and his sons, in Gharib's company, all did the like after him. Then he turned to the ghull, and said to him, O Sa'adan, wilt thou not show me the Valley of Blossoms? I will, O my lord, said he. So Gharib and his company, and the princess 𝔅𝔀𝐻𝔌𝐻𝔁 and her maidens, all rose and went forth, while Sa'adan commanded his slaves and slave girls to slaughter and cook and make ready the morning meal, and bring it to them among the trees. For the giant had 150 handmaids, and 1,000 chattels to pasture his camels and oxen and sheep. When they came to the valley, they found it beautiful exceedingly and passing all degree, and the birds on the tree sang joyously, and the mocking nightingale thrilled out her melody, and the 𝔅𝔀𝐻𝔌𝐻𝔁 filled her moan, the mansions made by the deity. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of the day, and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 630th night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that when Gharib and his merry men, and the giant and his tribe, reached the Valley of Blossoms, they found birds flying free, the 𝔅𝔀𝐻𝔌𝐻 filling with her moan the mansions made by the deity, the bulbul singing as if it were human harmony, and the mule, whom to describe tongue faileth utterly, the turtle whose playing maddens men, for love ecstasy, and the ringdove and the popinjay answering her with fluency. There also were trees laden with all manner of fruitery, of each two kinds, the pomegranate, sweet and sour upon branches, growing luxuriantly, the almond apricot, the camphor apricot, and the almond Khorasan hice, the plum, with whose branches the boughs of the myrobalan were entwined tight, the orange, as it were, a cressis flaming tight, the shaddock weighed down with heavy fright, the lemon that cures lack of appetite, the crichton against jaundice of sovereign might, and the date, red and yellow bright, the especial handiwork of Allah the Most High. Of the like of this place, saith the enamoured poet, when its birds in the lake make melody, the lone lover yearneth its sight to see. 'Tis as Eden breathing a fragrant breeze, with its shade and fruits and rills flowing free. 𝔅𝔀𝐻𝐿 marvelled at the beauty of that Vadi, and bade them set up there the pavilion of ℅𝔂𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀, the course-right. So they pitched it among the trees and spread it with richer tapestries. Then he sat down, and the slaves brought food, and they ate sufficiently, after which quoth 𝔅𝔀𝐻𝐿, ℅𝔂𝔀𝐻𝐿, and quoth he, At thy service, O my lord. Hast thou aught of wine? asked 𝔅𝔀𝐻𝐿, and Sa'adan answered, Yes, I have a cistern full of old wine. Said 𝔅𝔀𝐻𝐿, Bring us some of it. So Sa'adan sent 10 slaves who returned with great plenty of wine, and they ate and drank, and were mirthful and merry. And 𝔅𝔀𝐻𝐿 bethought him of ℌ𝔞𝔫𝔫𝔞𝔥, and improvised these couplets. I mind our union days when ye were nigh, and flames my heart with love's consuming love. By Allah, ne'er of will I quitted you, but shifts of time from you compelled me go. Peace and fair luck, and greetings thousandfold, to you from exiled lovers pining woe. They both eating and drinking and taking their pleasure in the valley for 3 days, after which they returned to the castle. Then 𝔅𝔀𝐻𝐿 called Sahim and said to him, Take 100 horse, and go to thy father and mother and thy tribe, the Banu Qahtan, and bring them all to this place, here to pass the rest of their days, whilst I carry the princess of Persia back to her father. As for thee, O Sa'adan, tarry thou here with thy sons, till I return to thee. Asked Sa'adan, And why wilt thou not carry me with thee to the land of the Persians? And 𝔅𝔀𝐻𝐿 answered, Because thou stolest away King Sabu's daughter, and if his eye fall on thee, he will eat thy flesh and drink thy blood. When the Gul heard this, he laughed a loud laugh, as it were the pealing thunder, and said, O my lord, by the life of thy head, if the Persians and Medes united against me, I would make them quaff the cup of annihilation. Quoth 𝔅𝔀𝐻𝐿, 'Tis as thou sayest, but tarry thou here in fort till I return to thee.
And quoth the Ghul,
I hear and I obey. Then Sahim departed with his comrades of the Banu Qahtan for the dwelling places of their tribe, and 𝔅𝔀𝐻 set out with Princess ℅𝔂𝔀𝐻𝐿 and her company, intending for the cities of Sabur, king of the Persians. Thus far concerning them, but as regards King Sabur, he abode, awaiting his daughter's return from the monastery of the fire. And when the appointed time passed by, and she came not, flames raged in his heart, whereof the oldest, wisest, and chiefest was highest Daidan. And so he said to him, O minister, verily my daughter delayeth her return, and I have no news of her, though the appointed times is past. So do thou send a courier to the monastery of fire, to learn what is come of her. Hearkening and obedience, replied Daidan, and summoning the chief of the couriers, said to him,
Wend thou forthright to the monastery.
So he lost no time, and when he reached it, he asked the monks of the king's daughter, but they said, "We have not seen her this year." So the courier returned to the city of Isbanir and told the Wazir, who went in to the king and acquainted him with the message. Now when Sabur heard this, he cast his crown on the ground, tore his beard, and fell down in a trance. They sprinkled water upon him, and presently he came to himself, tearful-eyed and heavy-hearted, and repeated the words of the poet: "When I far parted, patience call, and tears came to call, but patience never hears. What then if fortune parted us so far? Fortune and perfidy are peers." Then he called 10 of his captains and bade them mount with 1,000 horse and ride in different directions in quest of his daughter. So they mounted forthright and departed, each with his 1,000, whilst 𝔅𝔀𝔍𝔍𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔁 mother clad herself and her women in black, and strewed ashes on her head, and sat weeping and lamenting. Such was their case, and Shahrazad perceived the dawn of the day, and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 631st night, she said, "It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that King Sabur sent his troops in quest of his daughter, whose mother clad herself and her women in black." Such was their case. But as regards the strange adventures of Gharib and the princess, they journeyed on 10 days, and on the 11th day appeared a dust cloud which rose to the confines of the sky, whereupon Gharib called the Emir of the Persians and said to him, "Go learn the cause thereof." "I hear and obey," replied he, and crave his charger, till he came under the cloud of dust, where he saw folk and inquired of them. Quoth one of them, "We are of the Banu Hattal, and are questing for plunder. Our Emir is Samson bin al-Jirah, and we are 5,000 horse." The Persians returned in haste and told their saying to Gharib, who cried out to his men of the Banu Qatan and to the Persians, saying, "Don your arms." They did as he bade them, and presently up came the Arabs, who were shouting, "A plunder, a plunder!" Quoth Gharib, "Allah confound you, O dogs of Arabs!" Then he loosened his horse and drove at them with the career of a right valiant knight, shouting, "Allahu Akbar! Ho, for the faith of Abraham, the friend, on whom be peace!" And there befell between them great fight and sword fray, and the sword went round in a sway, and there was much said and say, nor did they leave fighting till fled the day and gloom came, when they drew from one another way. Then Gharib numbered his tribesmen, and found that 5 of the Banu Qatan had fallen, and 73 of the Persians, but of the Banu Hattal they had slain more than 500 horse. As for Samson, he alighted, and sought nor meat nor sleep, but said, "In all my life I never saw such a fighter as this youth.
Anon he fighteth
With the sword,
and anon with the mace.
But tomorrow I will go forth on champion wise and defy him to combat, of twain in the battle plain, where edge and point are fain, and I will cut off these Arabs." Now when Gharib returned to his camp, the Princess 𝔅𝔀𝔍𝔍𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀 met him, weeping and affrighted for the fear of that which had befallen, and kissed his foot in the stirrup, saying, "May thy hands never wither, nor thy foes be blitter, O champion of the age! Alhamdulillah, praise to God, who hath saved thee alive this day. Verily, I am in fear for thee from yonder Arabs." When Gharib heard this, he smiled in her face, and heartened and comforted her, saying, "Fear not, O princess. Did the enemy fill this wild and bold, yet I would scatter them by the might of Allah Almighty." She thanked him and prayed that he might be given the victory over his foes, after which she returned to her woman, and Gharib went to his tent. where he cleansed himself of the blood of the infidels, and they lay on guard through the night. Next morning the two hosts mounted and sought the plain where Cut and Thrust ruled sovereign. The first to pick into the open was 𝔅𝔀𝐻𝔍𝐻𝔍𝐻𝔬░, who drave his charger till he was near the infidels, and cried out, "Who is for jousting with me? Let no sluggard or weakling come out to me." Whereupon there rushed forth a giant Amalekite of the lineage of the tribe of Ad, armed with an iron flail 20 pounds in weight, and drove at 𝔅𝔀𝐻𝔍𝐻𝔍𝐻, saying, "O scum of the Arabs, take what cometh to thee, and learn the glad tidings that thy last hour is at hand." So saying, he aimed a blow at 𝔅𝔀𝐻𝔍𝐻, but he avoided it, and the flail sank a cubit into the ground. Now the Badawi was bent double with the blow. So 𝔅𝔀𝐻𝔍𝐻 smote him with his mace and clove his forehead in sunder, and he fell down dead, and Allah hurried his soul to hellfire. Then 𝔅𝔀𝐻𝔍𝐻 charged and wheeled and called for champions. So there came out to him a second and third, and a fourth, and so on, till 10 had come forth to him, and he slew them all. When the infidels saw his form of fight and his smashing blows, they hung back and forbore to fare forth to him. Whereupon Samson looked at them and said, "Allah never bless you, I will go forth to him." So he donned his battle gear, and driving his charger into midfield, where he fronted the foe, and cried out to 𝔅𝔀𝐻𝔍𝐻, saying, "Fie on thee, O dog of the Arabs! Hath thy strength waxed so great that thou shouldst defy me in the open field and slaughter my men?" And 𝔅𝔀𝐻𝔍𝐻 replied, "Up and take blood revenge for the slaughter of thy braves." So Samson ran at 𝔅𝔀𝐻𝔍𝐻, who awaited him with broadened breast and heartened, and they smote each other with maces till the two hosts marvelled, and every eye was fixed on them. Then they wheeled about in the field and struck at each other 2 strokes, but 𝔅𝔀𝐻𝔍𝐻 avoided Samson's stroke, which we had broke, and dealt with a buffet that beat in his breastbone, and cast him to the ground, stone dead. Whereupon all his host ran at 𝔅𝔀𝐻𝔍𝐻 as one man, and he ran at them, crying, "God is most great! Help and victory for us, and shame and defeat for those who misbelieve the faith of Abraham the friend, on whom be peace." And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of the day, and ceased to say her permitted say. End of section 34.
Section 35 of the Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by 𝔅𝔞𝔫𝔫𝔞𝔥. The Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 6, by Anonymous. Translated by Richard Francis Burton. Section 35. When it was the 632nd night, she said, "It had reached me, O auspicious king, that when Samson's tribesmen rushed upon 𝔅𝔀𝐻𝔍𝐻 as one man, he ran at them, crying, 'God is most great! Help and victory for us, and shame and defeat for the miscreant.' Now, when the infidels heard the name of the all-powerful king, the one, the all-conquering, whom the sight comprehended not, but he comprehended the sight, they looked at one another and said, 'What is this saying that maketh our side muscles tremble, and weakeneth our resolution, and causeth the life to fail in us? Never in our lives heard we aught goodlier than this saying,' adding, 'Let us leave fighting, that we may ask its meaning.' So they held their hands from the battle, and dismounted, and their elders assembled and held counsel together, seeking to go to 𝔅𝔀𝐻 and saying, 'Let 10 of us repair to him.' So they chose out 10 of their best, who set out for 𝔅𝔀𝐻's tents. Now he and his people had alighted and returned to their camp, marvelling at the withdrawal of the infidels from the fight. But presently, lo and behold, the 10 came up, and seeking speech of 𝔅𝔀𝐻𝔌, kissed the earth before him, and wished him glory and lasting life. Quoth he to them, What made you leave fighting? And quoth they, O my lord, thou didst affright us with the words thou shoutest out at us. Then asked 𝔅𝔀𝐻𝔌, What calamity do ye worship? And they answered, We worship Wad and Suwa and Yaguz, lords of the tribe of Noah. And 𝔅𝔀𝐻, we serve none but Allah Almighty, maker of all things and provider of all livings. He it is who created the heavens and earth and established the mountains, who made water to well from the stones, and the trees to grow and feedeth wild beasts in wood. For he is Allah, the one, the all-powerful Lord. When they heard this, their bosoms broadened to the words of unity faith, and they said, Verily, this be a Lord high and great, compassionating and compassionate. Adding, And what shall we say to become of the Muslims, of those which submit themselves to him? Quoth 𝔅𝔀𝐻, Say, There is no God but the God, and Abraham is the friend of God. So the 10 made veracious profession of the veritable religion, and 𝔅𝔀𝐻 said to them, And the sweet savour of Al-Islam be indeed established in your hearts. Fare ye to your tribe and expound the faith to them. And if they profess, they shall be saved, but if they refuse, we will burn them with fire. So the 10 elders returned and expounded Al-Islam to their people, and set forth to them the path of truth and creed. And they embraced the faith of submission with heart and tongue. Then they repaired on foot to 𝔅𝔀𝐻's tent, and kissing ground between his hands, wished him honour and high rank, saying, O our Lord, we are become thy slaves, so command us with what thou wilt, for we are to thee obedient and obedient, and we will never depart from thee, since Allah hath guided us into the right way at thy hands. Replied he, Allah abundantly requite you. Return to your dwellings and march forth with your good and your children, and forego me to the Wadi of Blossoms and the castle of Sasa bin Shays, whilst I carry the Princess 𝔅𝔀𝐻𝔌, daughter of Sabur, king of the Persians, back to her father, and return to you. Hearkening and obedience, said they, and straightforward returned to the encampment, rejoicing in Al-Islam, and expounded the true faith to their wives and children, who became believers. Then they struck their tents and set forth with their goods and cattle for the Wadi of Blossoms. When they came in sight of the castle of Shays, Sa'dan and his sons sallied forth to them. But 𝔅𝔀𝐻 had charged them, saying, If the girl of the mountain come out to you, and offer to attack you, do ye call upon the name of Allah, the All-Creator, and he will leave his hostile intent and receive you hospitably. So, when he would have fallen upon them, they called aloud upon the name of Almighty Allah, and straightway he received them kindly and asked them of their case. They told him all that had passed between 𝔅𝔀𝐻 and themselves, whereupon he rejoiced in them and lodged them with him and loaded them with favours. Such was their case. But as regards 𝔅𝔀𝐻, he and his, escorting the princess, fared on 5 days' journey towards the city of Isbanir, and on the 6th day they saw a dust cloud. So 𝔅𝔀𝐻 sent to one of the Persians to learn the meaning of this, and he went and returned swiftlier than bird in flight, saying, O my lord, these be 1,000 horse of our comrades, whom the king had sent in quest of his daughter 𝔅𝔀𝐻𝔌. When 𝔅𝔀𝐻 heard this, he commanded his company to halt and pitch the tents. So they halted and waited till the newcomers reached them. When they went to meet them and told Tuman, their captain, that the princess was with them, whereupon he went into 𝔅𝔍𝐺, and kissing the ground before him, inquired for her. 𝔅𝔍𝐺 sent him to her pavilion, and he entered and kissed her hands and feet, and acquainted her with what had befallen her father and mother. She told him in return all that had betided her, and how 𝔅𝔍𝐺 had delivered her from the girl of the mountain. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day, and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 633rd night, she said, It had reached me, O auspicious king, that when the king's daughter 𝔅𝔞𝔫𝔫𝔞𝔥 had told Tuman all that had befallen her from the mountain girl, and how he had imprisoned her and would have devoured her but for 𝔅𝔍𝐺, adding, And indeed it behoved my sire to give him the half of his reign. Tuman arose and returned to 𝔅𝔍𝐺, and kissed his hands and feet, and thanked him for his good dealing, saying, With thy leave, O my lord, I will return to ℌ𝔞𝔫𝔫𝔞𝔥, and deliver our king the good news of his daughter's approach. Go, replied 𝔅𝔍𝐺, and take of him the gift of glad tidings. So Tuman returned with all diligence to ℌ𝔞𝔫𝔫𝔞, the cities, and entering the palace, kissed ground before the king, who said to him, What is there of new, O bringer of good news? Quoth Tuman, I will not speak thee till thou give me the gift of glad tidings. Quoth the king, Tell me thy glad tidings, and I will content thee. So Tuman said, O king, I bring thee joyful intelligence of the return of Princess 𝔅𝔞𝔫𝔫𝔥. When Sabur heard his daughter's name, he fell down fainting, and they sprinkled rosewater on him, till he recovered and cried to Tuman, Draw near to me and tell me all the good which had befallen her. So he came forward and acquainted him with all that had betided the princess. And Sabur beat hand upon hand, saying, Unhappy thou, O 𝔅𝔞𝔫𝔫𝔥. And he bade give Tuman 10,000 gold pieces, and conferred on him the government of Isfahan city and its dependencies. Then he cried out to his amirs, saying, Mount all of you, and fare we forth to meet the Princess 𝔅𝔞𝔫𝔫𝔥. And the chief eunuch went into the queen mother, and told her and all the harem the good news, whereat she rejoiced and gave him a robe of honor and 1,000 dinars. Moreover, the people of the city heard of this, and decorated the market streets and houses. Then the king and Tuman took horse and rode till they had sight of 𝔅𝔍𝐺, when Sabur footed it and made some steps towards 𝔅𝔍𝐺, who also dismounted and advanced to meet him, and they embraced and saluted each other. And Sabur bent over 𝔅𝔍𝐺's hand and kissed it, and thanked him for his favours. They pitched their pavilions in face of each other, and Sabur went into his daughter, who rose, and embracing him, told him all that had befallen her, and how 𝔅𝔍𝐺 had rescued her from the clutches of the girl of the mountain. Quoth the king, By thy life, O princess of fair ones, I will overwhelm him with gifts. And quoth she, O my papa, make him thy son-in-law, that he may be to thee a force against thy foes, for he is passing valiant. Her father replied, O my daughter, knowest thou not that King ℍ𝔀𝐺 seeketh thee in marriage, and that he had cast the brocade, and hath given 100,000 dinars in settlement, and he is king of Shiraz and its dependencies, and is lord of empire and horsemen and footmen. But when the princess heard these words, she said, O my papa, I desire naught that whereof thou speakest, and if thou constrain me to that I have no mind to, I will slay myself. So Sabur left her and went into 𝔅𝔍𝐺, who rose to him and they sat a while together. But the king could not take his fill of looking upon him, and he said in his mind, By Allah, my daughter is excusable if she love this Badawi. Then he called for food, and they ate and passed the night together. On the morrow they took horse and rode till they arrived at the city of Isbanir, and entered stirrup to stirrup, and it was for them a great day. Fakhr-Taj repaired to her palace, and the abiding place of her rank, where her mother and her women received her with cries of joy and loud lullyloings. As for King Sabur, he sat down on his throne and seated Gharib on his right hand, whilst the princes and chamberlains, the amirs, wazirs, and nababs stood on either hand, and gave him joy of the recovery of his daughter. Said Sabur, Whoso loveth me, let him bestow a robe of honour on Gharib. And there fell dresses of honour on him like drops of rain. Then Gharib abode the king's guest 10 days. When he would have departed, but Sabur clad him in an honourable robe, and swore him by his faith that he should not march for a whole month. Quoth Gharib, O king, I am plighted to one of the girls of the Arabs, and I desire to go into her. Quoth the king, Whether is the fairer, thy betrothed or Fakhr-Taj? O king of the age, replied Gharib, what is the slave beside the lord? And Sabur said, Fakhr-Taj is become thy handmaid, for that thou didst rescue her from the paunches of the girl, and she shall have none other husband than thyself. Thereupon Gharib rose and kissed ground, saying, O king of the age, thou art a sovereign, and I am but a poor man, and belike thou wilt ask a heavy dowry. Replied the king, O my son, know that 𝔅𝔀𝐻𝐿, lord of Shiraz and dependencies thereof, seeketh her in marriage, and hath appointed 100,000 dinars to her dower. But I have chosen thee before all men, that I may make thee the sword of my kingship, and my shield against vengeance. Then he turned to his chief officers and said to them, Bear witness against me, O lords of mine empire, that I marry my daughter Fakhr-Taj to my son Gharib. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day, and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 634th night, she continued, It had reached me, O auspicious king, that Sabur, king of Ajam land, said to his chief officers, Bear a witness against me that I marry my daughter Fakhr-Taj to my son Gharib. With that he joined palms with him, and she became his wife. Then said Gharib, Appoint me a dower, and I will bring it to thee, for I have in the castle of Sasa wealth and treasures beyond count. Replied Sabur, O my son, I want of thee neither treasure nor wealth, and I will take nothing for her dower, save the head of Jamrkan king of dust, and the city of Avaj. Quoth Gharib, O king of the age, I will fetch my folk forthright, and go to thy foe and spoil his realm. Quoth Sabur, Allah require thee with good, and dismiss the lords and commons, thinking, If Gharib go forth against Jamrkan, he will never more return. When morning morrowed, the king mounted with Gharib, and bidding all his troops take horse rode forth to the plain, where he said to his men, Do ye tilted spears and gladden my heart. So the champions of Persia land pled one against other, and Gharib said, O king of the age, I have a mind to tilt with the horsemen of Ajam land, but on one condition. Asked the king, What is that? And answered Gharib, It is that I shall don a light tunic, and take a headless lance, with a pennon dipped in saffron, whilst the Persian champions sally forth and tilt against me with sharp spears. If any conquer me, I will render myself to him. But if I conquer him, I will mark him on the breast, and he shall leave the plain. Then the king cried to the commander of the troops to bring forward the champions of the Persians. So he chose out from amongst the princes 1,200 of his stoutest champions. And the king said to them, in the Persian tongue, Whoso slaveth this Badawi may ask of me what he will. So they strove with one another for precedence, and charged down upon Gharib, and truth was distinguished from falsehood, and jest from honest. Quoth Gharib, I put my trust in Allah, the God of Abraham, the friend, the deity, who hath power over all, and from whom naught is hidden, the One, the Almighty, whom the sight comprehendeth not. Then an Amalekite-like giant of the Persian champions rushed out to him. But Gharib let him not stand long before him, ere he marked him and covered his breast with saffron. And as he turned away, he smote him on the nape of the shaft of his lance, and he fell to the ground, and his pages bore him from the lists. Then a second champion came forth against him, and he overcame him, and marked him on the breast. And thus did he with the third, and the fourth, and the fifth. And there came out against him champion after champion, till he had overcome them all, and marked them on the breast. For Almighty Allah gave him the victory over them, and they fared forth vanquished from the plain. Then the servants set food and strong wine before them, and they ate and drank, till Gharib's wits were dazed by the drink. By and by he went out to obey a call of nature, and would have returned, but lost his way and entered the palace of 𝔅𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀 her women, saying, Go forth from me to your own places. So they withdrew, and she rose and kissed Gharib's hand, saying, Welcome to my lord, who delivered me from the girl. Indeed, I am thine handmaid for ever and ever. Then she drew him to her bed and embraced him, whereupon desire was hot upon him, and he broke her seal, and lay with her till the morning. Meanwhile the king thought that he had departed, but on the morrow he went into him, and Sabur rose to him, and made him sit by his side. Then entered the tributary kings, and kissing the ground, stood ranged in rows on the right and left, and fell to talking of Gharib's valour, and saying, Extolled be he who gave him such prowess, albeit he is so young in years. As they were thus engaged, behold, all espied from the palace windows the dust of horse approaching, and the king cried out to his scouts, saying, Woe to you! Go and bring me news of yonder dust. So 𝔅𝔀𝐻𝔍𝐿 took horse and riding off, returned after a while, and said, O king, we found under that dust 100 horse belonging to an Amir highs Sahim al-Lail. Gharib, hearing these words, cried out, O my lord, this is my brother, whom I had sent on an errand, and I will go forth to meet him. So saying, he mounted, with his 100 men of the Banu Qaytan, and 1,000 Persians, and rode to meet his brother in great state. But greatness belongeth to God alone. When the two came up with each other, they dismounted and embraced, and Gharib said to Sahim, O my brother, hast thou brought our tribe to the castle of Sasa and the Wadi of Blossoms? O my brother, replied Sahim, when the perfidious dog Mardas heard that thou hadst made thee master of the stronghold belonging to the mountain girl, he was sore chagrined, and said, Accept thy march hence. Gharib will come and carry off my daughter Mahdiya without dower. So he took his daughter and his goods, and set out with his tribe for the land of Iraq, where he entered the city of Kufa, and put himself under the protection of King Azib, seeking to give him his daughter to wife. When Gharib heard his brother's story, he well nigh gave up the ghost for rage, and said, "By the virtue of the faith of Al-Islam, the faith of Abraham the Friend, and by the Supreme Lord, I will assuredly go to the land of Iraq, and fierce war upon it I will set on foot." Then they returned to the city, and going into the king, kissed ground before him. He rose to Gharib and saluted Sahim, after which the elder brother told him what had happened, and he put 10 captains at his commandment, under each one's hand 10,000 horse of the doughtiest of the Arabs and the Ajams, who equipped themselves and were ready to depart in 3 days. Then Gharib set out and journeyed till he reached the castle of Sasa, whence the girl and his sons came forth to meet him, and dismounting, kissed his feet in the stirrups. He told them all that had passed, and the giants said, "O my lord, do thou abide in this thy castle, whilst I with my sons and servants repair to Iraq, and lay waste the city Al-Rustaq, and bring to thy hand all its defenders bound in straitest bond." But Gharib thanked him and said, "O Sadan, we will all go." So he made him ready, and the whole body set out for Iraq, leaving 1,000 horse to guard the castle. Thus far concerning them, but as regards Midas, he arrived with his tribe in the land of Iraq, bringing with him a handsome present, and fared for Kufa city, which he entered. Then he presented himself before Ajib, and kissed the ground between his hands, and, after washing what is wished to kings, said, "O my lord, I come to place myself under thy protection." And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day, and ceased saying her permitted say. End of Section 35.
Section 36 of the Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 6, by Anonymous. Translated by Richard Francis Burton. Section 36. When it was the 635th night, she said, "It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that Midas coming into the presence of Ajib said to him, I come to place myself under thy protection. Quoth Ajib, Tell me who hath wronged thee, that I may protect thee against him, though it were Sabur, king of the Persians and the Turkomans and the Dalamites. Quoth Midas, O king of the age, he who hath wronged me is none other than a youth whom I reared in my bosom. I found him in his mother's lap in a certain valley, and took her to wife. She brought me a son, whom I named Sahim Alal, and her own son, 𝔅𝔀𝐻𝔍, grew up on my knees, and became a blasting thunderbolt and a lasting calamity, for he smote Al-Hamal, prince of the Banu Nabhan, and slew footmen and threw horsemen. Now I have a daughter who befitteth thee alone, and he sought her of me, so I required of him the head of the ghoul of the mountain. Wherefore he went to him, and, after engaging him in singular combat, made the master his man, and took the castle of Sasa bin Shays bin Shaddad bin Ad, wherein are the treasures of the ancients and the hoards of the moderns. Moreover, I hear that, become a Moslem, he goeth about summoning the folk to his faith. He is gone now to bear the princess of Persia, whom he delivered from the ghoul, back to her father, King Sabur, and will not return but with the treasures of the Persians. When Ajib heard the story of Midas, he changed color to yellow, and was in ill case, and made sure of his own destruction. Then he said, O Midas, is the youth's mother with thee, or with him? And Midas replied, She is with me in my tents. Quoth Ajib, What is her name? Quoth Midas, Her name is Nusra. 'Tis very she, rejoined Ajib, and sent for her to the presence. Now when she came before him, he looked on her, and knew her, and asked her, O accursed, where are the 2 slaves I sent with thee? And she answered, They slew each other on my account. Whereupon Ajib bared his blade, and smote her, and cut her in twain. Then they dragged her away and cast her out. But trouble and suspicion entered Ajib's heart, and he cried, O Mardus, give me thy daughter to wife. He rejoined, She is one of thine handmaids. I give her to thee to wife, and I am thy slave. Said Ajib, I desire to look upon this son of an adulteress, 𝔅𝔀𝐻𝐿, that I may destroy him and cause him taste all manner of torments. Then he bade give Mardus to his daughter's dowry 30,000 dinars and 100 pieces of silk brocaded and fringed with gold and 100 pieces of silk bordered stuffs and kerchiefs and golden collars. So he went forth with this mighty fine dowry, and set himself to equip Medeia in all diligence. Such was their case. But as regards 𝔅𝔀𝐻𝐿, he fared on till he came to ℉𝔅𝔍𝑟, which is the first town in Al Irak, and is a walled and fortified city, and he hard by it called a halt. When the townsfolk saw his army encamped before it, they bolted the gates and manned the walls, then went to the king of the city, who was called ℉𝔅𝐷𝐼𝐺, the brainer, for that he used to brain the champions in the open field of fight, and told him what was come upon them. So he looked forth from the battlements of the palace, and seeing a conquering host, all of them Persians, encamped before the city, said to the citizens, O folk, what do yonder Ajams want? And they replied, We know not. Now ℉𝔅𝐷𝐼𝐺 had among his officers a man called Sabah al-Kifar, the desert lion, keen of wit and penetrating as he were a flame of fire. So he called him and said to him, Go to this stranger host, and find out who they be and what they want, and return quickly. Accordingly he sped like the wind to the Persian tents, where a company of Arabs rose up and met him, saying, Who art thou, and what dost thou require? He replied, I am a messenger and an envoy from the lord of the city to your chief. So they took him and carried him through the lines of tents, pavilions, and standards, till they came to 𝔅𝔀𝐻𝐿's Shamiana, and told him of the mission. He bade them bring him in, and they did so, whereupon he kissed ground before 𝔅𝔀𝐻𝐿, and wished him honour and length of days. Quoth 𝔅𝔀𝐻𝐿, What is thine errand? And quoth Sabah al-Kifar, I am an envoy from the lord of the city of ℉𝔅𝔅𝑟, ℉𝔅𝔂𝐻, brother of King 𝔅𝐶𝐴, lord of the city of Kufa in the land of Iraq. When 𝔅𝔀𝐻𝐿 heard his father's name, the tears railed from his eyes in rills, and he looked at the messenger and said, What is thy name? And he replied, My name is Sabah al-Kifar. Said 𝔅𝔬𝐻𝐿, Return to thy lord and tell him that the commander of this host is called 𝔅𝔬𝐻𝐿, son of 𝔅𝐿𝐷, king of Kufa, whom his son Ajib slew, and he is come to take blood, revenge for his sire on Ajib the perfidious hound. So Sabah al-Kifar returned to the city, and in great joy kissed the ground, when ℉𝔅𝐷𝐼𝐺 said, What is going on there, O Sabah al-Kifar? He replied, O my master, the leader of yon host is thy nephew, thy brother's son, and told him all. The king deemed himself in a dream, and asked the messenger, O Sabah al-Kifar, is this thou tellest me true? And the desert lion answered, As thy head liveth, it is sooth. Then ℉𝔅𝐷𝐼𝐺 bade his chief officers take horse forthright, and all rode out to the camp, whence 𝔅𝔬𝐻𝐿 came forth and met him, and they embraced and saluted each other. After which 𝔅𝔬𝐻𝐿 carried him to his tents, and they sat down on beds of estate. ℉𝔅𝐷𝐼𝐺 rejoiced in 𝔅𝔬𝐻𝐿 his brother's son, and presently turning to him said, I have also yearned to take blood revenge for thy father, but could not avail against the dog thy brother, for that his troops are many, and my troops are few. Replied 𝔅𝔬𝐻𝐿, O uncle, here am I come to avenge my sire and blot out our shame and rid the realm of Ajib. Said ℉𝔅𝐷𝐼𝐺, O son of my brother, thou hast two blood wreaks to take, that of thy father and that of thy mother. Asked 𝔅𝔬𝐻𝐿, And what aileth my mother? And ℉𝔅𝐷𝐼𝐺 answered, Thy brother Ajib has slain her. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of the day, and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 636th night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that when 𝔅𝔬𝐻𝐿 heard these words of his uncle ℉𝔅𝐷𝐼𝐺, Verily thy brother Ajib hath slain her. He asked what was the cause thereof, and was told of all that had happened, especially how Mardus had married his daughter to Ajib, who was about to go into her. Thereupon 𝔅𝔬𝐻𝐿's reason fled from his head, and he swooned away and was nigh upon death. No sooner did he come to himself than he cried out to the troops, saying, To horse! But ℉𝔅𝐷𝐼𝐺 said to him, O son of my brother, wait till I make ready mine affairs, and mount among my men, and fare with thee at thy stirrup. Replied 𝔅𝔬𝐻𝐿, I have no patience to wait. Do thou equip thy troops, and join me at Kufa. Thereupon Gharib mounted with his troops and rode till he came to the town of Babel, whose folks took fright at him. Now there was in this town a king called 𝔅𝔞𝔫𝔫𝔞𝔥, under whose hand were 20,000 horsemen, and there gathered themselves together to him from the villages other 50,000 horse, who pitched their tents facing the city. Then Gharib wrote a letter and sent it to King 𝔅𝔞𝔫𝔫𝔞 by messenger, who came up to the city gate and cried out, saying, I am an envoy. Whereupon the warder of the gate went in and told 𝔅𝔞𝔫𝔫𝔞, who said, Bring him to me. So he led in the messenger, who, kissing the ground before the king, gave him the letter, and 𝔅𝔞𝔫𝔫𝔞 opened it and read its contents as follows. Praise be to Allah, Lord of the three worlds, Lord of all things, who giveth to all creatures their daily bread, and who over all things is omnipotent. These from Gharib, son of King 𝔅𝔀𝔀𝔀𝔀, Lord of Iraq and Kufa, to 𝔅𝔞𝔫𝔫𝔞. Immediately this letter reacheth thee. Let not thy reply be other than to break thine idols and confess the unity of the all-knowing King, Creator of light and darkness, Creator of all things, the all-powerful, and except thou do as I bid thee, I will make this day the blackest of thy days. Peace be on those who follow in the way of salvation, fearing the issues of fornication, and obey the hest of the Most High King, Lord of this world and the next. Him who saith to a thing, Be, and it becometh. Now when 𝔅𝔞𝔫𝔫𝔞 read this letter, his eyes paled and his colour failed, and he cried out to the messenger, Go to thy lord and say to him, Tomorrow at daybreak there shall be fight and conflict, and it shall appear who is the conquering hero. So he returned and told Gharib, who bade his men make ready for battle, whilst 𝔅𝔞𝔫𝔫𝔞 commanded his tents to be pitched in face of Gharib's camp, and his troops poured forth like the surging sea, and passed the night with intention of slaughter. As soon as dawned the day, the two hosts mounted and drew up in battle array, and beat their drums amain, and drave their steeds of swiftest strain. And they filled the whole earthly plain, and the champions to come out were fain. Now the first who sallied forth a championing to the field was the Ghoul of the mountain, bearing on shoulder a terrible tree, and he cried out between the two hosts, saying, I am Sa'adan the Ghoul. Who is for fighting? Who is for jousting? Let no sluggard come forth to me, nor weakling. And he called out to his sons, saying, Woe to you! Bring me fuel and fire, for I am an hungered. So they cried upon their slaves, who brought firewood and kindled a fire in the heart of the plain. Then there came out to him a man of the Kafirs, an Amalekite of the unbelieving Amalekites, bearing on his shoulder a mace like the mast of a ship, and drove at Sa'adan the Ghoul, saying, Woe to thee, O Sa'adan! When the giant heard this, he waxed furious beyond measure, and raising his tree club, aimed at the infidel a blow that hummed through the air. The Amalekite met the stroke with his mace, but the tree beat down his guard, and descending with its own weight, together with the weight of the mace upon his head, beat in his brain pan, and he fell like a long-stemmed palm tree. Thereupon Sa'adan cried to his slaves, saying, Take this fatted calf, and roast him quickly. So they hastened to skin the infidel, and roasted him and brought him to the Ghoul, who ate his flesh and crunched his bones. Now when the Kafirs saw how Sa'adan did with their fellow, their hair and pile stood on end, their skins quaked, their colour changed, their hearts died within them, and they said to one another, Whoso goeth out against this Ghoul, he eateth him, and cracketh his bones, and causeth him to lack the zephyr wind of the world. Wherefore they held their hands, quailing for fear of the Ghoul and his sons, and turned to fly, making for the town. But Gharib cried out to his troops, saying, Up and after the runaways! So the Persians and the Arabs crave after the king of Babel and his host, and caused sword to smite them, till they slew of them 20,000 or more. Then the fugitives crowded together in the city gate, and they killed of them much people, and they could not avail to shut the gate. So the Arabs and the Persians entered with them, fighting, and Sa'adan, snatching a mace from one of the slain, wielded it in the enemy's face, and gained the city racecourse. Thence he fought his way through the foe, and broke into the king's palace, where he met with 𝔅𝔞𝔫𝔫𝔞𝔥, and so smote him with the mace that he toppled senseless to the ground. Then he fell upon those who were in the palace, and pounded them into pieces, till all that were left cried out, Quarter! Quarter! And Sa'adan said to them, Pinion your king. And Shahrazad saw the dawn of day, and ceased saying her permitted say. End of Section 36. End of the book 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 6, by Anonymous. Translated by Richard Francis Burton.